was loud explosions were heard across the border, and in Srinagar also I could hear at least 2 explosions as well. So there has been, some, from Aknoor, large people had gathered, and also in Pulwama's Viyan area, there was some, some crash, and it has people gathered there. One school caught fire, and people were really, for the night, they were really in a shock what exactly is happening. But India has hit back and has hit back at those sites which were known for the headquarters of Jaish, Lashkar or Hizbul Mujahideen in Muzaffarabad, Murdiki and Bahawalpur. Bahawalpur is one well-known place where Maulana Masood Azhar was operating from. Whether he was there or his functionaries were there, it is not known. Pakistan has said that they have suffered eight casualties. They are claiming that all of them are civilians, including women and children. But clearly, India has said that it has hit a terror target, and 9 sites were actually chosen to hit at the roots of terrorism. But India has been promising they will do it after Pahalgam attack.
Let me go back to Sunil Prabhu, who continues to be with us. Sunil, soon after this operation, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, in fact, spoke with United States National Security Advisor, that is his counterpart, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio as well, and briefed him on the actions taken. India has also taken, several of its allies from UK to US on board. The reason for this, Shiv, is of course to ensure that the international community, which has been promising support in any counter-terrorism operation, actually stands with India when India has gone ahead and conducted this counter-terrorism operation.
The overwhelming amount of support that had come in for India already, had already laid the groundwork for Indian planners and the political leadership to clear the decks for Operation Sindoor Maria. You're right about the international community standing behind India. You saw Pakistan running to the United Nations yesterday, receiving a snub in the face. And despite, some irregular reactions that came in from countries that tried to monkey balance and equidistance from India and Pakistan, advise restraint and things like that, I think under the surface, the international community had made its peace with the fact that a very, very galvanized, committed and focused India was committed to retaliating against Pakistan for what happened in Pahalgam, because a huge red line of killing tourists had been crossed, and there was no country on earth, certainly not the United States, definitely not Russia, France and UK can forget about it, were ever going to convince India to try and dial down tensions. We saw some hilarious attempts even by some piddly European countries trying to advise India on what to do and try to, dial down tensions and cooperate with Pakistan. But clearly India doesn't need that kind of validation. Support is necessary. Diplomatic briefings were done at all the appropriate levels, but this is unilateral military action that India has carried out today. Let's make no mistake about that. Geopolitically speaking, all of these countries may have supported India, but many of them, even behind the scenes and in back channels, were trying to dial down tensions, because all of these countries have interests in this region. So let's never, mistake that fact. So even if we read between the lines of what Trump has said, what Vance has said, what Marco Rubio has said, despite being a very, very pro-India voice, this is a landmark action by India because it was unilateral. It was telling the world, either you're with us or against us when it comes to our innocents being butchered. And if push comes to shove, we will take action. And sometimes we will take that action 150 kilometers deep inside Pakistan. That's what this is.
Yes, unilateral and also tri-service, first of its kind, as you pointed out, Shiv. Let me bring in Sunil Prabhu, who continues to be with us. Aishwarya Jain is also joining us from Vijay Chowk, and soon we'll be seeing some movement happen perhaps at the Prime Minister's office. Sunil Prabhu, it's a tri-service operation, a milestone of sorts. Never before it has happened in the sense, in a non-war-like situation. But because it has happened, the press briefing will be happening only by the Indian Army. What about other forces? Are you sensing that when the briefing happens, others may also be in presence?
There will definitely be, whatever they do, because this is just a statement, they're not going to take questions. It will definitely encompass all aspects of all the three services that they have to say, as well as the Ministry of External Affairs to a great extent, because India always responds very categorically and in a unison manner, and there needs to be only one person speaking, because there are multiple voices, it creates problems. And this is not only for information for us, but for the entire world which is watching, because the critical question, Maria, as you were pointing out, not only is it a tri-service, not only is it the fact that we have hit multiple targets and non-military, which we consider, and which is very categorically the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Jaish-e-Mohammed and others. The issue critical is the after, what is going to be the response from Pakistan, what is going to be our response to that. Those are very, very critical aspects, and whether it will escalate and how we are going to play it out. So this is something that we'll have to wait and watch and see in the next few hours, if not days, how it's going to pan out. But definitely tense moments, it's extremely grim, it's a difficult situation, and the Prime Minister as well as the Defence Minister have been keenly watching this, because the tri-services is the theatre commands is something that they have been insisting on right from day one, ever since they took office. This will probably be one of the first of its kinds of how they have tried to ensure that all of them are together in ensuring they take justice for those who lost their lives in Pahalgam. Those horrific killings needed to be avenged.
Okay,
and as the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister,
a bit of a change in plans by the, by those who will be briefing India and the world of what really has happened, details of Operation Sindoor. It will now be happening at National Media Center. So there is a possibility at this point that will not be only by the Indian Army. The other forces may also join in, Vishnu. That's an indication.
Yeah, so let me just explain that. I've seen these press conferences time and time again. This is being hosted by the Indian Army. That's just a formality. They work together. They are largely integrated, or much more integrated than before. And therefore, we can expect to see the presence of other officers. Now, the key question is whether they'll be taking questions or whether they'll be making a statement. Any statement that comes now needs to be significantly more than the press release which we saw earlier on, which was a limited press release, but one which was sort of announced right after the strikes went in. The other piece of news coming in at this juncture is that there's been a further statement from the United States, who say that they have reached out to the national security advisors. In fact, Secretary Rubio, the Secretary of State, I beg your pardon, spoke to the national security advisors of both India and Pakistan, urging both to keep lines of communication open and avoid escalation. Now, escalation, it says, is absolutely clear that has already taken place. Escalation is now on across the line of control, the international border. There is very extensive shelling which is now taking place. It is morning whether there'd be more airstrikes or whether there'd be any air duels which take place. Again, we don't know. Remember, in Balakot, it was the day after the Balakot strike in 2019 that there were extensive air duels which took place. We do not know about that situation, but it is fairly tense, and it will remain that way, I suggest, for some time to come. Is it all over at this stage? Is it life as normal? Is it not at all? And we expect the situation to remain tense for some time. Air travel to Rajasthan, parts of Kashmir have been impacted. If you were looking to go over there, you need to check on your flights and whether they're operating there at all. Pakistani airspace has been shut down by and large, but flights to Delhi are operating, and flights across the Indian subcontinent from the west to the east are presently taking place. So that press conference is going to be very important. But I think as we get into the minutiae, and there's a lot of little information coming in, there are 2 or 3 important strands we need to focus on. Number one, these are some of the most resounding strikes that India has ever carried out on the territory of Pakistan since the 1971 war. To be able to hit targets 150 kilometers west of the international border, not in Jammu and Kashmir, but west of the international border between Rajasthan and Punjab, very, very significant. The weapon systems which were used in terms of the cruise missiles which were used is a capability we now have which we didn't have earlier on. These ensure a minimum collateral damage, very robust ranges, I'm talking about the Scalp cruise missile which was used. We do know that loitering drones were also used. These are intelligence systems which were perhaps used on the line of control to discern targets before striking them. We are told that there's been an involvement of the Army, Air Force and Navy in this. The exact breakup of responsibility, we do not know at this stage. The international community is looking out very, very closely. The US has issued a couple of statements. India has also proactively reached out to our strongest, our closest partners internationally in the last couple of hours. So that's where it's all taking place right now. There have been Indian casualties. The Indian Army has said that Pakistan has sustained. Our sources are indicating in the defense, our defense sources are indicating that Pakistan has sustained heavy casualties as well as a result of Indian counter-artillery
one
shelling.
good thing that has come out, and of course this is good to see at this moment, because that is the requirement, ladies and gentlemen, for all of us to stay united. Jairam Ramesh of the Congress party has tweeted, he is the communication in charge of the principal opposition party in the country, and has also said that India's commitment to eliminating all sources of terrorism in Pakistan and POK has necessarily been uncompromising, but importantly, this is a time for unity and solidarity. Right from the night of 22 April, when that dastardly terror attack took place, the Indian National Congress has categorically stated that the government will have our fullest support in nation's response to Pahalgam terror attack. The Congress is firmly standing with our armed forces. This is a significant statement at this moment, because a message, and while there were 26 people, those who were killed in the most brutal fashion in Pahalgam, but the designs were much more sinister to try and divide the country. At this moment, this message of unity also very, very important when we are actually looking at any sort of escalation, as the situation remains dynamic after these precision terror strikes.
That's right. And there will be an all-party meeting which will be chaired by the government, where they will be briefing various political parties, all political parties, as to what really has happened, some details which will be shared with regards to Operation Sindoor. In fact, there will be in the next few hours a series of important events lined up, which includes a press briefing at 10 a.m. followed by a Cabinet Committee on Security meeting, and also a cabinet meeting which will be chaired by Prime Minister Modi.
Maria, I'll just bring you a little detail which is now coming in, and we've been talking about it. I'd like to repeat it in terms of that big attack on the Jaish-e-Mohammed facility in Bahawalpur. This is called the Markaz Subhanallah in Jaish-e-Mohammed camp in Bahawalpur in Pakistani Punjab, that served as the operational headquarters of the Jaish, and it was associated with terrorist planning, including the Pulwama terror attack of February 2019. The perpetrators of the Pulwama attack were trained at this particular site. We've got detail also coming in progressively of the importance of the other areas which India has struck, the point being that each of these areas resulted in training of terrorists, including the Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Maulana Masood Azhar, his close relatives, his nephews and others, those who were indoctrinated for Fidaiin attacks. So that is one of the areas, including others. Okay,
let me bring in Aishwarya now, who continues to be with us. Aishwarya, the Prime Minister on 24th, 2 days after that terror attack in Pahalgam, had addressed the nation in many ways from Kishanganj in Bihar, and had said that he will trace, track and identify them to the end of the earth. Yep. The message had come from the top leadership of India. Prime Minister reiterated it during his Mann Ki Baat address as well. It was loud and clear that this time India will go much ahead than what we did in our post-Uri and post-Pulwama. And that's what has happened this time as well, with the Prime Minister himself monitoring it through the night, the entire Operation Sindoor.
Well, the message of the Prime Minister was echoed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh at several locations, Home Minister Amit Shah and External Affairs Minister Rajnath Singh, as External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar as well. But if we look at the series of events and the meetings that have taken place since the Pahalgam terror attack, the government has ticked all its boxes. As far as the all-party meeting is concerned, the government had called and briefed the entire political spectrum of this country, and had, and it was the opposition who unitedly stood together and stated that they have the fullest support to the government in response to the action that will be taken. There was, of course, the CCS that was chaired twice by Prime Minister after the Pahalgam terror attack. A series of meetings went on with the top officials of the Defense Ministry and the External Affairs Ministry as well. There has been diplomatic actions that have been taken, and the ministries were assigned to implement those tasks that was given by the government of India. Jal Shakti Ministry to Home Ministry to External Affairs Ministry, everyone was doing their job to corner Pakistan. And now when India had striked Pakistan, it is the government who would be soon calling the all-party meeting, briefing about the developments that India has taken, the actions that India has taken against the perpetrators of terrorism. And that's where, Modi government has clearly send across the message that nothing has left behind. No one can question the government over the series of work, the levels of commitment that they had with each and every faction of the government. They have done it all in the since the Pahalgam terror attack, be it calling the all-party meeting, or further now again they will be calling all-party meeting. Today is the cabinet meeting at 11 a.m. and before that it would be CCS that would be chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi again. Of course, important decisions can be taken in that regards as well, but certainly very important to see that how this press conference at 10 a.m. at the National Media Center will pan out.
You're very right. In fact, important day, of course, with press conference information been coming in, and there will be a day of deliberations as well to take stock of how whatever Pakistan does, how we are prepared for that. But let me bring in Shiv at this moment. Shiv, once again, let me take you back to the significance of all the three armed forces wings involved in this operation. Unlike Balakot and Uri, where once the Air Force was used, the other time the Army was used, this time all three coordinated attacks from the Army, Navy and the Indian Air Force. This also tells you about the capacity, capability of our forces working together in such precise, important operations.
Undoubtedly, both those aspects have been validated and executed to precision impact in Operation Sindoor, Ankit. You're very right. This is the largest and deepest non-war military action India has ever taken against Pakistan. Very, very vastly different from both the Uri strikes as well as what happened in Balakot. You're right when you say that, unlike the Special Forces action of 2016 and the Air Force action of 2019, this was a tri-service strike. I'm given to understand that the political leadership was keen on this being a tri-service operation to send out a message of jointness. Point number two, the Indian Navy, was part of the planning process right from the word go, as far as being involved in not just the support operations like it was during Uri and Balakot, but part of the actual kinetic operations, which means, launching of missiles and munitions into Pakistan. So we can confirm that Indian Navy drones did some of that firing as well. Now, one can never separate the professional from the emotional at a time like this, Ankit. Let's never forget that Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, an Indian Navy officer, 26 years old, was killed by Pakistani terrorists that came from some of these places that have just been bombed. One cannot dismiss emotion. War plans and military strikes are never taken based on emotion or public sentiment, but it is impossible to ignore the fact that young Vinay Narwal was killed by terrorists. He was a young lieutenant in the Indian Navy, and this is a first offensive operation, a non-war operation where the Indian Navy has targeted Pakistani targets and terror targets. I just feel like that's something that needs to be acknowledged here by the country, especially since both Lieutenant Vinay Narwal and his wife Himanshi in many ways captured the imagination of this country. A young couple, 4 days after their wedding, honeymooning in Pahalgam, Lieutenant Narwal shot dead, his wife there kneeling beside him. That's an image that nobody's ever going to forget. The Indian Navy was hounded by many people saying, why haven't you stepped forward? Why aren't you saying anything? Well, this is how the Indian Navy has really spoken, Ankit.
All right, what we'd like to do at this stage is to actually look at some of the weapon systems which were likely used and also play out footage of the strikes taking place. Now, there's been a lot of footage which has come in. The footage which we are now showing on our screens is credible footage. You can see some of the explosions which have been taking place. This footage actually changes to other areas. You can see in the distance an explosion taking place. These are all Indian strikes going in, various weapon systems which have been used. The explosions over here, very, very significant. Remember, during 2019, there was no footage which emerged of India's strikes on Balakot. This time around, there is multiple footage which has taken place. Among the weapon systems believed to have been used, the Scalp, which is a long-range air-launched cruise missile. It's got a range of upwards of 200 kilometers. The target in Bahawalpur, chances are, may have been hit by a weapon such as the Scalp, since it lies approximately 150 kilometers west of Rajasthan, Punjab. And that's right, and this is a point that we need to keep mentioning. India has struck targets 100 to 150 kilometers deep inside Pakistan, not just in Jammu and Kashmir, but in the case of Bahawalpur, opposite the Rajasthan-Punjab frontier, as it were. Let's move to some of the other weapon systems which India had likely used. Let's move away from the Scalp, which is capable of low-altitude stealthy flight. It's been used, a variant of that, extensively in the Ukraine war as well. Very successfully, I should add. This is the Hammer, which is a smart bomb. It's got a very sophisticated guidance package. There can be a man in the loop. In other words, there can be an operator to actually fly the missile in shortly there before it strikes its target to take control and hit the target that you want. It hits targets by day and night, any weather conditions. Again, both the Scalp and the Hammer are important because these are weapon systems that ensure that collateral damage is minimized. You want accurate strikes, and all the strikes that went in over there, as we understand it, have been successful and they have been accurate. India also used loitering munitions. This would be the first time, as I understand it, that loitering munitions were used by India in a military strike that went across. These likely have far shorter ranges, approximately 20 to 30 odd kilometers, perhaps a little bit more, may well have been used in the targets across the line of control in the north of Kashmir. These are semi-intelligent systems. They move around an area, they pick a target, either they're guided to the target or they are able to discern the significance of a target based on their onboard processing systems and their own library of targets to pick from, and then they go and they hit a target. These are suicide drones. We've seen variants of this being used also extensively, as I mentioned, in the war in Russia and Ukraine. Now, as a result of all of this, what has taken place is massive Pakistani strikes, indiscriminate, across the international border and the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. India has responded. India has hit targets in Pakistan very, very hard. That's something that's been confirmed. But it has also been confirmed to us that there have been at least 3 civilians who've been killed in Jammu and Kashmir. But let's just reflect on the footage that you see on your screen so far is footage of the Indian strikes. Some of the footage is of the Indian strikes going in. These are strikes in Pakistan or in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, which of course is India. But these are the strikes which have gone in over there very accurately. Various weapon systems, massive explosions which have been taking place. So that gives you an idea of what's been happening in terms of some of the weapon systems which have been used and video of the explosions over the last several hours.
And Shivadur is continuing to be with us. Shiv, I'm coming to you in terms of the fact that you have been putting out of a joint operation of the 3 services, all working in complete coordination. And, there was regular briefing that they had with the Prime Minister, regular discussion with Air Chief Marshal AP Singh meeting the Prime Minister only 2 days ago. There was that meeting which also was held between the Prime Minister and Defence Secretary. Of course, there was an indication, and the Prime Minister himself giving a complete charge to the Defence Forces to decide the operation and how it will be executed. Prime Minister Modi himself has been monitoring it. That's what sources in the Prime Minister's office are telling us. When we talk about the three services working in coordination, what does it actually mean? Because that's different from what we saw play out post-Uri and post-Pulwama.
You know, Maria, you track the Prime Minister's office, so you know this better than most people, that, you know, the Prime Minister may have given the armed forces the operational freedom to decide on these targets and go after them in the way that it has panned out today as part of Operation Sindoor. But like you also rightly reported, not only does the Prime Minister monitor every single aspect of it, it's not like he just gave an instruction to the armed forces saying, go ahead and do whatever you want, you know, and you have the freedom to do it. Obviously, the Cabinet Committee on Security, the meetings with the chiefs, with Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, Admiral D.K. Tripathi of the Navy, you know, the three service chiefs together before that, all meant that these plans were very, very focused, very, very specific, signed off on at the highest levels of the government and the executive. And it was then that the armed forces, you know, got the latitude and the political alignment to pursue the execution of what has now become what we know as Operation Sindoor. Let's be very clear about that. The armed forces you know, offered many different options to the Prime Minister, to the National Security Advisor, the leadership, and after a series of meetings that actually happened. Right now, as we report on this unfolding story, it is quite certain that there are active war rooms in different locations. We will not speculate on who will be in those war rooms, but operational details not reported on NDTV, but in these war rooms, our military commanders, including possibly our chiefs, have a live and real-time view of this unfolding military picture that's taking place in the air, on the ground, and at sea. Another piece of breaking information I'm going to bring in before I put it into our system, Maria, is that extensive damage has been reported on the Pakistan side. My army sources are telling us that extensive damage to Pakistan army posts and infrastructure on the Pakistan side of Rajouri, Poonch, as well as Kupwara. These two sectors, possible casualties, but huge damage confirmed to Pakistan army posts in both these areas. We'll be getting images of that shortly.
Yes, now Tara Karta, who's been tracking these developments very closely. Thanks very much, ma'am, for being with us. Shiv, we'll come back to you in just a moment from now. I think the bigger message over here that India's willingness to strike targets deep inside Pakistan in the most substantive strikes that we have ever done, and to my understanding, the deepest strikes that we have ever done since the 1971 war is what this is all about. You know, your thoughts at the larger picture at this stage.
See, the larger picture is what is your objective? Your immediate objective, as Shiv Arur said, while freedom is given to the armed forces, a definite, a directive would have been punish Pakistan. Punish Pakistan to what extent? That would have been the important parameter. In this, what we've done is you've hit terror camps. Now, I'm assuming Pakistan has already hit, I'm not going to confirm any of those hits, but if they did, what do they hit? There are no terror camps here. So if they hit us, that is an act, it's totally an act of war. For us, it's an act of self-defense. But let's come to objectives. Once you've done this, the PM has said we will extract a terrible price from them. And in this extent, we've done that. The public, which has been demanding action, that has been delivered. We had no choice but to deliver that. Now, I think it's time to boil this down rather than let it escalate. That is where the extent of diplomacy and your own political, positioning comes in. And that is for somebody at the top to say, we have punished the terrorists. Since Pakistan is continuously under terrorism, as it says, it has the option of cooperating with us. You know, you say your FOCOM in Pakistan says this ad nauseum, that we are the biggest victims of terrorism. Well, we've destroyed the terror camps for you. How about joining in? And that we will now stand on, we've sent a message, we are done. So that there is no other escalation beyond this. I think that would be the direction to go. But
so let's actually see what happens, Dr. Karta. The reason I say so is because in our press statement earlier on in the morning, that was mentioned that the targets which were picked were non-escalatory. So that was meant to send a message out to Pakistan. Will they accept that message? Are they going to do more? Is India going to strike back more? It's all open.
Yes.
But I think it is important. to mention that, and there's a little bit more detail, and I think Shiv also has some more on this, on the areas where India in artillery shelling has struck back at Pakistan. With our sources, and we broke this news on NDTV some time back, that there were major hits on Pakistan. They have sustained casualties. So Shiv, by way of information, what are some of the areas where we've seen extensive artillery shelling?
The areas where the heaviest shelling is taking place right now, and this is out from the army, is basically Rajouri, Poonch, Bhimbar Gali sector, the Krishna Ghati sector, which is near Poonch, as well as Kupwara. So basically north and south of the Pir Panjal mountains, which separate the Kashmir Valley from Jammu, is where this firing is taking place. You know, when I had traveled to both the line of control in Uri as well as Kupwara, it was very clear that the army had expected an artillery escalation of this kind at a moment's notice, and that's precisely what has happened. The artillery guns from the Pakistani side opened fire barely half an hour after the missiles hit. So they were primed and ready for this escalation. The only difference, Vishnu, is that the Pakistan side is deliberately targeting civilian areas on the Indian side. They're obviously also targeting, the forward army posts. But the Indian artillery counter-fire into the Pakistan side of POK has damaged a huge swath of Pakistan army posts, is what we're told. We're expecting imagery to come in quite quickly. And this includes multiple Pakistan army casualties reportedly in both the Rajouri Poonch sectors as well as Kupwara. So the bloodletting has begun on the line of control as well. The Indian Army's already confirmed civilian casualties in Rajouri Poonch sector. I'm hearing of civilian damage in the Tangdhar sector of North Kashmir, where I was 4 days ago. And now on the Pakistan side, we can confirm that there are multiple casualties. We don't have a number, but we will have images and data very soon.
Tara Karta continues to be with us. I'm looking at the statement which came in from the Indian Army early morning around 2 a.m., where they were talking about this strike which has been carried out by India at 1:44. Tara Karta, it says very clearly that India has demonstrated considerable restraint in the selection of targets and method of execution. And then when India informed its allies, it went on to say that none of these are military, economic or civilian installations. They are known terror hotbeds. They are known terror, terror targets. So India is trying to create, certainly send that message to the world community that when it is about this precision with which it has been carried out, it is only the terror backbone inside Pakistan and also operating in POK.
See, there's no harm in sort of saying now that these exercises have all been planned and pre-planned and exercised and gone through several times in the past. Like you've looked at exactly what you can do, targets were identified. So we had all that. One, this fact that it's non-escalatory and you have a right of defense against terrorism. That is a UN mandated right in terms of attack. So that is one. We have not attacked any civilian targets, though I'm not sure what happened. The Pakistanis, I think, have confirmed the attack against the JEM headquarters in Bahawalpur. That is there. What has happened there, we don't know. But what I'm trying to say is that if a high enough official says, we are now standing down, we are done. Now it's up to Pakistan whether they want to escalate or not. That message has to be from the highest levels. And because your objective, unlike in Ukraine elsewhere, is to say objective done, we are stopped. I mean, it's far more difficult, 100 times more difficult to stop a war rather than to start it. And that is where I think we need to focus now in getting our diplomacy, everything together. And like I said, other actions which we could consider in coercing them to stop right now and say, look, we are ready now to cooperate with you in ending terrorism in the subcontinent.
Yes, Shiv Arur continues to be with us. Shiv, while we're looking at almost like a flood of misinformation which is playing out online, on social media, you know, there is that reaction which was expected. It's the fog of war, the times that we are living in. But at the same time, we are seeing a very, very aggressive Indian establishment trying to counter it that there has been, while there is escalation around the LoC and the international border, but as far as where you are in Srinagar, there's no strike as is being, propagated by some of the sites and handles online.
That's for me?
That's for Shiv.
I want to say this, very, very straight, Maria, which is that India is bound by many protocols, even when it comes to the grey areas of information warfare and psychological operations. And India appears to be doing, or at least thinking it's doing the right thing by not putting out any further information at this point of time and only darkening the fog of war that already exists. What this has meant is this huge vacuum of information that has been flooded by Pakistan, with fake news, claims, misinformation, manipulations, doctored images, old images, and that kind of thing. They talked about bombing the Srinagar airbase. I'm very close to the Srinagar airbase. It's definitely not on fire. They talked about artillery rockets hitting, places close to Srinagar. That definitely has not happened. They've talked about aircraft reaching Srinagar. I can confirm that has not just happened. Without making light of what is definitely an escalatory and serious affair, the levels of misinformation coming in from Pakistan are to be seen to be believed. I, of course, personally believe that the Indian Army press conference coming in at 10 a.m. has given the Pakistanis a good 8 hours, to indulge in extensive propaganda and information management to try and own the narrative when they've been struck in a very, very brutal manner. And that is non-ideal from any perspective. But the Indian military should be trusted. They've got their own reasons. Pakistan is already tying itself up in knots. Khwaja Asif, the defense minister of Pakistan, made the extravagant and dubious claim of Indian prisoners of war being taken in the Akhnur sector. And he shamefacedly had to admit on Pakistan media a couple of hours ago that he was wrong, and he's retracted that statement, and he tried to cover it up by saying that no, what he meant was that the army posts on the Indian side have been abandoned. Not true at all, like we've been reporting. It's just the opposite. So in fact, we will be looking at that very carefully.
In fact, very interestingly, right now, Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, has put out a tweet where he has said, of course, putting out an image of Operation Sindoor, saying that the world must show zero tolerance for terrorism. So essentially, walk the talk. You have spoken about zero tolerance on terrorism. Time for you to show and stand with India when it has carried out this anti-terror operation here. First reaction, and an important one after what was put out by Rajnath Singh.
No, it is very important, and he's posted that image of Operation Sindoor as well.
Yes.
I think it is important to reflect on what Tara Karta had to say a little while back. And the point that she was mentioning is that, look, do we necessarily need to escalate from here onwards? If you look at the original press statement which India released in the early hours of the morning, the message was that, these targets have been picked very specifically, are non-escalatory, these are not military targets, etc., etc. This is very important because it was meant to send a message to Pakistan that, look, we've done this with a very deliberate purpose, and that do we necessarily want to expand the scope of this conflict? Now, what has taken place since then is that Pakistan has opened up with artillery. We have responded. We have inflicted a lot of pain on Pakistan in taking out their targets. There have been Indian civilians who've also been sadly killed in the exchanges which have taken place. There are reports, unconfirmed at this stage, of intense Air Force activity as well. Whether fighter jets were downed or not, these are details which we don't entirely have at this juncture. We'll find out later on. But the broader message over here, as we've been saying for how many hours now? 7 hours or so, right? 7 hours non-stop on NDTV, is that this is a huge message to Pakistan. You hit us with terror, we hit you with missiles. That's what has taken place.
And as Prime Minister said, we'll identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. These are backers, the perpetrators of this heinous attack which happened on Indian soil on 22nd. Now Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, putting out a tweet and saying, must show zero tolerance to terror is what his message to the international community is. Remember, within hours, within minutes, I would say, of India striking at 9 terror camps in Pakistan, there was a talk that happened between National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and his counterpart in US. He also briefed, in fact, India went on to brief its allies in US, UK, Saudi Arabia and other countries, telling them clearly, and Russia, as to what has happened, what are the details of Operation Sindoor. Lots of reactions coming in, but at this moment, let's not forget, it's about those 26 families, 25 grieving widows, and 3 of them, in fact, were honeymooning with their husbands in those beautiful valley, in that beautiful valley of Pahalgam. Let's listen into their reactions. Our heart still goes out with them.
हम सब इस पल की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे थे और जो भी सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है वो योग्य लिया है और हमारी बस यही इच्छा है कि अभी जो भी ये संगठन है या ये जो ग्रुप्स है जो आतंकवादी हमले कर रहे हैं इनको पूरी तरीके से निकाल के मतलब ढूंढ के मार देना चाहिए और ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए.
जे हे नाव दिले त्याच्यासाठी मी त्यांचे आभार मानेल कारण त्यांच्या सगळ्या लेकींचं सिंदूर त्या दहशतवाद्यांनी मिटवून टाकलं ना आणि आज त्यांनी तेच नाव दिलं. मला ते नाव वाचल्यानंतर अतिशय डोळ्यात पाणी आलं की त्यांना जाणीव आहे आमची.
उनसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है. मैं बहुत छोटी हूँ, उन्हें कुछ भी कहने या नहीं कहने वाली, लेकिन हाँ जिस तरीके से हमारे पूरे परिवार को उन पे विश्वास था उन्होंने उसी तरीके से जवाब देके हमारे विश्वास को कायम रखा है. एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल.
All right, well, that emotional response from the family members who've lost so much, it just reminds us of what these terror attacks were all about. It was a strike at the heart of India. It was a strike on families. It was a strike on people who were tourists who had nothing to lose except they wanted to travel to Kashmir, a part of our country, to enjoy themselves. And look what has happened now. India and Pakistan involved in intense military duels right now after India responded to the Pahalgam terror attack by hitting Pakistan with a volley of missiles in an operation conducted by the Air Force and the Army, possibly the Navy as well. We are waiting for more details on that. The deepest strikes from India to Pakistan, 150 kilometers in one place since the 1971 war. We've not seen this during Balakot. We've not seen this since the 1971 war. Multiple areas, 9 targets, all taken out.
Yes, and it's coming on a day that India was carrying out drills, will be carrying out drills as well, the first since 1971. It becomes important because particularly in the wake of what has happened around 140 is what we are being told. Of course, details will emerge when the Indian Army will hold that press conference at 10 a.m. at the National Media Center here in the national capital. Shiv Arur continues to be with us. Countries are backing India. A lot of reactions coming in. And we are also seeing now Turkey come out in support after
Pakistan.
India, in fact, back Pakistan now, as expected. That's not much of a surprise here. But Shiv, let's look at the fact here of what should we expect at 10 a.m. Are we expecting a press conference only by the Indian Army? Because now it's happening at the National Media Center and we have seen the significance of this place. Should we expect other services and their representation as well?
I sincerely hope so, Maria. At this point of time, the military is being very tight-lipped as to what the composition of that press conference is likely to be. Remember, after the after the surgical strikes happened in 2016, it was the Director General then of Military Operations, Lieutenant General Ranbir Singh, who had held the press conference at that time. He went on to become the Northern Commander of the Indian Army. After Balakot, there was no press conference, though Air Chief Marshal B.S. Dhanoa, who was the Air Chief at that time, did talk to the press, and then it was left to the Indian Air Force, to hold a press conference. It became a big mess. This time, I'm wondering what it's likely to be. Is it going to be the Indian Army once again that conducts the press conference? Is it going to be tri-service? It is not clear just yet. But apart from who's going to address the press conference, the more important aspect is what the format is going to be.
Exactly.
Our colleague Rajiv Ranjan has reported that it is likely to be just a statement being read out with some scant details of this operation, with no Q&A and no follow-up questions from the media. I hope that is not the case, because right now, as we've been discussing since 2 a.m., There are a multiplicity of questions. There's a great deal of misinformation that's being put out that is growing roots because, there are no factual rebuttals taking place. We're holding on to a lot of unverified information regarding of fighter aircrafts being shot down, etc. Because we've decided to only go with authentic information from our forces, not because we're timid about reporting military aircraft losses which are factored into escalations of this kind in any military confrontation. So it's nothing to be embarrassed about in that sense. But given the number of loose ends, missing pieces, fog of war, disinformation, fake news, social media narrative and propaganda, I am hoping this is going to be a substantive press conference because that is the order of the day, and that will also signal that real lessons have been learned after 2019, when it must be admitted that India just allowed Pakistan to walk away with information warfare narrative and psychological operations.
No, that's very important. There's also another strand of information coming in, something which we perhaps would have expected. The Turkish foreign minister reacting in solidarity with Pakistan. Now, Turkey has been arming Pakistan as well. Relations between India and Turkey have been fairly troubled in recent times. But the fact that you've got Turkey, their foreign minister, saying that Turkey stands in solidarity with Pakistan against India's unprovoked aggression, violating Pakistan's sovereignty and killing innocent civilians, is an indicator of how this relationship between India and Turkey needs to be looked at very, very closely indeed. Why does Turkey, a major nation, a major European nation, find it so difficult to accept that terror resides in Pakistan? That has always been the case. There is overwhelming evidence which has always been there. They continue to back Pakistan, which is a state sponsor of terrorism, as we have seen time and time again. But on the other hand, and near Turkey, Israel, which has come out in firm support for India, with their foreign minister saying that Israel supports India's right for self-defense. Terrorists should know that there is no place to hide from their heinous crimes against the innocent. So several other reactions will also be coming in. But for the moment, let's quickly move on to the headlines at this hour.
India's resounding response to Pahalgam. India strikes back with Operation Sindoor. Sources say this is just the phase 1 of Operation Sindoor. More strikes likely at the nerve center of Pakistan terror factory. India's message is loud and clear. In fact, details are coming in that the 9 targets which have been chosen by India, 4 are inside Pakistan, 5 in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Sources say casualties are there in Pakistani army. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar tweets, must show zero tolerance to terror. Operation Sindoor, what we know of this strike, it is right inside Pakistan, 150 kilometers inside Pakistan. Prime Minister Modi monitored the operation through the night.
Sophisticated weaponry used by the Indian forces to strike at the heart of the terror factory in Pakistan.
It's cornered. Pakistan resorts to arbitrary firing along the line of actual control and along the LoC and international border.
India avenges Pahalgam terror attack. Families of those who lost their loved ones with the forces thank the Indian Armed Forces.
World stands with India. India briefs allies, United States, United Kingdom and Russia. US says will continue to engage both with India and Pakistan. Good morning, viewers. For all of you who are joining us at this moment, India has avenged Pahalgam. All those who lost their lives, the grieving families, have come out in support and have actually said that what has happened at 1:44 a.m. this morning is what they were expecting and nothing less. India has actually struck at 9 terror hotbeds in Pakistan, going deep inside Pakistan. In fact, there are 4 points inside Pakistan, going to the extent of going inside with 150 kilometers.
Terror headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed have been hit in this precision strike, which all the 3 forces of the Indian Army, Navy and the Air Force have conducted together. 26 innocent, those who died in Pahalgam, their deaths have been avenged. A strong and loud message has been sent to Pakistan. Let's get you more details at this moment, because remember, ladies and gentlemen, after India, in fact, has now conducted these strikes, very categorically it has been said, none of the Pakistani army installations, economic installations or the civilian installations have been targeted in these strikes. It is only the terror and their launch pads, headquarters, which have been, in fact, hit by the Indian precision strike. Pakistan has now lit up the line of control and the border, international border along Jammu and Kashmir. India is retaliating in equal and more measure. Casualties of the Pakistani army have been reported.
In 2 hours from now, the Indian Army will be holding a press conference. At 11 a.m. is when the Cabinet Committee on Security Affairs meets. Through the night, Prime Minister has been monitoring Operation Sindoor. Let me bring in Aishwarya Jain, who joins us live from Vijay Chowk. In some time from now, visuals will start also coming in of this very important meeting which will be taking place. Aishwarya, what should we be expecting in the next 1.5 hours?
Well, first the press conference, a joint press conference by the Ministry of Defence and Ministry of External Affairs at the National Media Centre. What we have been told is that a statement will be read by the representatives from the Ministry of Defence regarding Operation Sindoor. It is, of course, post that what we will see is the CCS that will be chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and post that a full-fledged cabinet meeting in which, of course, there would be the government who would be briefing about the entire operation to the cabinet colleagues as well, and what decisions perhaps the government of India takes now to combat the reaction of the Pakistani side, and how the India's response would be. But very important to note over here is government of India, ticking each and every box possible, and all of those smaller meetings that led to the bigger action that India had done, all were in alignment. And of course, now what we are hearing is from different political parties as well. The statements have coming in. All are unitedly supporting the government and certainly backing our Indian armed forces. And that's where we have been also told that the government might call the all-party meeting later today or tomorrow to brief the political parties as well. So certainly it is a joint plan of action that we can see perhaps in next 2 or 3 days in terms of what government's internal action would be. But certainly all eyes would be at 10 a.m. when the Ministry of Defence and Ministry of External Affairs would be conducting that press conference.
Yes, so India has executed Operation Sindoor, which is a calibrated military response to the Pahalgam terror attack, in which terror hubs in Pakistan, including Mudrike and Bahawalpur, have been targeted. I can see Sunil Prabhu, who continues to be with us. Sunil has been reporting since 2 a.m. from right outside Rajnath Singh's residence. Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, Sunil, in fact, within minutes of the detailed press release which was put out by the Ministry of Defence, said, Jai Hind ki Sena. That was a message that how India has achieved what Rajnath Singh also, the defense minister, had spoken about just 24 hours back, that whatever Indians are expecting, that sentiment is going to be reflected in India's action.
That's right, Maria. And in fact, Jai Hind has a very, very important significance, because if you speak to any army officer or anybody from the armed forces, they always say Jai Hind first. And that's important. And when you say Operation Sindoor, you know, the mark it signifies a lot with the red, vermilion it makes. That very, very important distinction that India is avenging what has happened to innocent people who lost their lives. They had no relation to terror or to the incidents that had happened, and Pakistan-sponsored terrorism has and made them a victim. It's been a horrific few days and weeks for them, and many of those families will be happy that there has been some kind of avenging for what has been a very, very unfortunate incident in Pahalgam. So it's in that backdrop that India has struck at 9 places in a calibrated manner, non-military as it says, at the root of terror, people who have been responsible for Pak-sponsored terrorism on our borders, be it the Jaish-e-Mohammed, be it the Lashkar-e-Taiba. And we are told at 10 o'clock there will be the Ministry of External Affairs, there will be the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry the Armed Forces, in the sense the Army Chief as well as the Indian Air Force will be present at the briefing. There will be a statement. We'll wait and see how things play out, but definitely these are very, very tense moments, because we'll now have to see what does our neighbor on the other side decide to do, whether they will respond or not. And those are, extremely important steps, and what is the response that we do in this backdrop. So it's a critical state of a thing, but at this, it's tense moments, but we'll wait and see, Maria.
Absolutely, because where it goes from here, it all depends on Pakistan, because India has demonstrated its capacity. We have only hit the terror targets, nothing else, but there is a lot of significance in what and the areas which have been targeted. Let me go across to Vishnu Shom, our colleague, just to give you a sense of how important and significant are these strikes.
All right, well, let's just bring you a map, give you a full idea of where it's taken place. What makes it particularly significant is that none of these were shallow strikes, which is what took place in 2016 during the surgical strikes. 2019 was somewhat deeper, but Bahawalpur doesn't lie west of Jammu and Kashmir. It lies west of Rajasthan and Punjab, approximately 150 kilometers from the international border. 150 kilometers from the international border means that the strike which took place over here in Bahawalpur is the deepest strike that has taken place by India on a target in Pakistan since the 1971 war. If we move further north, there have been strikes which have taken place along the line of control and the international border as well. These are some of the major areas. There have been others as well where strikes have taken place. In the Muridke area, there's been another major terror camp which has been targeted. That lies 30 kilometers, or lay 30 kilometers inside Pakistan. In the Sawai camp, again 30 kilometers inside Pakistan. Gulpur, another area which is struck. There have been other areas as well, but these are some of the main ones where India has gone in. The point being that from approximately 25 to 35 kilometers in the line of control and the international border area of Jammu and Kashmir to 150 kilometers opposite Rajasthan and Punjab, these strikes have gone in using long-range weaponry. As a result of this, this entire area, all across, going all the way north along the line of control and the international border, that has been active. It has been active as a result of very heavy shelling which has taken place from Pakistan. India has responded. We have inflicted significant casualties all across the line of control. This, of course, is the boundary as we claim it, the line of control a little bit inside, and that is where we have actually hit Pakistan very hard. Our sources confirming that there have been casualties on the Pakistani side as well. Let's move on now to the next page, give you a few more details of what exactly the situation is. So do we have any more graphics that we can bring up for our viewers? Right, so this is important. Again, this is Bahawalpur, what I was talking about, 150 kilometers west of Punjab, Rajasthan. It is the terror group Jaish-e-Mohammed's headquarters. The headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed has been blown up. That's the significance of this particular target. It is absolutely critical. After so many decades of terrorism, India has destroyed the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Bahawalpur was a planning hub for several major terrorist attacks which took place. There are other important points which are also there. Let's focus a little bit now on Muridke. I was talking about Bahawalpur earlier on. Let's talk about Muridke. This is the major base of the Lashkar-e-Taiba that has been taken out and destroyed. These were very precision-guided weaponry. We use scalp missiles, long-range cruise missiles, hammer missiles as well. Muridke, why is that important? Because the 2611 Mumbai attackers had trained over here, right over here, 30 kilometers inside Pakistan. That camp is gone. Let's focus on Gulpur. Gulpur is over here, a little bit to the north, along what appears to be the line of control, right? The LoC, Gulpur, is a launch pad for attacks in the Rajouri and Poonch area in 2023-2024. Savai is over here, or opposite or near Gujranwala in Pakistan. That was an important terrorist area as well. And Kotli, another area, we haven't marked all of them. Sarjal, Barnala, these are all close to the line of control areas where terrorists were trained. We often use the words terror training camp. These weren't just terror training camps or launch pads. This is what the hub of Pakistan's terror network. Many of those, including the main camp of the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, has been blown up.
Yes, let's now look at this video which has been put out by MyGov, which is the official handle of the Government of India, and then I'll go to the reporters.
So this has been put out by the official handles of the Government of India. The significance, ladies and gentlemen, of this, that the message which was in fact which the Prime Minister wanted to give as he spoke right after the Pahalgam attack, that message has been delivered loud, very loud in fact, in Pakistan, and clear across, not just in Pakistan but across the globe as well, that India will not take these terror attacks lying down. Now, remember, these are very, very significant action that has been taken place, like Vishnu was also explaining just a moment back, inside Pakistani territory in mainland Pakistan, possibly for the first time since the 1971 war, that an operation of this nature has taken place in POK, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as well. But right at the head, where you see the big bad boys of terror, the Pakistan's main export to the world, where they sit in their headquarters, even the message has been sent that they are not safe even if they sit deep in Pakistani territory. Nazir, Masoodi, Aishwarya, my colleagues are with us. Nazir, very quickly coming to you at this moment, heightened sense of security in Srinagar. Now, of course, the city would have woken up to what has been happening. It has been an uneasy night with the kind of air activity that we have seen over Srinagar. What's happening at this moment in Srinagar?
Well, when the schools around Srinagar airport have been closed, as we have reported earlier, schools in all the border districts across Jammu and Kashmir have been closed, which include Jammu, Kutwa, Samba, Poonch, Rajouri, Kupara, Baramulla, and Gurez as well. So it's a tense situation. There's multiple things which have been happening on the ground. Border areas have borne the brunt of Pakistani shelling, and even the marketplace like Tangdar have been ravaged by this heavy artillery shelling from Pakistan. 3 civilians have been killed, over a dozen have been injured. Condition of some of the injured is stated to be critical. It is very, very tense and difficult situation for the people living in the borders. Many have lost their homes and the business centers as well. In Pulwama, when fighter jet appears to have crashed during the night, and Air Force officials and the police is on the spot right now to clear the wreckage. So that's unclear what exactly has happened, but there have been several instances during the night. It was really night of confusion. There was massive air activity going on. But important thing this time is, unlike 2016 and 2019, when Pakistan was in denial mode, whether it was surgical strikes after Uri terror attack or it was the Balakot strikes after Pulwama suicide attack, both the times Pakistan was in a denial that nothing has happened, no damage has been caused. This time they are saying there have been 8 casualties, even as they claim all of them are civilian, mostly men and children. But the fact is, these places which have been targeted have been known as the terror headquarters, like the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur, Burdiki, this Lashkar-e-Taiba, or Markaz-e-Dawat Rashad, which was originally its name, and the Hizbul Mujahideen headquarters in Muzaffarabad and Kotli. All these places have been targeted during the by India, and clearly this time BVR technology has been used, which is beyond visual range. Technology has been used. You need not necessarily go inside and hit them, like it happened when Abhinandan had to eject from his fighter jet, and then he was captured for some days there, and eventually Pakistan was forced to release him and he moved back to India. But this time, BVR technology was used to hit all the terror targets in Pakistan. 9 sites have been, this targeted, and it has caused substantial damage also to Pakistani military installations across the line of control, as India has hit back very, very severely with artillery guns.
Yes, and the name of this entire operation, Operation Sindoor, cannot be missed either. It is that vermilion, that's what it stands for, Sindoor. It's symbolic of married women, worn by married women in India. And among those, remember on 22nd what played out? The men were separated from their spouses, their families, and they were shot dead. And among them was Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, a naval officer who was on honeymoon with his wife Himanshi Narwal. They had been married just 4 days ago. His wife has spoken out after this Operation Sindoor. Let's listen in.
ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है कि जो उन्होंने मोदी साहब ने बदला लिया है, और मैं उनके साथ हूँ, जनता उनके साथ है और हमारा सारा परिवार उनके साथ है।
सेना के जवानों को मैसेज देना चाहेंगे आगे भी वो लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं?
मैं सेना के जवानों को यही मैसेज देना चाहती हूँ कि आगे बढ़ते रहो और ऐसे ही बदला लेते रहो कि ऐसी कोई घटना दोबारा न घटे। उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना ऐसे ही देना चाहिए।
लेकिन अब लगता है कि जो आपके अंदर आक्रोश था, जिस तरह से सब हुआ पहलगाम के अंदर, अब जब बदला लिया है तो अब क्या कहना चाहेंगे कि बाकी आक्रोश पूरा हुआ जो आपके मन में चल रहा था?
हाँ जी, मैं बहुत खुश हूँ उसके लिए, बहुत ज़्यादा ही खुश हूँ। और आगे मेरे हस्बैंड ही बोलेंगे।
श्रद्धांजलि मिली आपको लगता है उन तमाम लोगों को जिनकी जान गई पहलगाम में? सभी लोग?
हाँ जी, उन सभी को श्रद्धांजलि मिली है कि भाई उनकी जान जायज रही है, वो जो शहीद हुए हैं उनको न्याय मिला है।
ऑपरेशन
हम सब इस पल की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे थे, और जो भी सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है वो योग्य लिया है। और हमारी बस यही इच्छा है कि अभी जो भी ये संगठन है या ये जो ग्रुप्स है जो आतंकवादी हमले कर रहे हैं, इनको पूरी तरीके से निकाल के मतलब ढूंढ के मार देना चाहिए और ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए।
जे हे नाव दिलंय त्याच्यासाठी मी त्यांचे आभार मानेल, कारण त्यांच्या सगळ्या लेकींचं सिंदूर त्या दहशतवाद्यांनी मिटवून टाकलेलं, आणि आज त्यांनी तेच नाव दिलं। मला ते नाव वाचल्यानंतर अतिशय डोळ्यात पाणी आलं की त्यांना जाणीव आहे आमची।
उनसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है। मैं बहुत छोटी हूँ, उन्हें कुछ भी कहने या नहीं कहने वाली, लेकिन हाँ, जिस तरीके से हमारे पूरे परिवार को उन पे विश्वास था, उन्होंने उसी तरीके से जवाब देके हमारे विश्वास को कायम रखा है। एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल।
हमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में न्यूज़ चैनल से, मतलब हमारे परिवार वालों के कॉल आए हमें, और तब पता चला कि भारत ने जो पहलगाम में हमला हुआ था उसके ऊपर आज उन्होंने रिएक्शन, मतलब उनको उत्तर दिया है इसके बदले में एयर स्ट्राइक करके। पहले तो मिशन का नाम सुन के हम लोगों को बहुत, मतलब मैं तो बहुत रो रही थी सुन के।
सिर्फ इतना बताना चाहूँगा कि मेरे पिताजी को और मेरे दोनों मामा को और जितने भी 28 लोग हैं उनको शांति मिली होगी ये देख के। और मेरा सिर्फ इतना कहना है कि ये सिर्फ एक अटैक नहीं होना चाहिए, जितने भी है सबको नेस्तनाबूद कर देना चाहिए।
All right, so just in a couple of hours from now, an hour and a half is when that important press conference will take place. I think just to contextualize what has taken place, we've shared the details with you. We will continue to do that. There have been about 9 terror camps in Pakistan, some very deep inside Pakistani territory, which have been struck. The Army and the Air Force struck, possible involvement of the Navy as well. But where does this now go? The situation is very fluid, it's unclear, it's very, very tense. The line of control in the international border have entirely opened up. Very intense artillery duels taking place. India has inflicted damage significant, including casualties on the Pakistani side along the international border and the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir, and counter artillery shelling. But the question that needs to be asked is, what happens next? Are we done? Is it over? Is India going to look to go in with more strikes, or does this end over here? Does Pakistan accept this? There have likely been Air Force activity and Air Force operations as well, which have taken place. There are reports of fighter aircraft which may have gone down. We are waiting for more confirmation on that. 10 o'clock is going to be crucial. What happens next? Is Pakistan, has this conflict, have the military strikes been right-sized to this level, or is there a potential of expansion? I think this is the key question, because if there is a potential of expansion, it means that we are one big step closer to war between India and Pakistan, two nuclear-armed neighbors. That is something which we clearly don't want at this time.
Two very quick details which are coming in at this moment. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has also reacted to this operation and has put out an X, proud of our armed forces. Jai Hind is what Rahul Gandhi has said. One very quick thing, Vishnu, and if you can come in quickly on that as well. We have been speaking about what has been happening and how this has taken place, but also the fact of how Pakistan has used, and this is not the first time, misinformation, propaganda, to try and push some sort of a narrative as far as these strikes are concerned. One example, their defense minister first saying that they have captured some Indian soldiers, then denying it themselves, issuing a clarification. There is a lot of misinformation also coming in from the Pakistani side about, targeting Indian posts as well.
There's a huge amount of misinformation which has come out. And let me spell out what those are, because this is confirmed that this is misinformation. Number one, 15 locations hit inside India by missiles as a retaliatory strike by Pakistan. Fake news. Srinagar Air Force Base struck by the Pakistan Air Force. Fake news. A brigade headquarters of the Indian Army destroyed. Again, fake news. That said, it is very important for this chasm which has been created by way of lack of information on our side to be filled. Yes, it's 1.5 hours since the situation or left for the press conference to take place. But in the meantime, it is important for more information to come our way as well. But just in terms of a little bit more confirmed information, just one or two small press releases did come. Pakistan resorted to arbitrary firing, including artillery shelling from posts across the line of control and the international border. 3 innocent civilians have lost their lives. In subsequent information, which was shared to us by defense sources, India has retaliated heavily to that, and my sense is that that may not have ended immediately.
Okay, we have our reporters also joining us at this hour. Vasudha Venugopal is joining us from outside the Prime Minister's residence, which is 7 LKM. Aishwarya continues to report from Vijay Chowk, very close to South Block, where some meetings will be happening any moment now. Vasudha, coming to you. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been monitoring the entire Operation Sindoor through the night. He continues to monitor even as we speak. 11 a.m. is when he will be chairing the CCS, the crucial meeting. But the message has been, and it has been happening since 22nd, when he was in Saudi Arabia. He flew down, cut short that trip in Saudi and came to India. And then the message came from him on 24th in Kishanganj, where he said that India will respond and it will be tracking, tracing and punishing them till the end of the earth.
Absolutely, Maria. You know that when we've been talking to government sources in the last few days, they've been very clear that India is looking at being ruthless diplomatically but restrained militarily, and that's exactly what has happened. The Prime Minister has displayed a lot of political will in showing that he is capable of taking this message through. 14 days after that brutal attack in Pahalgam, these precision strikes have taken place, and all of these are either in Pakistan-occupied J&K, or they are in, of course, Punjab. Bahawalpur is a key epicenter, and that's one place where we have seen a lot of terrorists coming from 26/11 to even all the terror incidents that have taken place even in the past terrorists have come from there. So military bases have not been attacked, but it's the terrorist bases which have been attacked. And India has also said in its official statement that these strikes have been non-escalatory in nature. They've been restrained. There's been a lot of thought that has been put into it. And like you rightly said, the first CCS after this precision strike will take place today. The cabinet meeting is also expected to take place in a few hours from now, and we will get to know how India is monitoring this whole situation. Remember that Pakistan is also likely to retaliate. India is prepared for this. That's what our sources have been telling us, that India is prepared for more targets in case of a counter-attack from Pakistan. This is a counter-terrorism operation that's launched by India. It's a precision strike, so clearly very different from an all-out war. India doesn't clearly want to scale up this operation to an extent that it goes beyond its strategic intent. It wants to send out a message and wants to say that it has the political will to take care of its citizens. The mock drills or the civil defense exercises are about to begin in this country in a few hours from now. So clearly there are two operations happening here. One, of course, sending out the right kind of message to Pakistan, holding it accountable for the kind of cross-border terrorism, and also ensuring that our own citizens are safe in this country and prepared for whatever threats or attacks that's likely to come.
Yes, we have Aishwarya Jain, who continues to be with us as well. Aishwarya, two messaging put out by two ministers. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh tweets at 2 a.m. and he says, Jai Hind. And the second message has come from Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, just a few minutes ago, where he says that the world must show zero tolerance for terrorism. The messaging from India is that all those nations who have been briefed, because within hours of 22nd, when that dastardly attack, India did brief envoys of 30 nations. So they have constantly been kept in loop as far as what has happened on 22nd and what India did just a few hours ago.
Well, since the Pahalgam terror attack, I've been tracking all of these meetings that were taking place in the national capital, be it on the front of Ministry of External Affairs. We saw those envoys and counterparts of the Indian government been called in at the Ministry of External Affairs here at the Raisina Hills. They were briefed about the situation by the senior officials of the MEA. On the other side, it was the Ministry of Home Affairs who were doing their own job as far as implementation of the guidelines that were given, the directions that were issued after the CCPA that was chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There were diplomatic actions and the ministries were up and they were doing their work. But Ministry of Defense, that was one ministry who was constantly, briefing the Prime Minister. Remember that important meeting that Prime Minister chaired along with Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, NSA, Ajit Doval, alongside with the CDS and 3 service chiefs, in which the message from Prime Minister came out that he believes in full professional capabilities of Indian Armed Forces and he have given free hand to Indian Armed Forces. They can choose their time, place and action, and that's what happened after 14 days. Let me quickly show you these visuals from the Ministry of Defense South Block over here as far as the developments are concerned, because since morning we've been told that the senior officials are here at the Ministry of Defense and they are closely monitoring the situation, what's happening at the international border or along with the line of control. There was a briefing that was given to Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. All the 3 service chiefs had briefed Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, and it was, of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi who was, monitoring very closely the entire situation throughout the night, and the message came from the Prime Minister's office that it is a successful Operation Sindoor. All 9 targets were successfully achieved by our Indian armed forces. A clear-cut message. But as we are speaking about these smaller meetings, all were in alignment to the bigger action as it unfolded. The government of India had ticked every box, be it on the political front, on the government front, or be it on the diplomatic front. The government was engaged with all the political parties, and therefore the reason perhaps now what we are witnessing is series of statements from all the opposition parties backing our forces, backing the government, and stating that they are fully supporting the government in an action that they have taken against the perpetrators of terrorism.
In 1.5 hours from now is when the press conference will be held, and that's where Sunil Prabhu is, inside the National Media Center, where the army will be briefing the press as to what really happened. Details of Operation Sindoor will be coming out. Sunil, my question is, because this was a tri-service operation, Are we expecting just one press conference, or will others, what will be the nature of this, in terms of composition? Are you expecting an army representation also from the Air Force and the Indian Navy?
Well, you're very right, a very important question. And I'll just show you those visuals, of the seating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And, you can see the army personnel have already come here to, put the names of the boards of the people who are going to be taking part in this briefing. They will be led by a Major General, a Brigadier. There will be a Colonel also. And as you rightly pointed out, there will be somebody from the Indian Air Force who will be present. We are also told the MEA spokesperson will be there to be part of this entire, so that India speaks in one voice to the world and sends a very correct message about what exactly is happening, Maria. And, these are statements which will be extremely carefully watched. Because it's an important step, and the strikes that have taken place are in retaliation to what happened in Pahalgam, where we lost so many lives, innocent lives, who had no, were not involved in any military or any other, operation. They were innocent civilians enjoying themselves with their family when terrorists struck, and the terrorists came from across the border.
We've also got General Satish Dua who joins us. General Dua, let me come to you first. The larger message which India has sent, perhaps the deepest strikes inside Pakistan since the 1971 war, not just 1 or 2 strikes, but approximately 9. What is the bigger message here?
I think, Vishnu, the bigger message here is, let me begin from the beginning, that when we had a surgical strike after Uri in 2016, it was shallow raids at the terror launch pads and training camps across the LoC. When Pulwama happened, it was a precision airstrike deep inside Pakistan. But this time round, since they have raised the ante and they have actually killed civilian tourists with a very different aim. Now, that being said, this time the Prime Minister, the Defense Minister, the country announced that we are going to do something like this. We have already taken the other measures. We'll not discuss about Indus Water Treaty, about diplomatic measures, economic measures, etc. So with this strike, early hours of this morning, we have struck at 9 locations. As the Prime Minister said, we will not only hit the terrorists, but also the terror ecosystem across the border. And that is precisely what we've done. There are 2 things in this. Before I come to the message, I think striking at the headquarters of LET, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, this is the kind of strike at the ecosystem. And for the first time, it is not only deep inside Pakistan, 4 locations in Punjab have been struck. Now, Punjab, everyone knows, is the heartland of Pakistan. And this time round, Muridke is 30 kilometers from Lahore. So these are the kind of, this message that goes across now is very clear.
I'm sorry I'm interrupting you here. Just give us a moment, because my colleague Radhika is in Mumbai at this moment, and she's joined by one of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attacks. Their family is with Radhika. This is a significant moment, Radhika, for the people, those who lost their loved ones in that dastardly terror attack.
Absolutely. This was a significant moment as far as families of the victims are concerned. 64-year-old Dilip Desley lost his life when he was on a holiday with his wife, and he was shot dead in front of his wife. This is what happened. He was from Panvel, and I am with his relatives, Dilip Desley's relative, Prajakta, as well as Sanjay. Of course, a retaliatory step has taken place. India has attacked Pakistan in several of the terror infrastructure. Do you see this as a sense of justice for families of those who lost their loved ones?
Honestly, sense of justice, that would be a right answer. A person has already been lost. So only thing is what Honorable Prime Minister has done, a huge respect to him for what he has done today. But I can't say it's injustice for our family.
All right. What do you want to say, sir? Is there some sort of closure for a family member?
I have a strong belief in my government, and I am very happy and proud. But the only thing is that ensure that this is not repeated, because even a small single loss is a big loss for a family. And it is not the one person who is get affected, it is a hell lot of people get affected.
And, how has the family been coping, over the last couple of weeks?
The family is still in trauma because we are still getting a lot of relatives. We are visiting our village hometowns, the rituals and all. So it will take some time to cope up. It is not going to be 100% for sure.
And this morning when you heard the news, what went through your minds? Especially of the wives. I'm sure you're in touch with the wife who saw what had happened.
Yes, but honestly, I have not been in contact with her since morning. But whatever we saw in the morning, as I told you, it was a big relief that some action has been taken by government. But as I told you that whatever is lost, we are not going to get it back.
Absolutely. And how has the family coping, sir, over the last 2 weeks? Because, you've...
It will take time. It will take time. We can't expect her to cope up because it is a huge loss, and I don't think it is going to be 10-15 days.
And so what do you want the country, Prime Minister Modi, and what do you want the centre to understand about the loss? Because a lot has happened over the last few weeks. Multiple retaliatory action has taken place diplomatically. Now, of course, an attack has taken place. So what would you like the centre to understand coming from the victims' families?
No, I think they have understood what we wanted, and they have done exactly what was expected. And this action is definitely going to... what I can say, give them the response that, okay, this country is into retaliatory mode. And apart from that, the other steps that has been taken, which is going to affect them in a big way. So all in all, I think that why the Pakistan is existing here. Is it just for the terrorism or is it something for else? So that is what I believe.
Any other message that you'd like to give? Somebody who suffered this loss?
Somebody has suffered, but the only thing is that it should not be repeated again. It should not absolutely zero tolerance on this. And Jammu Kashmir is our own country, and we should not have a fear to reach out to go over there. So right now the situation is not like that. We are having a fear to go there. So I want that to be changed.
And I think Dilip Desle went there for the first time after his retirement, right?
After our recommendation only. Okay. We only had discussion and we thought that let's go to that place. It is now safe, it is sound, and we can go. So he had been, I think Vaishno Devi we had been. So we thought that let's go step ahead. So, and we paid the price for that.
Right, I'm really sorry about that. There you heard family members of Dilip Desle, how they had planned the trip for 64-year-old Dilip soon after his retirement. This was the first visit, as far as Dilip is concerned, was his first visit to Kashmir, but that didn't turn out well at all. Tragic, certainly, but of course, they're obviously the family members here are relieved that some sort of action has taken place, but they feel more must be done and this cannot be repeated, and that J&K should be a place where every citizen can visit without any fear and with confidence.
All right, Radhika, thanks very much for joining us. So just about 1 hour, 20 minutes from now for that important press conference. What we don't know at this juncture is whether there'll be questions and answers or just a statement. But there are more than 5 people who will be on the dais from the armed forces. So we do believe that there is a good chance of that taking place. In case you've just joined us now, India has conducted the biggest ever attack on Pakistan since the 1971 war, hitting terror camps all across opposite the line of control, the international border, some more than 150 kilometers deep into Pakistan, opposite Rajasthan and Punjab. So that's how far we went. The attacks took place at approximately 1:30 a.m., 1:40 a.m. this morning. There are reports of certain air battles which may have taken place. We are waiting for details of that. But let's just go back to General Yash Moore at this stage. Thanks, General Moore, very much for being with us. The Pakistani response to this has been massive artillery shelling across the line of control and the international border. And this is something we need to talk about as much, that you've got 155mm guns which have opened up on both sides. Our sources telling us that India has inflicted very serious damage on that side. So the LoC is live now. What does that mean?
Yeah, Vishnu, firstly, we must compliment the government of India and the armed forces, the calm, cool, and collected manner in which we have hit Pakistan. I think this is absolutely different. It was shock and awe in the best way possible. We have never seen this. Earlier strikes were shallow. Earlier strikes were different. We used to mobilize in Oprakram. We stayed there, came back. But this time, I think it was, more better calculated, better synergy between the forces and, of course, the nation at large. So, compliments to the forces to have done this. Now, coming to the strike proper and what is going to happen on the LC. See, the philosophy of proactive stance is very clear. We have hit them hard. This was the first phase of the escalatory ladder, if you can say. Now we must hit them harder and continue hitting harder as we go up the chain of the escalatory ladder, because at each stage we must be more proactive, we must be more aggressive, because we have hit all targets which are of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. No military targets have been hit or installations where Pakistan army and all is there. So probably once the retaliation comes back, then we will be having second list, third list, and many other options will be available to the forces. Many other target lists will be there, which will be activated now. So I think this is time to stay strong, stay united, and do not believe in a lot of Pakistani propaganda that would have started or is already started on the social media. Vishnu.
First response, sir, and as expected from Pakistan, of course, they try and push in as much propaganda as they can to try and build some sort of a narrative for them, but very quickly, because we are talking about specifically, in the border areas, heightened sense of alertness of, anticipating any misadventure from Pakistan. My colleague Gurpreet is joining us at this moment from Firozpur, very close to the border between India and Pakistan in Punjab. Gurpreet, if I may come to you, we are seeing how in Jammu and Kashmir schools have been shut. There is heightened sense of security all across the state. What are you witnessing in Firozpur?
Well, yes, of course, we have seen in Punjab border areas, a lot of precautions have already been taken by the local administration. And if we can talk about specifically Firozpur, we have seen all the schools have already been shut down here. Earlier, they have decided to conduct a mock drill here, but now the local and civil administration, they are already in touch with the forces also. They are trying to take a lot of precautions so that they will be able to see and sense the condition which is going on between India and Pakistan at this point of time. We have some of the local people also who have also seen 1971 war. We have seen the people, they are also very aggressive because this is the time to show unity with the nation at this point of time. We will talk to them. तो आपने 1971 की वॉर भी देखी, आज दोबारा देखा है कि जैसे इंडिया ने बड़ा एक्शन किया है स्पेसिफिकली क्योंकि टेररिज्म को अपरूट करने की कोशिश की जा रही है.
बिल्कुल 1971 में लड़ाई देखी है हमने. उस टाइम बहुत ज़्यादा दहशत थी. उस टाइम हरियाणा में रहता था, उसमें सब लोग डरे हुए थे, पता नहीं क्या होगा क्या नहीं होगा. आज भी फिरोजपुर में वही माहौल है. स्कूल सारे बंद कर दिए गए हैं. लोगों में डर है कि आगे क्या होगा. लड़ाई से बहुत ज़्यादा माहौल डरावना हो गया है. हर आदमी डरता है.
आपने भी लगातार देख रहे हैं कि जैसे देश में लगातार टेंशन बढ़ रही है. स्पेसिफिकली हमने देखा कि जो इंडियन गवर्नमेंट है उसका वो है कि जो टेररिज्म है वो ख़त्म करना चाहिए. तो इसको लेके आज जो स्ट्राइक की गई है
बिल्कुल ठीक किया. जो मोदी सरकार ने किया बिल्कुल ठीक किया. ये होना चाहिए. जो खून खराबा हो रहा है इसका जवाब देना ही पड़ेगा. ये जवाब ना दे तो हम कमज़ोर हो जाएंगे. इसका जवाब जो दिया मोदी ने बहुत अच्छा जवाब दिया. आज फिरोजपुर के हालात बहुत माड़े हैं. बिजनेस ठप हो चुका है. फिर भी हम बॉर्डर में बैठे हैं. हम उनके साथ बैठे हुए हैं. जो होगा अच्छा होगा.
तो आप भी इस समय जो सिचुएशन देख रहे हैं इसमें जैसे लगातार देख रहे हैं कि बॉर्डर एरिया फिरोजपुर होने के नाम पे लोगों में भी यहाँ पे आक्रोश है कि जो टेररिज्म की रोज़ एक्टिविटी क्रॉस द बॉर्डर होती है उसको कहीं ना कहीं स्नब किया जाए, ख़त्म किया जाए.
जो फिरोजपुर बॉर्डर पे बैठे हैं ना, हमने तो 65 की लड़ाई पहले देखी, 1965 की, फिर 1971 की लड़ाई देखी. लेकिन जो अब लड़ाई है वो टेररिज्म की है. वो टेररिज्म ज़रूर ख़त्म होना चाहिए. बॉर्डर वालों में बहुत उत्साह है कि ये जो मोदी साहब कर रहे हैं ये बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं और ये ख़त्म होना चाहिए. इसका ख़त्म होने जो कारण है वो सिर्फ यही है
और कोई एक्शन नहीं ले, यही एक्शन जो ले रहे हैं बिल्कुल ठीक है, इसी से वो थोड़ा सा ठल पड़ेगी, वरना तो ये बंद नहीं होगा।
Well, clear word from the people of this border area from Firozpur. They say the way the Indian government has already taken this initiative to uproot terrorism from across the border, they have already appreciated, and they have also shown the solidarity with the nation at this point of time. Though we have seen multiple precautions have already been taken by the local administration, and all the schools have already been shut down here in Firozpur area, and specifically in district Firozpur. Back to studio.
All right. Well, we're just going to come back, and again, a reminder: 1 hour, 10 minutes or so is when that press conference will happen, and there will be word, I'm sure, hopefully clarity on the extent of the air battles which have reportedly been taking place as well. But in as much as we talk about the strikes in Pakistan, and it is so important to reflect that Bahawalpur, Gulpur, Muridke, these are some of the areas where India has really hit Pakistan. The Hizbul Mujahideen camp near Sialkot has been blown up. The Jaish-e-Mohammed's headquarters in Bahawalpur has been destroyed. That our government and our forces would have known that if you hit Pakistan, they will retaliate. There has been retaliation. India has retaliated to that as well. And by that I mean artillery shelling across the line of control in the international border. The details on an air battle having taken place, that's still sketchy at this stage. There is unconfirmed information coming in. We are waiting for that clarity. But until such time as that press conference happens, and we've been asking for several hours now, that clarity has so far not emerged. But these are tense times. There are casualties on both sides. In fact, the government of India has confirmed that at least 3 civilians have been killed on our side. Our defense sources have confirmed that we've hit the Pakistanis very hard on their side of the line of control in artillery shelling. What happens next is the question. Is this going to go up the escalation matrix or not? General Satish Dua with us as well. General Dua, do you believe that there is a real possibility of this becoming more or going up the escalation matrix?
We will talk to them. So,
all right.
We don't have General Dua, but General Moore, would you like to take?
Yes.
Would you like to take that question, General Moore?
Yeah, see, knowing Pakistan and Pakistan military, this is the time for them to, they look for this, anti-India. That is the only glue that sticks Pakistan army with the people of Pakistan. So I'm sure they would be retaliating, probably on targets close to the LC. But for them to find targets not going to be easy. If they hit military targets, then the second phase will hit very harder. Any of their formation headquarters, brigade headquarters, divisional headquarters, ammunition dumps, fuel dumps, all that will also become a target. So let's wait and watch. But at least in the UDA cycle, what we speak of orient, observe, orient, decide and act, we are ahead of them. So they will be reacting. So when an enemy is reacting, you're always ahead of them in the planning process. So I think we should have wargamed all the options that Pakistan could do, the enemy courses of action, and good that we have taken the initiative.
General Moore, while we know about Bahawalpur, Muridke, there are other places also within POK, Savai, for example, Sarjal, Barnala. These are infiltration routes which have been destroyed by India. And Sarjal and Barnala in particular are located close to international border and the line of control, and they are considered as almost like gateway points of infiltration. India has chosen its target carefully, calibrated it, and calculated it. And that's why it's saying that it's a strike with great precision, and it's not a strike on a military installation, neither it's a strike on a civilian or an economic installation.
I think that it's a brilliant planning, especially hitting Muridke. We've all commanded formations very close to Muridke. It's so close to the border. And Muridke was always the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba. So hitting Muridke, hitting Bahawalpur, deep into Pakistan's Punjab province. So it sends a message also to the local people also, because wherever these you can say this terror factories or madrasas where they really nobody likes them around. So I think sooner or later, if these are really destroyed and they don't come up, then it's the best thing possible. In the target that we have hit in POK are exactly the routes where the Pakistan army gets these people together, trains them for some days, and then depending on the time and this thing, they launch them across the LC into in any parts of Jammu and Kashmir. So I think very well calibrated targets, very well hit. And as per reports are concerned, there has been absolutely, we caught them napping. The time, the date. Imagine we planned the mock drills today, and the news that was going around was that probably the strikes will take place after the victory parade in Moscow. So there is amazing amount of, in spite of, there is so much transparency in the battlefield today. But I think we were able to surprise them really well. So hats off to all the planners who've done this brilliant action.
While, in the dead of the night, Pakistan woke up with these strikes from India, the message and the bang of these strikes is now being heard all across the world. There are countries, those who are reacting to what India has done. Most countries, and I must underline this, have supported India's retaliation as India's right after the Pahalgam terror attack. Let me go across to our colleague Arjun, who's joining us at this moment from the news pit to give us a sense of how the world has reacted to Operation Sindoor. Arjun,
That's absolutely right, Ankit. You put things into perspective very clearly and properly. The latest, in fact, statement coming in from the Israeli envoy to India, Reuven Azar, and I'm quoting him here, where he mentions Israel supports India's right for self-defense. Terrorists should know there's no place to hide from the heinous crimes against the innocent. For our viewers joining us right now, in fact, I'll repeat the Israeli envoy's statement where he says Israel supports India's right to self-defense. Terrorists should know there's no place to hide, in fact, from their heinous crimes against the innocent. We've got one more recent statement being released, and this is being released by Japan's Chief Cabinet Secretary, where he says, in regard to the terrorist attack that occurred in Kashmir on the 22nd of April, our country firmly condemns such acts of terrorism. Now, these were two of the latest statements which have in fact come out right now. Meanwhile, the United Nations, America, all other countries are also very carefully following the developments. Not only all of these statements in fact come at the back of Pakistan being slammed at the UNSC, at the emergency closed-door meeting it had in fact called, prior to which our External Affairs Minister had spoken to all the non-permanent members, and also Prime Minister Modi, with his unparalleled outreach to other world leaders, had already briefed them. Back to you, Ankit.
Arjun, the significance of the fact that India was constantly keeping its allies informed. Soon after the terror strike, which happened on our soil on 22nd, there was a briefing which was held in the Ministry of External Affairs of 30 envoys. Thereafter, we had seen India carry out its diplomatic offensive, and now the military offensive, and National Security Advisor making that call. But before that, there are some sound bites which have come in. Arjun, just stay with us. Let's listen in to all the reactions coming in.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. They've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
Okay, Arjun, a word on that the need and the diplomatic finesse displayed by India through and through, that it kept its allies informed.
Well, all these latest statements coming in actually underline the prowess of not only the Indian military, but also the External Affairs Ministry, and in fact, Prime Minister Modi, as you mentioned, Maria, we've been seeing repeated outreaches to international leaders and foreign ambassadors, as you mentioned. Right after the attack, the External Affairs Minister, in fact, convened a meeting and briefed all of these ambassadors, which is really important. This was in the build-up to what happened at the UNSC, where Pakistan was in fact cornered and questioned on its ties with terrorist outfits, including the Lashkar-e-Taiba, among others. And this was, of course, followed by Operation Sindoor, the strikes, and the international community again coming to India's fold and slamming Pakistan-sponsored terrorism.
All right, Arjun, thank you so much. And the viewers who are joining us at 9 a.m., the headlines that we are tracking this hour: India has avenged the terror strike which happened on our soil on 22nd of April. India's resounding response to Pahalgam. India strikes back at Pakistan. Operation Sindoor is carried out. 9 targets struck, 4 inside Pakistan, 5 in POK. Sources say that Pakistan Army has suffered casualties.
India targets Pakistan-based terror group headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba inside Pakistan.
It's high alert on border areas, alert at all air bases in Haryana and in Punjab.
A cornered Pakistan resorts to arbitrary fighting. 3 people have been killed in Pakistan. Firing, artillery firing across the line of control. India has responded extensively.
As India avenges Pahalgam terror attack, victims' families thank the forces, say they are proud of Indian armed forces.
India briefs its allies in US, United Kingdom, UAE and Russia. United States says will continue to engage with India and Pakistan.
Good morning and welcome. In case you're just tuning in, this has been a remarkable several hours now. Shortly after 1:40 a.m., Pakistan hit out as a result of the terror attack in Pahalgam. India has retaliated. We have blown up several Pakistani terror camps all across on the Pakistani side of the line of control in the international border. Some strikes going up to 150 kilometers deep on west of the Rajasthan-Punjab front. The strikes themselves have been successful. Video shows several explosions at these terrorist camps. The base, the headquarters of the Hizbul Mujahideen has been blown up. Some of the major terror camps of the Lashkar-e-Taiba have been destroyed. These are the most in-depth strikes done by India since the 1971 war on Pakistan. We're going to get reactions very soon. We hope to be joined by the former Army Chief General Bikram Singh in a little while from now. But in the last little while, Pakistan has responded through artillery shelling, 155mm gun shelling across the international border and the line of control. India has retaliated, but there have been casualties there on both sides. Very significantly, in less than an hour from now, a press conference by the Defense Ministry where we will get clarity on just what has taken place.
Yes, and the Prime Minister's office has communicated that the Prime Minister was monitoring the entire Operation Sindoor through the night. It was the Defense Minister, Rajnath Singh, who put out a tweet lauding the Indian forces. And then came the reaction from External Affairs Minister, who says that the world must actually believe and walk the talk on zero tolerance to terrorism. There will be an all-party meeting, which will be chaired by the government as well, where the government will be briefing all the political parties. In the last few hours, all the reactions which have come in from the Congress to other parties, the regional players, have been of standing with the Indian forces. The entire political class of India is speaking in total solidarity and in unison as India has avenged 26 innocent lives lost in Pahalgam. We have Shivarur joining us live from Srinagar. We also have Vasudha Venugopal joining us from 7 LKM. That's where the Cabinet Committee on Security Affairs will be held any moment. In fact, that's going to begin at 11 a.m. I can see Nazir joining us as well from Srinagar. Beginning with Shiv.
That's right, but very important, as both my colleagues were saying, it is going to be at 10 a.m. when we'll have more official clarity on how and what has happened as far as Pakistan is concerned. and a lot of questions about what has transpired on the Indian side, some unconfirmed reports also coming in, and a lot of propaganda from the Pakistani side. But Shiv, without further ado, coming to you at this moment, you're out and about Srinagar in a heightened sense of, security at this moment, a lot of tension also in the air, because already the LoC and the international border have been lit up with the indiscriminate firing from Pakistani side.
Ankit, we've just returned. We're on the road towards the forward areas, including Uri. We've just been turned back on this highway. No vehicular traffic is being allowed on the road from Srinagar towards the forward areas. After this particular broadcast, we're going to try and make it back towards those forward areas, because this is still an evolving situation. We've worn our protective gear in order to make it clear that we are from the press, because there's a huge amount of traffic congestion in that area, especially in Shiri, in the Baramulla sector where we've been reporting from. Remember, Uri, Baramulla, Kupwara are completely lit up as far as the line of control is concerned. Nobody is being allowed access to the extreme forward areas where the actual artillery fire is taking place. Extensive damage is being reported on the Indian side, the civilian side of both Kupwara and Uri, but a huge amount of damage to military infrastructure, including Pakistan Army posts, is being reported on the Pakistan side of the LoC of both Kupwara, Uri, as well as south of the Pir Panjal in the Rajouri Poonch sector. Remember, the other aspect of this entire unfolding story from Operation Sindoor is what's happening in the air. Indian fighter aircraft, Pakistani fighter aircraft have been involved in an air battle of sorts since late last night. There are a lot of claims and counterclaims which we hope to get clarified very soon. There appear to be some military losses as far as fighter aircraft are concerned on the Indian side as well as the Pakistan side. Lots of misinformation by way of old videos, old images from news clippings being put out by the Pakistan media and the Pakistan ISPR at this point of time in order to make it look like they're dominating the narrative. But a lot of myth busting is taking place already on social media. But there is a huge information vacuum right now. So two aspects of what we're looking at in the wake of Operation Sindoor is A, what's happening at the line of control, because that is the live escalating situation right now, which could expand into the international border if it is not contained. The other is the aerial aspect of it. All of this, of course, in the wake of 9 targeted strikes on terrorist infrastructure from Bahawalpur to Muzaffarabad to Kotli to Muridke and to 5 other targets in Pakistani Punjab as well as Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
In fact, in 45 minutes from now is when the press conference will be addressed at the National Media Center, and that's where Sunil Prabhu is. Sunil, what can you tell us? I can see you right inside the National Media Center.
That's right, Maria. And in fact, just I want to show you the army officials. There's going to be a PowerPoint presentation, so the entire world and everybody can watch that. There's, the armed forces are already here. The army, Indian Army personnel. There will be also from the Indian Air Force, and we'll wait and see who else is part of these deliberations. But this is clearly a sign the entire tri-services, the Navy, the Air Force, as well as the Army and the Chief of Defence Staff's, colors are here. Their flags have been put there specifically for this presentation, which is going to be done by a Major General rank in a short while from now, as you said, at 10 o'clock. And hopefully that PowerPoint presentation will be able to answer what exactly happened and what are the steps that India is taking. There will also be a statement from the Ministry of Civil Aviation because there are a lot of concerns for people like you and me who are civilians, who are worried about flights that they have booked. There have been no time for certain areas, and it's in that directive which is, civilian friendly and press friendly in terms of people's information. That also is expected to be given out at this press conference. So definitely a multi-pronged response with not only the Army, the Air Force. As I said, we are not sure whether the MEA will be here, but there will definitely be a government spokesperson, and from the Ministry of Civil Aviation also a statement is expected in the course of the next few minutes. Once that press conference gets underway at 10 o'clock, there will be a PowerPoint presentation by our armed forces to deliberate and inform the entire country and the world at large about what exactly has happened during the course of this night, where you and me have been awake, keeping people informed about these airstrikes, the 9 specific points, the roots of terror, where the Jaish-e-Mohammed and LET have been attacked. These are places which have been emanating terror for a very, very long time, and the real touching point was when 26 innocent civilians were killed
joining us
in
from
Pahalgam.
Srinagar. Nazir, 9 sites selected for the operation, which has a history of association with major terror plots and also infiltration attempts directed in India. We have spoken about Bahawalpur, we have spoken about Mudrike. What about others?
Well, if you just see the visuals coming from Pakistan, it clearly shows that the strikes have hit very, very hard. What are the number of casualties or the terrorist leadership who all have been targeted in this, it's still not known. But as we know, Bahawalpur has been the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, where Masood Azhar was operating. Murdaki, whether it was initially Jamaat-ul-Dawat Irshad, then it was transferred into Lashkar-e-Taiba, and then where Hafiz Saeed and his whole ideology was flourishing. And we know in Muzaffarabad, then we know totally 5 sites in POK, which have been targeted, which according to Army have been the terror sites, whether these are launch pads or whether they are terror training camps or which are the ideological basis of those groups. Pakistan has admitted 8 casualties. However, they are saying they are all civilians, most of them children and women. Having said that, this is first time they are admitting casualties. They are admitting it has hit them very hard, unlike 2016 or 2019, when they were in a denial mode despite the fact there was a surgical strike and there was also Balakot strikes as well, air strikes as well. But this time India has hit very deep and very hard, deep inside Pakistan in Bahawalpur. But here also there has been apparently some losses of air forces. Some fighter jets apparently have been lost in this fight with Pakistan here. We will be waiting for the official word on that. What is the amount of loss and how it has happened. But during the night, it was a chaotic night. One update is important, that the artillery shelling on the border has stopped right now, this halt. But during the whole night till morning, it was raining. These bombs were raining, artillery shells were raining. It just caused huge damage to the property and the lives to the border areas, particularly in Tangdar area, wherein the main marketplace has also been hit by the shells. 3 civilians have been killed, over a dozen have been injured, 4 injured have been brought to Baramulla Hospital. And I spoke to some of the doctors and they say they are all stable and they have received minor injuries. But the kind of situation it has created after Pahalgam terror attack, India has sent very loud and clear message that if you
there by India. Nazir, thanks very much for sharing those details with us. What I'd like to do at this stage is just point out to our viewers some of the areas which have been struck. Now, this is not exhaustive. There are 9 targets. We will try and bring out those 9 targets later on. But the key point we are mentioning over here is right from the line of control going into the international border, going west of the border between Punjab and Rajasthan, India has struck. Bahawalpur Key, this is the Jaish-e-Mohammed's camp, that has been blown up. That lies 150 kilometers approximately inside Pakistan. The other areas which have been struck, Muridke, 30 kilometers inside Pakistan, the Savai camp, about 30 kilometers, Gulpur, 35 kilometers inside Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So just broadly speaking, some of the areas which have been struck are west of the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. Other areas which have been struck are west of the line of control. As a result of India's strikes, all of which were successful, and these actually list a few of the other camps. We have not marked all of them over here. They're all between 15, 10, 8. So some of them are very shallow strikes. Some of them are strikes in depth. These are, by which I mean Bahawalpur, the most in-depth strikes which India has conducted on Pakistan since the 1971 war. What has also taken place is that this entire front on the line of control between India and Pakistan going down to the line of control, to the international border, which you don't see very clearly over here, the international border, is now completely alive. There is very heavy artillery shelling which is taking place over there. Let's move to the next point, give you a few more details of what it is that we are talking about, the significance of the operations. Quickly change the point, all right. The Bahawalpur camp, that's what I was talking about, the terror group Jaish-e-Mohammed's headquarters has been destroyed. Let's move to the next point where we can talk about Bahawalpur again, which is a planning hub for major operations and attacks. Let's keep going from point to point so that we can tell our viewers. Muridke is over here, 30 kilometers inside Pakistan. It's a major base of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Why is Muridke important? Because the 26/11 Mumbai attackers had trained over here. That has also been destroyed by India. Let's go to a few of the other points which we have over here. Gulpur, that's about 35 kilometers inside Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. It's a launch pad for attacks which took place in Rajouri earlier on. Sawai, this is a camp over here, 30 kilometers inside the line of control. This has been struck. It's a Lashkar-e-Taiba camp linked to Sonmarg, Gulmarg and the Pahalgam attack. So wherever terrorists struck India, India has struck back. Some of these were hit using loitering drones. Others were used using cruise missiles. Kotli is another area which was struck. This was a bomber training hub, 50 plus terrorists. We don't have that on the map right now. We'll try and bring that for you in a little while from now. So several areas have been struck by India, including Sarjal and Barnala. These are all close to the line of control and the international border. That's what we have at this juncture in terms of the strikes that India has carried out very successfully.
All right, Vishnu, thank you so much for all those details that you have shared with our viewers. So the significance of all these 9 hotspots, the terror backbone of Pakistan has been struck by India.
Yes.
Vasudha is joining us from outside 7LKM.
And like the action in the night was with these strikes inside Pakistan, though of course India are cautious at this moment, but the action now will shift to the nerve center of the political activity, Prime Minister's office, and of course the press conference which is going to take place in less than an hour. In just about 45 minutes from now, Vasudha, Prime Minister, as we believe, was right from the beginning, not only was involved in this entire operation, in planning this entire operation, and also was monitoring it. His house becomes very, very important, a series of meetings that are going to be very important now.
Absolutely, Ankit. 15 days after the brutal attack in Pahalgam, in which we lost 26 innocent lives, India has finally made use of the kinetic options that were on the table. And these are precision strikes. And like Vishnu was also explaining, these are mainly terror bases. 4 of them are of Jaish-e-Mohammed. And this is one terror organization that has been instrumental in creating a lot of terror attacks in Pakistan from Pulwama to 26/11. 3 of them belong to Lashkar-e-Taiba. In fact, the Resistance Front, which is a wing, in fact, it is the LAT that has been morphed into Resistance Front in the last few years. That camp has been hit in Bahawalpur and, of course, Hizbul Mujahideen as well. Today, all the action shifts to the Prime Minister's office in just a bit from now, when a CCS meeting will take place. And the cabinet meeting is also expected to take place in just a bit. Because remember, while we talk about the precision strikes and what's happening in Pakistan, there's a domestic narrative, there's a domestic situation that also needs to be managed, because Pakistan is going to retaliate. India is prepared for that militarily, and also domestically it has to make that kind of arrangements. Like Sunil was saying, from flights to transport to logistics to preparing the country for any threat that can come from a hostile neighbor and an angry neighbor, an aggressive neighbor like Pakistan. India needs to be prepared. So what I'm told is that in the CCS meeting, the Prime Minister is going to be explained, is going to be told as to what really are the options right now, what needs to be, what are the areas that need care right now, and what really happened last time. Remember, he was in the PMO, he was monitoring Operation Sindoor. In fact, sources have also told me that this name has come from him because Operation Sindoor also denotes something very emotional to the Indian community, to the Hindu community. And also remember that most of the victims in this attack were men, married men. So clearly there's a very angry Prime Minister sending out a message that he has the political will to see this through.
Absolutely. The political will displayed by Prime Minister, undoubtedly, and something which he had said when he addressed the nation through that rally in Bihar, where he had said clearly that India will identify, trace and punish every terrorist and their backers, the backers who were sitting in Bahawalpur, the backers who were sitting in Muridke, and 7 other target points which have been targeted by India. I can see Gurpreet joining us. Gurpreet, go ahead, speak to people, give us a sense of what the sentiments are on ground.
Well, we are reporting from district of Firozpur, and this is the border area of international border area of Firozpur. So we will have some people with us. We will talk to them. So you have seen the way Indian government has already initiated action against terrorism. So how do you see? कैसे देख रहे हैं आप?
I am living in फिरोजपुर. ये आपने जो हमारी सरकार ने, इंडिया गवर्नमेंट ने, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने जो किया स्टेप, ये बिल्कुल ठीक किया है. पब्लिक के हिसाब से ये स्टेप बहुत ज़रूरी था और ये उन्होंने बिल्कुल ठीक किया और होना चाहिए था. लोग डरते जरूर हैं, लेकिन साथ साथ लोगों में उत्साह भी है, हौसला भी है कि ये स्टेप करना बहुत ज़रूरी था, जिससे दुश्मन कमज़ोर हो और दुश्मन का हमारे पे हावी ना हो.
आपने बॉर्डर एरिया में रहते हैं, पहले भी वॉर्स देखी हैं, लेकिन अभी भी देख रहे हैं. सुबह का हम यहाँ से रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. लगातार लोगों में उत्साह भी है. लोगों का ये भी कहना है कि इस वक्त जो स्टेप लिया गया है अगेंस्ट टेररिज्म, वो नीड ऑफ द आवर था, वो लेना चाहिए था.
बिल्कुल बहुत ज़रूरी था. जो उन्होंने हमारे साथ इंडिया अपने पहलगाम में जो हरकत की है, उसका जवाब, मुँह तोड़ जवाब देना बहुत ज़रूरी था और ये बिल्कुल सही स्टेप है. लोगों में इस चीज़ की बहुत खुशी है और मैंने 1965 की लड़ाई भी देखी है, 1971 की भी लड़ाई देखी है. उसके हिसाब से इस टाइम ये अपने पास ताकत बहुत है. इस टाइम उनको सबक सिखाना बहुत ज़रूरी था, हो गया था इस टाइम.
देख रहे हैं कुछ दिनों में यहाँ ब्लैकआउट भी हुआ, लोकल कई मीटिंग हुई, आज पूरे स्कूल भी बंद किए गए हैं. लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है जो लगातार फोर्सेस से टच में है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे काफ़ी बड़े मात्रा में फोर्सेस भी यहाँ पे उनका पूरा एरिया है. तो क्या लगता है कि जो ये स्टेप्स ले रहे हैं, जो चीज़ें कर रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं लोगों में एक मैसेज भी जा रहा है कि लगातार जो सरकार है वो टेररिज्म के खिलाफ लड़ रही है और लोगों में भी उत्साह पाया जा रहा है?
बिल्कुल ठीक. ये लोगों में बड़ी खुशी है इस बात की कि इस टाइम ये बहुत ज़रूरी था टेररिज्म के खिलाफ होना में और उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना. तो लोगों में डर है, लेकिन खुशी भी है साथ साथ कि जो कुछ सरकार कर रही है पब्लिक के लिए बहुत अच्छा कर रही है. चाहे ब्लैकआउट हो या चाहे जो भी स्कूल बंद हो, ये सब पब्लिक की प्रिकॉशंस के लिए है और पब्लिक की सेफ्टी के लिए हमारी सरकार.
Which is coming now. Prime Minister Modi is constantly monitoring the situation, as we have been reporting. Operation Sindoor being constantly monitored by Prime Minister Modi. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has been briefing Prime Minister on a regular basis, is what we can tell our viewers. In some time from now will be the cabinet meeting, which will be chaired by the Prime Minister.
Press conference delayed.
Yes, press conference delayed. But before that, let me bring in Aishwarya, who is getting us this piece of breaking news of National Security Advisor constantly briefing the Prime Minister. Ash.
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been briefed by NSA Ajit Doval, and Prime Minister is monitoring very closely about the developments and the current situation along with the line of control, and also about Operation Sindoor, as there has been multiple strikes that India had conducted on the Pakistan mainland as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Prime Minister is right there at 7 LoC Kalyan Marg just before the cabinet meeting. Has been briefed on regular intervals by the National Security Advisor. Of course, there are several rounds of meetings that have taken place in the last few days, and all in alignment with this very attack of India giving a befitting response to the terrorist attack on the Indian soil. Yesterday as well, it was NSA Ajit Doval who reached 7 LoC Kalyan Marg. I was right there at PM residence. He briefed Prime Minister for almost 40 minutes yesterday as well, and that's how a series of meetings have taken place. Prime Minister was engaged with the developments. He was briefed by from Defence Minister to the senior officials from the Defence Ministry, and all were the part of the action that India is going to take. Just the information that is pouring in is as well that Prime Minister is still at 7 LoC Kalyan Marg. He's been briefed by NSA Ajit Doval just before the CCS that he will be chairing, and also soon after that there would be a full-fledged cabinet briefing. Of course, the all-important briefing by joint press conference by the Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry of Defence had been postponed by 30 minutes. So now it will start at 10:30 because of the developments that are taking place along with the line of control.
All right, so important, in fact, news coming in at this moment. The press conference, which was to begin at 10 o'clock, will now be starting at 10:30 a.m. So half an hour delay as far as this press conference is concerned. Very, very important briefing there by the Indian government, by the armed forces, as far as this entire operation is concerned, to try and get more clarity and a lot of questions which, in fact, at this moment, that the reporters have more clarity and information will come from this press conference at this moment. But what we know is that the press conference has been delayed, from 10 to 10:30. Vishnu, Maria, any particular reason that we know about why this has been moved forward?
I think it's just in terms of getting a little bit more information. The situation is fairly dynamic. There would be new developments. There would be new information which they're looking to clear at this stage. There is a lot of information now which needs to come in. We should be getting more details on that. What we can say is that what took place from approximately 1:30 p.m. is far more than just the missile strikes and the other weapons which were used to strike Pakistani terror camps. There was an air battle which also likely took place. We don't know the extent of it. There are some reports of fighter jet losses. This would have been factored in by our armed forces. If we go kinetic, then Pakistan would retaliate. So this would be something that needs to be assessed. Perhaps time would be needed for that. Also, the situation along the line of control and the international border in terms of artillery shelling, very, very active. Several areas have been hit. 155mm gunfire taking place over there. Several Pakistani posts have been struck. What I have been told that there have been significant casualties inflicted on the Pakistani side as well on the line of control in the artillery shelling and on the international border. Pakistan's firing is indiscriminate. Just in the last little while, even United Nations posts in the Poonch sector have seen artillery shells from Pakistan landing in the vicinity. So it's all active now. Is this going to be kept at this level? Is there going to be more? All of these things we need to really keep a lookout on. But these are extremely tense times. And one final word, air travel. If you are traveling, please look out, speak to your airline, because lots of airports across India are shut down at this stage, primarily in Jammu and Kashmir and in Rajasthan.
Okay. And the families of these 26 victims have spoken out, and they have thanked the security forces, perhaps even saying that the action taken by India is a reflection of the sentiments of 140 crore Indians.
Harshal Lele, who is the son of Sanjay Lele, who lost his life in the attacks, the cowardly attacks that took place on the 22nd of last month. India has finally retaliated, and let us try and understand from him on what are his initial reaction to this attack. Harshal, first of all, tell me, when did you get to know about the kind of reaction that India has given to Pakistan?
Yesterday midnight. I was awakened till late. I don't know why I was not able to sleep. My friend actually messaged me that, are you awake? I said yes. So he told me to switch on the TV. So I got to know like that, around 2 to 2:30 at that time.
Have you been awake for many nights in the last 15-16 days, or was it something special that made you keep awake last night?
I was awake for last 15-16 days during late night. But yesterday, previously I was sleeping but wasn't able to sleep. Yesterday, on my own I was awake. I was, I don't know why, but I didn't go to the bed. I was just kept scrolling the mobile. So maybe that was a sign for me that something is going to happen.
Harshal, everyone is talking about the sense of justice, right? That we have given justice to those who lost their lives. Do you think that this in any way completes the sense of justice?
Yes, it is a justice, but it will be my humble request to the government as well as all three departments that the operation should not stop here. This operation should continue to the point that there should not be a single terrorist left in the POK or even in Pakistan.
In the last 15 days, a lot of people were talking about What is the way in which India is going to retaliate? Is it going to be satisfactory, not satisfactory? Personally, you are the one who have lost the most as compared to any other countryman. Has the the product been worth the wait for last 15 days?
Yes, it's worth. I was knowing that something is going to happen because all the meetings were continuously going on. We even stopped the river water. So I knew something was going to happen. But I would say that this should not be the end. This should be the beginning of the operation.
Okay, thank you so much.
I have with me the family of Bharat Bhushan. He was shot dead by the terrorists in Pahalgam, even as he said that he has a young 3-year-old child and requested to spare his life, but there was no mercy shown. Today, as these retaliatory attacks have happened, so I have with me the father of Bharat Bhushan. So do you feel that this is some sort of, how is the family feeling? I don't want to really put words in your mouth.
Family is in a difficult state. Every day they are suffering like anything.
Yeah.
And small kid, and he is also suffering much because the incident happened just in front of him and his mother. So they are in severe pain.
So when this attack has been carried out by the Indian Army, does it bring you some sort of satisfaction?
Definitely. We are very happy to know all these incidents. And Army and Air Force, they have done very good work. And they are controlling the terrorists as well as they are attacking terrorist camps in Pakistan. And they are putting missiles so that everything will be demolished then and there itself. And even terrorists are killed there itself.
Absolutely. And while many of them have in the past said that, including the families of several of the victims, that they are not looking for any sort of vengeance. They're looking for safety measures. They're looking to ensure that the government in the future ensures that such an incident does not occur. But right now, with such an attack that's being carried out, Operation Sindoor being carried out, somewhere for the family, is it relief that if those terrorists who are a part of Pahalgam or any other people who could carry out such an attack, them being eliminated, does that bring you some level of satisfaction?
I don't know if I should say, it's a satisfaction, it's a relief, because Bharat is not going to be back. So there is a void, which he's left for us. Second is, I want to state that, we are with the government and their decisions. I'm very sure, this is a very well thought through decision after a complete study of, what has happened in Pahalgam and what is expected to happen in the future. They would have thought through all these things, and then they would have made a step, or they've taken the step of attacking these terror outfits. So I wouldn't want to call it saying, it gives us a bit of satisfaction, it's a good revenge. I don't know. I don't want to call it, I don't want to give any term to this, but we are with the government and we fully support their decisions, and whatever they have to do, they will do, we know that. So we'll just wait and watch.
How's the family doing at this point in time, sir? It's been, of course, a hard couple of weeks, I'm sure. How is the wife doing? How is the kid doing?
I mean, hats off to her and her courage. She lost the most important person of her life in front of her, and still, she had the courage to hold the kid, bring him down safe from Baisaran to Pahalgam. I don't think many could do that. She's going through a lot of pain. She's in a lot of pain at the moment. She's struggling. My family is struggling. All of us are struggling. We only realize when I look at the photograph of Bharat with the garland is when I realize saying he's not there. I mean, initial week was more the shock. Now it's the pain which all of us are going through at this point in time.
ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है कि जो उन्होंने मोदी साहब ने बदला लिया है और मैं उनके साथ हूँ, जनता उनके साथ है और हमारा सारा परिवार उनके साथ है। मैं सेना के जवानों को यही मैसेज देना चाहती हूँ कि आगे बढ़ते रहो और ऐसे ही बदला लेते रहो कि ऐसी कोई घटना दोबारा न घटे, उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना ऐसे ही देना चाहिए।
हम सब इस पल की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे थे और जो भी सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है वो योग्य लिया है और हमारी बस यही इच्छा है कि अभी जो भी ये संगठन है या ये जो ग्रुप्स है जो आतंकवादी हमले कर रहे हैं, इनको पूरी तरीके से निकाल के मतलब ढूंढ के मार देना चाहिए और ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए।
उनसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है। मैं बहुत छोटी हूँ, उन्हें कुछ भी कहने या नहीं कहने वाली, लेकिन हाँ, जिस तरीके से हमारे पूरे परिवार को उन पे विश्वास था, उन्होंने उसी तरीके से जवाब देके हमारे विश्वास को कायम रखा है। एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल।
हमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में न्यूज़ चैनल से मतलब हमारे परिवार वालों के कॉल आए हमें, और तब पता चला कि भारत ने जो पहलगाम में हमला हुआ था उसके ऊपर आज उन्होंने रिएक्शन मतलब उनको उत्तर दिया है इसके बदले में एयर स्ट्राइक करके। पहले तो मिशन का नाम सुन के हम लोगों को बहुत मतलब मैं तो बहुत रो रही थी सुन के।
All right. So that press conference has been postponed by half an hour, so it's still less than 1 hour from now. 10:30 is when we'll get clarity on what exactly took place. Now, there are two aspects of this. There's a lot of news coming in. The first part of this is that India has very successfully struck terror camps in Pakistan. Hizbul Mujahideen terror camp, for example, near Sialkot has been taken out. Bahawalpur, the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, has been taken out. There have been 9 such areas. But there has been retaliation from Pakistan. We're trying to understand the dynamics of that. I'm joined now by General Rameshwar Yadav. Thanks, sir, very much for being with us. In terms of India sending a message to Pakistan, hitting, and there's a lot of evidence, video evidence of these terror camps being blown up, how significant is that in terms of our battle, our war against terrorism, which has been going on for decades?
Firstly, Jai Hind and Bharat Mata ki Jai to all our viewers. And you see the way this strike has been carried out, it is very precision targets that they have done, and they have not crossed the LC or the IV at all. So thereafter, it means that there is a message that is going on that Pakistan doesn't have much of options now. In case they escalate the ante, then the onus of taking the war to the next stage lies with the Pakistan.
Hi,
correct.
Hi, Ambassador. This is Maya from NDTV.
Yeah.
All right, General Yadav, we seem to have lost your line over there. We'll come back to him in just a few moments from now. But I just want to reflect a little bit on that image on the top left-hand side of our screen. We've been flashing it. Let me just explain to our viewers what exactly that's about. These are some of the weapon systems that were used to carry out this strike. What you see over there is the Scalp. It's a long-range, fairly stealthy cruise missile. It has a range of more than 200 kilometers. I would suggest that it may have been used to take out the Bahawalpur camp. There were loitering munitions, otherwise known as suicide drones, which were also used. These ensured precision hits on targets. These were some of the weapon systems which were used. There may have been other ones, including the Hammer, which is a smart bomb. It is extremely precise. It needed to be precise because a lot of these areas have civilian populations, so the possibility of collateral damage is something India wanted to avoid. So the Hammer is something which is fired from the Rafale, some other platforms as well. It enables, it has a man in the loop or a pilot in the loop if required, so that they can steer the weapon to a particular target. A smart bomb likely to have been used as a suicide weapon, a suicide drone on targets which were closer, just across the line of control.
Let's also give some more information about the 9 targets which have been struck by India, and the terror groups which are operating from those targets. Information coming in is that from Bahawalpur in Markaz Subhanallah, it was a Jaish-e-Mohammed terror camp which was struck by the Indian precision attack in Lashkar-e-Taiba in Murid ke Lashkar.
Let's have the map up as Ankit describes these areas. Let's have that map up, please.
Lashkar-e-Taiba was the terror group operating from there. In Sarjal, Tehra Kalan, Jaish-e-Mohammed, another terror camp of Jaish-e-Mohammed. In Mahmuna Zoya, in Sialkot, it was Hizbul Mujahideen's camp, which has in fact been struck by Indian armed forces. Markaz Ahle Hadith in Barnala, Lashkar-e-Taiba, another camp of Lashkar-e-Taiba. Markaz Abbas in Kotli. 2 camps have been stuck in Kotli. One of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, Maskar Rahil Shahid in Kotli as well of Hizbul Mujahideen. Meanwhile, in the Savai Nala camp of Muzaffarabad, Lashkar-e-Taiba camp has been hit by the security forces, and in the Saydana Bilal camp in Muzaffarabad, Jaish-e-Mohammed terror camp has been dismantled by the security forces, particularly, and as we've been speaking, Vishnu, in Bahawalpur and Muridke, these are the terror headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. So a very significant blow as far as our terror infrastructure of Pakistan is concerned.
Yes, Lieutenant General Rameshwar Yadav continues to be with us. Sir, coming to you on the choice of these 9 targets, how do you view it? Of course, we have put out details of them being Jaish-e-Mohammed, headquarters, Lashkar-e-Taiba base and training grounds. But with precision, calculated, calibrated move, India has gone ahead and destroyed these terror camps.
I think the way the planning has been done, it is really fantastic. A message is going out to all the terror groups and Pakistan that we have technology and the capability to hit you anytime, anywhere at our will. So that means a message beyond terror camps is that we are in a position to hit any of your military installations, any of your strategic assets that you have, and any of the individuals that you have that we want to eliminate. So that is our capability. India has showcased its political will to cross the IB and LC and hit Pakistan deep inside their territory, number one. And second thing, we have demonstrated the technological edge that we have over Pakistan. And you see, if you look at the history, in all the wars, whichever side had better technology, they have been the winners. So a big message is going out to Pakistan as of now. And I would also say the way we have calibrated all our moves, it has been more than 14 days that we have taken to plan out the entire strategy that we have, and we have struck now. And prior to that, we have taken economic measures, we have taken diplomatic measures, thereby giving time to Pakistan to mend their ways. But since they did not, so now the military, which is the last option in a statecraft, so we have used military option, and that too on a very small sample that we have.
Minister Amit Shah has just come in with a statement right now. Bring down his audio for a moment. I just want to read out this breaking news. Proud of our armed forces. Operation Sindoor is Bharat's response to the brutal killing of our innocent brothers in Pahalgam. The Modi government is resolved to give a befitting response to any attack on India and its people. Bharat remains firmly committed to eradicating terrorism from its roots. So a very, very strong response from Amit Shah. We haven't seen, Maria, correct me if I'm wrong, anything from the Prime Minister as yet, right? Not yet from the Prime Minister. We've seen the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, as well.
And Rajnath Singh.
And Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister.
Yes. So Home Minister Amit Shah putting out a tweet, rather an elaborate one, the first among all the Raisina Hills ministers. First came the reaction from Defence Minister around 2 a.m. Then it was around 7 a.m. that External Affairs Minister had put out a reaction, and now Home Minister Amit Shah saying that the Modi government is resolved to give a befitting response to any attack on India and its people. Bharat remains firmly committed to eradicating terrorism from its roots. Remember, Prime Minister Modi has been monitoring this entire Operation Sindoor through the night, and the National Security Advisor, the CDS, and all operational details have been shared with the Prime Minister on a minute-to-minute basis.
Right.
All right, joining us now, the former Air Chief Marshal R.K.S. Bhadoria. Ankit?
Yeah, so thank you for speaking to us. I very quickly want to understand from you, this is, I was just seeing the reaction that you have also put out on X, a very significant action which has been taken by our security forces. We have been discussing here on NDTV, the importance of all the 3 services taking part in this action, which has gone deeper into Pakistan, possibly their targets which have been attacked ever since 1971, sir.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Deeper, wider, the connotations of selecting the kind of targets that have been selected.
Okay, the visuals coming in.
Their entire...
just a moment, Air Chief Marshal Rakesh Bhadoria. These are the visuals coming in of Rajnath Singh now leaving his residence. Where is he headed? We'll know about it in just a bit. Remember, Rajnath Singh was the first minister to put out details. In fact, he had just said Just 3 words, Jai Hind, was his word when he put out that tweet at 2 a.m.
He also spoke to all the service chiefs
That's right.
about this operation. So the Raksha Mantri at this moment, Vishnu, heading out. So now the big movement as far as the top the top political leadership is concerned is in fact now we are seeing on the streets of the national capital.
Yes,
that's right. So they're all headed back to their not their residence. I would suggest they've been monitoring this throughout the night.
Perhaps
but
he's
to
headed
South
to
Block,
South Block, or even 7 LKM. We'll know
Yeah.
about it in just a bit.
For the CCS meeting maybe.
That's around 11. So, but Rajnath Singh will perhaps be discussing with the Prime Minister as to what should be shared by the Indian Army and other forces in that press conference, Tri-Services press conference, which is going to take place at 10:30 a.m. Air Chief Marshal Rakesh Bhadoria, please continue. Sorry.
Yeah, so I was saying,
the
the kind of target selected, it's very clearly the 9 targets after a lot of, I'm sure, due diligence and deliberation. And the tri-service targeting, all services involved, whatever targets were selected, they've been hit. All the videos and visuals coming and photographs coming from across are indicating the kind of damage. Therefore, overall, a very strong message, a very robust response to the heinous attack at Pahalgam, I think. Honorable Prime Minister had very clearly said, unimaginable punishment for the terrorists and their backers and supporters. And here it is. It is exactly in line with that.
The significance you have spoken about, it was a coordinated joint operation. India has sent a strong message. But it's coming also that, today is a sense of preparation which is going on. India is the pan-India 259 district, which is witnessing that mock drill which is happening. What happens now in terms of how, after 9 terror bases struck by India, what happens now in terms of our preparation?
So firstly, the pan-India drill, it becomes, apart from a drill, actual, implementation of this kind of actions that need to take place when you prepare for any kind of conflict or when you expect any kind of attack. As I see, as most of the people I think expect, Pakistan would respond in some manner or the other. If they are rational, they would want to de-escalate, but I don't think they are thinking rationally. And there would be some kind of response and some kind of attack. For the optics within their country, they will also choose similar number of targets. That's what I feel, and choose to attack some of these targets. So the level of that attack is to be seen. I think on our part, we need to defend very effectively, minimize the kind of damage that is possible, and thereafter calibrate the next move. So it is something that would pan out today and tomorrow, and we'll see how the things go. But as far as I think, our defense forces have taken a very strong action, and they would be prepared for any kind of escalation that in the interim may take place.
Sir, can I also understand from you, because when the Balakot airstrikes took place, of course, the onus was on the Indian Air Force to, go deep into Pakistan and conduct those airstrikes. This time, what we are learning is largely the attack has happened from within our own borders. We did not cross over to Pakistan. It not only shows our capabilities of hitting deep inside Pakistan, remaining within our own borders, it also, in fact, demonstrates how we have changed and learned our tactics from what we did in Balakot.
Yeah, a lot of changes have taken place after that. We have a lot of weapons that are now much more capable. We have standoff weapons and precision weapons is what I'm talking about, from anywhere from 60 kilometers to right up to 300 odd kilometers, subsonic to high supersonic. So we have a range of weapons. We have a range of aircraft, most effective being the Rafale, the last induction. Very capable if you see with scalp and hammer. So overall, what I can see from targets, I don't have the information from Air Force to clarify upfront, but what I can see from the kind of visuals coming, it's a combination of weapons used and some strong high caliber precision weapons, but all are precision strikes, and you would find the chances of collateral damage has been contained to the absolute minimum, and there is no military target. So our intent has been a very strong, robust response, but yet no military target and no civilian casualties, effective measures to minimize casualties. And I think that should be very clear to Pakistan and to the world.
So, in terms of what should we be expecting, the reason why I'm asking that is because in the last few hours, there has been shelling which has happened along the LoC and also at the international border. When you say escalation that Indian forces are prepared for, what can happen?
So shelling would certainly continue, and I'm sure that is being adequately responded to. Uh, in terms of other concrete actions, I think it's my view that Pakistan would take, because of the kind of statements that Pakistan Army Chief has made in the recent past, and some of their ministers, and for the optics within. They would certainly take some action, and that is what we need to be prepared for, and that's what we need to counteract effectively. Uh, After that, depending on the nature of damage that is done, uh, you see, we have terrorist targets across. They don't have terrorist targets. They will end up hitting some kind of military targets. There is no other target here. And when they hit some military targets, if they were to achieve some damage, it will have obviously an escalatory effect.
Air Marshal,
And
let
we
me
cannot
ask
keep.
you, Air Marshal Vishnu here, just a quick word. Whenever India plans a military operation of this sort, it is in a sense war. We factor in casualties on our sides as well. I mean, I think it's important for our viewers to understand that this doesn't come without us also potentially being hit. So therefore, it is important for us to realize that when we go kinetic, they respond. There are casualties often on both sides. Nothing is seamless, nothing is perfect, nothing is like the movies. Is that correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, in the initial kinetic action itself, casualties are to be expected. That is the nature of task, and especially if your mission is more complex, and especially if the adversary is expecting it and fully deployed. You see, the Pakistani Defense Forces have been deployed. They know what the terrorists had done and the kind of heinous attack and absolutely barbaric attack that was done in Pahalgam. So obviously they knew there would be something major, and Honorable Prime Minister clearly said what is to be done. With this kind of activation, obviously the level of damage can be expected in the actions that are taken, any kinetic action. Now, when Pakistan takes some action, we should expect some kind of targets that may get hit. We need to take precautions for that, and also we need to have a strategy, which I'm sure they already have. All the forces are deployed, and we would be thinking rationally and de-escalating where it is possible.
Yes.
But should Pakistan want to continue to escalate, I'm sure our forces are ready for that too.
No, and that's where India comes into our strength, because we can outlast them. Of that, there is no doubt. We are a larger air force, we are a larger army. But what I can share with our viewers at this stage is that the artillery shelling is absolutely intense. It is continuing now across the line of control, all across the international boundary, and we are inflicting serious damage on the Pakistanis. 3 civilians on our side have sadly lost their lives. But Air Chief Marshal, thanks very much for being with us. The message, however, in all of this is absolutely clear. If Pakistan hits us with terrorists, we will hit them with cruise missiles. That's something that's been done. Unlike Balakot, the video evidence this time is absolutely clear. There has been extensive Air Force activity which has been there. There has been Army activity as well. So that's the situation on the ground right now. There has been
a piece of breaking news which is coming in now is that the schools and colleges and other educational institutions have been closed.
Where?
In Jammu, Samba, Kathua, Rajouri and Poonch. They will remain closed today. So the border districts in Jammu, schools have been shut. This is a precautionary measure, as we have been saying, the civil defense a drill which is being carried out, but then more so because of artillery shelling which is continuing along.
In fact, as we were fearing, and we've been talking about this, that these kind of action, no matter how successful they are, they don't come without a cause. 10 civilians have lost their lives on the Indian side because of the shelling that Pakistan is continuously, in fact, indulging in at the moment on the LoC. India has also responded, and there is significant damage that our forces have, in fact, done to the Pakistani forces, in response to these artillery shellings. But unfortunately, 10 people have lost their lives. This is, at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, as we have been saying since 2 a.m., it's a developing situation. It's a dynamic situation. A lot can happen. A lot is, at this moment, happening on the line of control and the international border, as well as here in the national capital, where the Prime Minister and the political leadership of the country is taking stock not only of the operation which has been conducted, but at this moment the repercussions which we are seeing both at the line of control and if there is any other provocation from the Pakistani side. Let's very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, once again remind you that the press conference which we were waiting for, the Tri-Services press conference, is going to take place now at 10:30 a.m. So just about 37 minutes from now, that Tri-Services press conference is going to take place. And very, very importantly, just before that, we saw those visuals of the Raksha Mantri getting out of his house. We yet don't know where Mr. Rajnath Singh has gone, but he will have a very, very important role to play. Of course, briefing the Prime Minister, taking stock of the situation and the preparedness as the country now is after hitting back at Pakistan, making Pakistan pay a price for its terrorist activities. We are now waiting at this moment of how and where it goes from here. Maria, very quickly, just a word about
Operation.
Usually, there is a cabinet meeting as well. After the CCS, there is a cabinet meeting as well. And usually we have seen a cabinet briefing after the cabinet meetings. Is there going to be that briefing which usually the INB minister does after the cabinet meeting?
That may not happen at the moment. What we are getting a sense is that any kind of briefing will be coming in only from the Army and Indian Armed Forces, because at 10:30 is when the Tri-Services briefing happens. Which will be followed by more details, perhaps, which will continue to come from the government, because it's a developing situation, it's a dynamic situation, as we have been saying, Ankit. The Pahalgam killers, which widowed 25 women, have got a befitting reply. The perpetrators of the terror attack have got a befitting reply. Justice is served is the message that is coming in from the government of India, certainly. But what exactly are these locations? Let's look at those locations, and Vishnu is standing by to give us details of these 9 terror hotbeds and terror launch pads.
All right, well, in case you've just joined us, this has been the big story. India has hit Pakistan very, very hard. There have been 9 places which have been struck across the international border and the line of control. These are all terrorist hotbeds. The headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur has been blown up. In Murid-ke, one of the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba has been blown up. There have been other strikes which have been taking place as well. So just in terms of the expanse from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, Muzaffarabad down to Kotli, Gulpur, Bhimbad, these are areas on the line of control, and these are areas where India has struck shallow, 25 to 30 kilometers across the line of control and hit them. From Sialkot down, is the Sialkot sector. The strikes which we have carried out are in that sector, but on the Pakistani side. So therefore, from here, it's roughly the international border which starts. Now, the international border continues all the way over here. And as you go south further, south of Murid-ke, you're in the Punjab, further down south, Rajasthan. So between Punjab and Rajasthan, 150 kilometers to the west is the target which has been struck in Bahawalpur. Now, as a result of all of this, and the key point is that there has been video evidence of these strikes. In the Balakot strikes, there was almost no video evidence which emerged. But there is credible video emerged of massive explosions taking place. In other words, the strikes did go through. India has released a statement saying that the strikes were effective, that they were precision strikes. They were meant to ensure that these did not escalate beyond a point. Now, what has since taken place is along the entire line line of control, I should say, between India and Pakistan, right from the top, going down. parts of the international boundary as well. There has been very, very intense artillery shelling. The last I checked, that artillery shelling was still on. India has inflicted considerable damage on Pakistan across the line of control, but there have been at least 3 Indian civilians who have lost their lives. That has been officially confirmed as well. So that is an active situation that continues now. The big question that does need to be asked, is this going to continue? Will there be an escalation? If there is one, who does that? India or Pakistan? Where does this end, or is this just the start?
Okay, let's bring in Sunil Prabhu, who's joining us from the National Media Center. That's where the briefing will happen. Perhaps for clarity will emerge what was the nature of this Operation Sindoor. Remember, Sindoor, or the significance of that cannot be missed. It's the word which stands for vermilion, which is certainly of significance to Indian women. Culturally as well, Hindu women particularly put on their head as a symbol of marriage. All those women who were widowed in Pahalgam and children who lost their fathers, they were separated from their spouses and separated from their fathers. So let's bring in Sunil Prabhu, who's joining us live. Sunil, details of Operation Sindoor will emerge at 10:30 a.m. That's where the first briefing will happen. It will be a tri-services briefing. Sunil, give us a sense of the preparation which is happening, and of course the entire media contingent which is present.
So, Maria, just on that Sindoor thing, I mean, this is something that the Prime Minister himself chose in terms of a code name, very significant, as you said, the vermilion for women, Indian women in particular, and the fact that they targeted innocent men. And really, this is something that he wanted to restore in terms of honor. He's, of course, been monitoring the situation along with the National Security Advisor. As you can see, all the service chiefs' flags are here. The army, which had come in earlier in the day, earlier in the hours of the morning, still present, still speaking and doing the background checks to be ready. The Foreign Secretary of India, Mr. Vikram Misri, who is an old foreign security of India, one of India's top diplomats, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and the list carries on, is going to be briefing us along with hopefully.
All right, Sunil, I'm just going to interrupt you so that we can share a couple of important details which we've now got with us. These are details of the strike, and I'm going to move to the map. If I can just move across to the map to give our...
Let's first quickly just spell out
all right, the number and locations
which
of
are coming
strikes. 24 precision strikes located across 9 locations. Let's have that map up so it actually shows all of the areas: Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Bahawalpur, Rawalkot, Chakswari, Bhimber, Neelam Valley, Jhelum and Chakwal. These are the broad areas. Terrorist camps of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Jaish-e-Mohammed have been destroyed. Over 70 militants have been killed. More than 60 have been wounded. This is breaking news, and this is very important detail coming in. India believes that the ability of these terrorist groups to operate has been significantly deteriorated. At over 70 militants have been killed, terrorists have been killed, 60 have been wounded. The ability of these groups to operate successfully has suffered. Pakistan has officially confirmed at least 9 civilian deaths and 38 injuries. 2 individuals apparently are missing.
Very interestingly, Vishnu, it also summarizes that once again signifies as well that no Pakistani military facilities were hit as far as these strikes are concerned. Though Pakistan has been reporting at this moment 9 fatalities and 38 injuries on their side, but India in this report which has come in says over 70 militants have been neutralized as far as the strike is concerned. Meanwhile, in the international reaction section, it says UN and United States have called for refrain. Also, there is ongoing tension and military posturing, which intense artillery exchange along the Kashmir border. Pakistan and India are engaged in military drills and missile tests at this moment as we speak.
Yes.
These are very, very important details which are coming in.
In terms of location and locations of strike, I think it becomes important again. The 9 high-valued terrorist-linked locations are Muzaffarabad, as we have been reporting, Bahawalpur as well, Bimber, Neelam Valley, Jhelum, Chakwal, Rawalkot and Kotli. These are the locations, and each of these locations had long been monitored by the Indian intelligence for harboring extremist elements, functioning as an operational basis of facilitating terrorist movements is what the Indian Army says. And the selection of these targets reflected a sophisticated integration of satellite surveillance, human intelligence and intercepted communication that identified specific buildings and compounds associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. So it is with great precision that India has gone ahead.
Yes.
And the use of high accuracy standoff weapons ensured minimal collateral damage and surgical impact on intended targets.
You know, very interestingly, and you know, Vishnu, you can also come in on this. I'm just reading the conclusion of this report because largely we have covered few parts, but importantly it says that this Operation Sindoor was more than a military response. It was a statement of strategic resolve. Through 24 precisely coordinated missile strike across 9 terrorist-linked locations, India demonstrated that it would no longer tolerate cross-border terrorism nor the complicity of state institutions that enable it.
That's right. So it is a statement of purpose, and that's absolutely clear. But I think in terms of operational details, a few have been revealed in this government document, which says that Operation Sindoor was remarkable for its expansive footprint and precision. The use of high-accuracy standoff weapons ensured minimum collateral damage. This is exactly the way we've been reporting it, and surgical impact on intended targets. Despite the extent of the operation, Indian defense officials emphasized that no Pakistani military installation was directly targeted, underscoring our effort to distinguish between anti-terror operations and full-scale military aggression. The operational timing was significant as well, and it was carried out effectively. So all of these point to, precision strikes, with extremely advanced weapons, striking very, with accuracy, with minimal collateral damage. But there have been casualties both on the Indian and on the Pakistani side, not just as a result of the airstrikes itself, but also because of the artillery shelling that's been taking place. Let's go across to NDTV's Nazir Masoodi, who joins us at this stage. Nazir, what are some of the details that you're picking up?
Because of the Pakistani shelling, they have targeted both military and the civilians. And the worst brunt has been borne by the Poonch town and the Poonch area, Poonch district, the border areas. 10 civilians have been killed in Poonch and over 30 have been injured. And they are not just statistics, let me name all of them 10. Muhammad Adil, is Salim Hussain, Rubi Kaur, Muhammad Zain, just 10-year-old, Muhammad Akram, Amrik Singh, Ranjit Singh, Zoya Khan, Muhammad Rafi and Muhammad Iqbal, 45-year-old, have been killed in Pakistani shelling. You can see India saying they have targeted targets, they have attacked terror targets, and no military site was targeted and no civilian site was targeted. But you can see the shelling from across the border. We have seen from Tangdar to Keren and then Poonch Rajouri to international border. There have been huge loss of lives and the property because of the Pakistani shelling. There are reports there have been some aircrafts have been hit because of the Pakistani, missile attacks, and we are waiting for the confirmation. But there are reports of some loss. But it is a huge, huge tragedy which is unfolding in the border areas. 10 civilians have been killed in Poonch district alone, and more than 30 have been injured.
The statement which has been put out, the details which have emerged from the Indian Army, they are underscoring the point and trying to make that distinction that this was an anti-terror operation and very different from full-scale military aggression. They are trying to make that distinction, saying clearly that no Pakistani military installations were targeted, directly targeted to be specific, underscoring India's effort to distinguish between anti-terror operations and full-scale military aggression. And the operational timeline was swift. Important details here again. The operational timeline was swift. Within less than an hour, all missiles had struck their designated targets. The strikes were synchronized to avoid detection and maximize the element of surprise. Real-time footage from UAVs confirmed the destruction of target facilities And the decision to target deep into Pakistani-administered territory was a departure from the prior doctrine and marked a new level of strategic assertiveness. And the 9 terrorist points that have been struck, the details of which have come in now, is Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Bahawalpur, Rawalkot, Chakswari, Bimber, Neelam Valley, Jhelum and Chakwal. What is the significance of all these areas? Muzaffarabad, Bahawalpur and Rawalkot we know. Vishnu, if you can elaborate particularly on Neelam Valley, Jhelum and Chakwal.
All right, so these are all areas very close to the line of control. Most of these are on the, opposite the line of control. We've seen a lot of artillery shelling recently over these areas. These are all areas where there have been incursions of terrorists as well, often. But we've got some news coming in, more details on what's taking place now. Let's go across to Aishwarya, who joins us. Aishwarya, there's some important meetings taking place now. Tell us about that.
Well, let me first quickly show you these visuals from the Ministry of Defense. As we've been told that important meetings taking place over here. These are high-level meetings as far as the officials are concerned. They have reached Ministry of Defense. It was earlier, the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh was briefed by the CDS and Rajnath Singh, we've been told, has left his residence, will be soon reaching 7 LoC Kalyan Marg, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be chairing the high-level meeting as well. The CCS, of course, the body that take care of the national security, and of course the full-fledged cabinet meeting that will be again chaired by Prime Minister. But certainly it is, of course, just before that, NSA Ajit Doval, who is at 7 LoC Kalyan Marg already. He's been constantly briefing Prime Minister about every update. The press conference being delayed by 30 minutes, that clearly had suggested that there are more operational details that needs to be pulled out from from these locations, and that are being gathered. And finally, at 10:30, what we will see is that press conference, a joint press conference, of course, by the Ministry of External Affairs and the Ministry of Defense. But as I mentioned, that senior officials have reached the Ministry of Defense as I was speaking, and high-level meetings are underway at the South Block as well.
All right, high-level meetings in the South Block. In 20 minutes from now, we expect a press conference to take place. I believe the Foreign Secretary, Vikram Mistry, will be addressing that press conference. There will be representatives, obviously, of the armed forces. There will be a senior officer of the Indian Air Force who will be involved as well in this. So that's the presence. All right, we've got Vasudha as well with us. Vasudha, the Prime Minister has kept track overnight of these operations. What else can you share with us?
Well, Vishnu, this is a big political moment for him, and also this is the Prime Minister showcasing his political will to take this through. Remember, Maria was also talking about how the Prime Minister, just 2 days after what happened in Pahalgam on 22nd of April, that brutal attack, spoke in Bihar, and he talked about how Pakistan will receive a befitting answer. When I spoke to my sources, they said that these precision strikes, the ones that you've been explaining about, are completely different in scale from what happened, from how India responded after Uri in 2016 and also after Pulwama in 2019, because these have been high precision strikes. There have been massive 24 missile strikes, 9 specific locations, and also hitting out at the terror bases of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, 2 important organizations, terror funding groups, which have actually created a lot of terror attacks in India. And remember that civilian and military bases have not been attacked. India has used a very calibrated approach in this. It has been pushing for ruthless diplomatic moves in the last 12 days, which is why we saw India make those important moves at UNSC and also FATF, and also putting the IWT in abeyance. But kinetic options were always on the table, and India knows that with the kind of global stature it has and with the kind of message that it wants to give out to Pakistan, kinetic options are important. Hence, these military strikes have taken place. In a short while from now, after the press conference by MEA and of course the army officials, the CCS will meet at the Prime Minister's residence, and I come to you just outside the Prime Minister's residence. The first cabinet meeting is also going to take place. Remember, there's a domestic narrative, there's a domestic situation that also needs to be managed in terms of flights, logistics, logistics, a lot of other things, preparing the country, civilians, for what is to be expected next, the kind of threats and also hostilities that can be expected from Pakistan, because my sources tell me that India is prepared for retaliation from Pakistan. So the Prime Minister will be meeting his ministers, his Council of Ministers, his cabinet very soon. And of course, towards the later part of the day, there can be some announcement on an all-party meeting as well, because the Prime Minister he's making sure that there is a sense of unified voice that comes out on this from the political class of this country.
All right, so in just about 15 minutes from now, that press conference, Omar Abdullah speaking, let's listen in.
Civilians in Pahalgam. It was expected that India would use its right to respond in an appropriate and proportional way. I think Government of India, the Indian Defence Forces have gone out of their way to ensure that no military and civilian targets were hit in Pakistan. They have only hit terror bases and launch pads. Unfortunately, the response has been anything but proportionate. Pakistan, as reports are coming in, has gone out of its way to target civilian populations. So I've just had a video conference with all the district collectors along the border and the line of control. I've taken stock of the situation, and we're dealing with the situation as it develops.
So there are reports of people injured in Poonch and Uri.
There are some reports of casualties. Unfortunately, in Poonch, there are some reports of injuries. I won't get into specifics, but as I said, I've spoken to, in spite of the ongoing shelling in Poonch, DC Poonch was able to come onto the video conference. I was able to take an assessment from him, take stock of the position in the hospital, particularly with regard to blood supplies and other essentials. We are moving more ambulances to the forward areas. At the moment, we can't do much more because shelling is ongoing. But we are keeping totally sort of abreast of the situation. And as it develops, our response will also be tailored accordingly. In the meantime, I have asked the Finance Department to release a contingency fund to all the DCs of Jammu and Kashmir, but with an additional amount to the DCs along the border and the line of control for any exigency that will arise in the current situation.
So Pakistan is claiming that their civilians...
Us at this stage, Ambassador Dogra, thank you very much for being with us. Pakistan hit us with a terrorist attack. India has responded. What is the play from here onwards?
Well, India has responded, yes, and it was also expected that Pakistan would respond to India's response. And as Mr. Omar Abdullah has indicated, there has been Pakistani response, which does not mean that Indian army has not responded in equal measure and perhaps with greater force. And I'm sure that would be the case. So Pakistan is not an easy nation to handle, and Pakistan's army is the most unruly and difficult force to tackle. So we have to be prepared for some unexpected surprises from Pakistan, and I think that is how it is going to be in the coming hours, and hopefully not more than many days to come. But it is a difficult situation. The important thing is, I think here I want to stress one point, that there was some kind of an sort of noises being made in India that, since 22nd April, there's been no retribution, there's been no action. So there was some pressure on the Indian government as well that do something. So Indian government has done something after taking international opinion makers into view. And this is important because that is why Trump responded immediately. Some people are giving extra emphasis to his centuries-old conflict and so on, but that is the Trumpian style. He doesn't care for facts. What he said was that terror must be crushed. That is important. Second, Prime Minister had taken the Qatari Amir into confidence yesterday. And that again was important on a day when OIC was passing its usual resolution. because Qatar has been host to Hamas, Qatar has been host to Taliban, and Qatar has some links with some other elements in Pakistan. So Qatar came out with a very forthright and forceful statement against terror. So preparations were on for some days. Naturally, it was not possible for government to share everything with the public. Now, one thing we must bear in mind is that Pakistan, successfully or unsuccessfully, is an overdrive with the international media, be it the media in UK or USA. Its ministers have been busy burning the wires since late yesterday night.
Yes.
So we must also tackle that part of the show as we have tackled the preparations for the strike today night.
I think, Ambassador, the fact that it will be Vikram Misri, who is the Foreign Secretary, who will be briefing the media, is an indication enough as to how India is looking at it, whether it will be indeed this Operation Sindoor will be a deterrent or will it be a spark for future confrontation is the big question that is before India at the moment. But the fact that National Security Advisor Ajit Doval spoke to his counterpart, India has also briefed UK, US, UAE, Russia is an indication of how it is willing to take its allies along in this counter terror fight.
Yes, Maria, you're right. In fact, that is what I emphasize, that India has taken care to take along its friends, allies, sympathizers, and like-minded countries on the issue of terror and terrorism. The fact that Vikram Misri, who's a very capable officer, is addressing the press conference is itself a message to the world of what India had to do in order to confront terror, which has been bleeding India for the last 3 decades and more. So it's a good step by the government of India to ensure that it is a joint conference, as it happened during Kargil, and Vishnu should know very well. So Vikram Misri and supported by officers from MOD would be the right approach, and that is what government of India is taking.
Yes, so Vikram Misri was the one, in fact, Foreign Secretary was the one who briefed the press soon after, the first set of diplomatic offensive were announced, which included the Indus Water Treaty being put on hold. And now it will be Foreign Secretary along with, the officers from Indian Army and Indian Air Force, Vishnu, who will be briefing the press.
Yeah, there'll be an Army officer, an Air Force officer as well. Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, very much the right person in a situation like this.
Yes.
Because in as much as we're talking about the military strikes, it needs to be contextualized in the overall dimension of India's international relations, the signals we are sending, our fight against terrorism, and perhaps he's best placed to make this statement. I just think it's important to tell our viewers that this may not be done yet. What do I mean by that? We just need to wait and see. There's an announcement. Let's listen.
Yeah, let's go across.
Let's cut across to it.
The event would start at 10:25. I'm sure by now most of us would have read the media invite, and it clearly says, and I repeat for that thing, just for a matter of fact, I repeat it. It clearly states that this is a press brief. As of now, in this press brief, no questions will be taken. So I request you, please adhere to it. And 10:25 we start. Request to please settle down. Thank you.
The breaking news before the breaking news comes in is that there will be no questions taken.
And this is exactly what we were talking early in the morning. Hopefully,
and this is disappointing. And I think that there are questions which are being asked, and these are valid questions. And these questions are being asked because exactly there is intense misinformation that has been taking place. Pakistan has owned this disinformation space. Therefore, the need for clarifications and questions is important. We did not do this after Balakot. We needed to have done this today. This statement hopefully will be extensive and answers all queries. We will know in a little while.
Meanwhile, another important information coming in. Chief of Defence Staff has met the Raksha Mantri, Defence Minister has met the CDS, and of course, remember that this would be specifically with respect to what is happening, and at this moment, the options and how India is preparing itself for any kind of escalation. You know, we are seeing one part of that escalation already at the line of control and the international border along Jammu and Kashmir, but for any other escalation that Pakistan could indulge in, of course, these are very significant meetings which are taking place in the national capital. All right, Shiv Shiv has sent us this report because remember he is in Srinagar and he's been moving at this moment. While we are waiting for the couple of minutes before this briefing starts of Operation Sindoor, let's take a look at this report sent by Shiv.
It's been hours since Operation Sindoor took place. It is the biggest Indian non-war military strike in depth into Pakistan. As NDTV has been reporting since 2 a.m., minutes after the Indian Army announced it, 9 separate targets, which include seminaries, madrasas, schools, etc., belonging to terrorist organizations, including the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Muridke, the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur, and the Hizbul Mujahideen in Mehmoon cantonment areas have all been targeted. These are all terrorist infrastructure. These are all headquarters and governing bodies of these terrorist groups targeting India, and is seen as the biggest retaliatory response by the Indian military so far. Now remember that Operation Sindoor has only completed phase 1. There is a huge escalation that's currently on the line of control. Huge heavy artillery fires taking place in the Kupwara sector as well as south of the Pir Panjal in the Rajouri, Poonch and Bhimber Gali sectors where the Pakistan Air Force has resorted to heavy artillery firing. The Indian Army obviously is firing back. There are reports of quite a bit of damage on the Indian side in Kupwara. There are some civilian deaths that have been reported, at least 3 of them in the Poonch Rajouri sector. We can confirm also through our sources in the army that extensive damage has happened on the Pakistani side.
You can see 3 chairs now inside the National Media Center. That's where the briefing of Operation Sindoor will happen. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri will be leading this entire briefing along with the Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Lieutenant Colonel Sofia Qureshi. The message will come in from the government. It will be a statement which will be read out, highlights of which is now available with the media, which talks about 24 missile strikes across 9 locations, which includes 4 in Pakistan and 5 in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So targets which included, which were terror pads of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, and no Pakistani military facilities were hit, has been the briefing which has come in from the Indian Army. Indian Army going ahead and giving more details in terms of how it all played out and how it happened in a matter of less than an hour. A synchronized strike which happened within less than an hour. All missiles had struck their designated targets. The strikes were synchronized to avoid detection and management of surprise, and real-time footage from UAVs confirmed the destruction of target facilities. But the Prime Minister had been monitoring this entire Operation Sindoor through the night. He was up. He was giving all the details of it he was giving all the details, getting all the details from the National Security Advisor. The selection of intercepted communication that identified specific buildings and compounds associated with groups like Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. The details from the Indian Army also suggest that it was the integrated functioning of satellite surveillance, human intelligence, and intercepted communication. And unlike past response that were often limited in scale and scope, Operation Sindoor was remarkable for its expansive footprint and precision, and the use of high accuracy standoff weapons ensured minimal collateral damage and surgical impact on intended targets. So that briefing by the government going to begin any moment now.
This is going to be the first official briefing as far as the government of India is concerned. We have been continuously saying that there are going to be two officers from the Indian Air Force and the Army, along with the Foreign Secretary, who are going to...
Let me just jump in here, if I can, Ankit, for a little bit. As we wait for this press conference to take place, I think the key point over here is that there is a lot that needs to be explained over here. We do know about the impact of the terror strikes which have taken place. There will be a lot of question marks about what's taking place along the line of control and the international border. There will be a lot which people want to know about the nature of the air battle which is reported to have taken place. There's a great deal of disinformation which Pakistan has been putting out. There have been some clarifications which have been issued. I think the larger issue at this juncture would be what happens next. Is this where India intends to end this? There is also the possibility of a further Pakistani response. Pakistan, to the best of our knowledge, and this is something again we'll be looking out for, hasn't attempted to strike or any targets within India. Is that something that they would want to do, or are they planning to do that? That's something that the Indian forces would be alert for. I would guess that at this juncture the Indian Air Force would be very heavily deployed. Remember, in 2019, a day after the Balakot strikes, when we saw some of the most intense air battles which had been fought between India and Pakistan since the 1971 war. Abhinandan went down. He was captured by Pakistani forces on that occasion, but Pakistani forces did try to hit a military target in Rajouri, but were unsuccessful. At this juncture, we do believe that there has been some sort of air exchange, the nature of which we do not know at this stage. What happens next, we're going to have to try and find out. What we can say is that there is video evidence, unequivocal proof of India having struck these terror targets. There are 9 of them. The deepest one is in Bahawalpur, 150 kilometers inside Pakistan, opposite Punjab and Rajasthan. Several other camps, approximately 20 to 25 kilometers across the line of control. So that press conference being addressed by Vikram Mistry, the Foreign Secretary of India, scheduled to begin anytime now.
Along with Lieutenant Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, who will be joining the Foreign Secretary for this briefing. Very clearly, just any moment now it is going to start. You can see the logo and of the Government of India with Operation Sindoor. So this briefing is going to be the first time that we hear about this operation officially from the Government of India, apart from that, a brief press release which was put across by the Ministry of Defense right at 1:44 a.m. This morning, as the world woke up to India hitting back and avenging what had happened in Pahalgam. There is a lot which is happening at this moment. Situation is still very, very hot, ladies and gentlemen, as far as the line of control and the international border in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. That is where Pakistan has chosen to retaliate. Civilian areas on the Indian side are being targeted by the Pakistani artillery and is being responded to by the Indian security forces. And what we have learned also is that heavy damage has been inflicted on the Pakistani army. All right.
News just coming in that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has now reached 7 LKM, Prime Minister Modi's residence, and that's where the Prime Minister has been monitoring this entire developing situation since late last night. He has been constantly briefed by the CDS, that is the Chief of Defence Staff, and also by the National Security Advisor. What we can tell our viewers is that this briefing, which is being held in the National Media Center, is going to begin any moment now. The presence of the Foreign Secretary becomes important. Remember, he was the one who briefed the press soon After India carried out its diplomatic offensive. And now it is important for India to ensure that its allies in the global sphere, allies are on board as India, tells the world what really happened with regards to Operation Sindoor, a powerful, a significant message which has been sent to Pakistan with all kind of, as it continued to sustain and support cross-border terrorism.
All right, so that international dimension is critical. The fact that the Foreign Secretary is going to be addressing the press conference means that he will be referring to that in this, while by and large there have been voices of concern from several countries, including the United States. There have been two messages, one from Turkey and one from China, which I mean, India would have expected but are unfortunate. Turkey has backed Pakistan entirely. Turkey is an ally now or a friend of Pakistan's. They've been arming Pakistan as well. That's a cause of huge concern.
Vishnu, let's just very quickly go across to our colleague Vasudha Venugopal as we are waiting for this press conference to begin. Vasudha is at the Prime Minister's residence at the 7 LKM. Let me very quickly, Vasudha, as we are learning, the Defence Minister has reached Prime Minister's residence. Very, very important with all that is happening at this moment.
Absolutely, Ankit. And what I understand is that I can see his car right here. He just reached about 8 minutes ago, and then it's important that to know that Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, the Raksha Mantri, also met the chiefs of the armed forces before the strikes began. That's what sources are telling NDTV. And more importantly, this meeting comes just before the country is sort of briefed, country is told about what really happened. There's going to be that important press conference by MEA and also the officials from the armed forces. So this is an important thing, and it will have a lot of ramifications, geopolitical ramifications, and also, how is India preparing for the, for the retaliation that is likely to happen. So clearly, an important meeting with Rajnath
All right,
Singh,
the Foreign Secretary Vikram Mistry over there. Let's just listen in.
नमस्कार। इस ब्रीफिंग में शामिल होने के लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को लश्कर-ए-तैयबा से संबंधित पाकिस्तानी और पाकिस्तान प्रशिक्षित आतंकवादियों ने भारत में जम्मू और कश्मीर के पहलगाम में भारतीय पर्यटकों पर बर्बरतापूर्ण हमला किया। 25 भारतीयों और एक नेपाली नागरिक को कायरतापूर्ण मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया। मुंबई के 26 नवंबर 2008 के हमलों के बाद ये भारत में हुई किसी आतंकवादी हमले में मारे गए आम नागरिकों की संख्या की दृष्टि से सबसे गंभीर घटना है। पहलगाम का हमला अत्यधिक बर्बरतापूर्ण था, जिसमें वहां मौजूद लोगों को करीब से और उनके परिवारों के सामने सिर पर गोली मारी गई। हत्या के इस तरीके से परिवार के सदस्यों को जानबूझकर आघात पहुंचाया गया। साथ ही उन्हें यह नसीहत भी दी गई कि वे वापस जाकर इस संदेश को पहुंचा दें। यह हमला स्पष्ट रूप से जम्मू और कश्मीर में बहाल हो रही सामान्य स्थिति को बाधित करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया था। चूंकि पर्यटन फिर से अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार बन रहा था, इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसे प्रतिकूल रूप से प्रभावित करना था। पिछले वर्ष आप सभी जानते हैं 2.25 करोड़ से अधिक पर्यटक कश्मीर आए थे। इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसलिए संभवतः यह था कि इस संघ राज्य क्षेत्र में विकास और प्रगति को नुकसान पहुंचाकर इसे पिछड़ा बनाए रखा जाए और पाकिस्तान से लगातार होने वाले सीमा पार आतंकवाद के लिए उपजाऊ जमीन बनाने में सहायता की जाए। हमले का यह तरीका जम्मू और कश्मीर और शेष राष्ट्र दोनों में सांप्रदायिक दंगे भड़काने के उद्देश्य से भी प्रेरित था। इसका श्रेय सरकार और भारत के सभी नागरिकों को दिया जाना चाहिए कि इन प्रयासों को विफल कर दिया गया। एक समूह ने खुद को रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट TRF कहते हुए इस हमले की जिम्मेदारी ली है। यह समूह संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा प्रतिबंधित पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी समूह लश्कर-ए-तैयबा से जुड़ा हुआ है। यह उल्लेखनीय है कि भारत ने मई और नवंबर 2024 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 1267 कमेटी की सैंक्शंस मॉनिटरिंग टीम को अर्धवार्षिक रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत की थी, जिसमें TRF के बारे में साफ इनपुट दिए गए थे। इससे पाकिस्तान स्थित आतंकवादी समूहों के लिए कवर के रूप में TRF की भूमिका सामने आई थी। इससे पहले भी दिसंबर 2023 में भारत ने इस टीम को लश्कर-ए-तैयबा और जैश-ए-मोहम्मद के बारे में सूचित किया था, जो TRF जैसे छोटे आतंकवादी समूहों के माध्यम से अपनी गतिविधियों को संचालित कर रहे हैं। इस संबंध में 25 अप्रैल को UN सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल प्रेस वक्तव्य में TRF के संदर्भ को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान के दबाव पर भी ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए। पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले की जांच से पाकिस्तान के साथ आतंकवादियों के संपर्क उजागर हुए हैं। रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट द्वारा किए गए दावे और लश्कर-ए-तैयबा से ज्ञात सोशल मीडिया हैंडल द्वारा इसको रीपोस्ट किया जाना इसकी पुष्टि करता है। चश्मदीद गवाहों और विभिन्न जांच एजेंसियों को उपलब्ध अन्य सूचनाओं के आधार पर हमलावरों की पहचान भी हुई है। हमारी इंटेलिजेंस ने इस टीम के योजनाकारों और उनके समर्थकों की जानकारी जुटाई है। इस हमले की रूपरेखा भारत में सीमा पार आतंकवाद को अंजाम देने के पाकिस्तान के लंबे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड से भी जुड़ी हुई है, जिसके लिखित और स्पष्ट दस्तावेज उपलब्ध हैं। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में आतंकवादियों के लिए एक शरण स्थल के रूप में पहचान बना चुका है। यहां अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर प्रतिबंधित आतंकवादी सजा पाने से बचे रहते हैं। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान ने इस मुद्दे पर विश्व और फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों को जानबूझकर गुमराह करने के लिए भी जाना जाता है। साजिद मीर का मामला, जिसमें इस आतंकवादी को पाकिस्तान ने मृत घोषित कर दिया था और फिर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव के परिणाम स्वरूप वो जीवित पाया गया, इसका सबसे स्पष्ट उदाहरण है। यह स्वाभाविक है कि पहलगाम में हुए इस हमले से जम्मू और कश्मीर के साथ साथ भारत के अन्य भागों में भी आक्रोश देखा गया। हमलों के बाद भारत सरकार ने स्वाभाविक रूप से पाकिस्तान के साथ संबंधों को लेकर कुछ कदम उठाए। आप सभी उन निर्णयों से अवगत हैं जिसकी घोषणा 23 अप्रैल को की गई थी। तथापि यह आवश्यक समझा गया कि 22 अप्रैल के हमले के अपराधियों और उनके योजनाकारों को न्याय के कटघरे में लाया जाए। हमलों के एक पखवाड़े के बाद भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र या अपने नियंत्रण वाले क्षेत्रों में आतंकवादियों की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विरुद्ध कार्यवाही करने के लिए कोई स्पष्ट कदम नहीं उठाया गया है। उल्टे वो इनकार करने और आरोप लगाने में ही लिप्त रहा है। पाकिस्तान आधारित आतंकवादी मॉड्यूल्स पर हमारी खुफिया निगरानी ने संकेत दिया है कि भारत के विरुद्ध आगे भी हमले हो सकते हैं। अतः इनको रोकना और इनसे निपटना दोनों को बेहद आवश्यक समझा गया। आज सुबह, जैसा कि आपको ज्ञात होगा, भारत ने इस तरह के सीमा पार हमलों का जवाब देने और उन्हें रोकने तथा उनका प्रतिरोध करने के अपने अधिकार का प्रयोग किया है। ये कार्यवाही नपीतुली, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, आनुपातिक और जिम्मेदारीपूर्ण है। ये आतंकवाद की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को समाप्त करने और भारत में भेजे जाने वाले संभावित आतंकवादियों को अक्षम बनाने पर केंद्रित है। आपको यह भी स्मरण होगा कि 25 अप्रैल 2025 को संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद ने पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले पर एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी किया था, जिसमें आतंकवाद के इस निंदनीय कार्य के अपराधियों, आयोजकों, फाइनेंसरों और प्रायोजकों को जवाबदेह ठहराने और उन्हें न्याय के दायरे में लाने की आवश्यकता पर जोर दिया गया था। भारत की आज की इस कार्रवाई को इसी संदर्भ में देखा जाना चाहिए। Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation, presumably, was that harming growth and development in the Union territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan. The claims made by the Resistance Front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terror in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead, and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे.
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
POJK के टारगेट मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी. सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है. यह एक लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था. 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था. सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है. यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था. गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह LoC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था. लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था. 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था. बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर, यह LoC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है. यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था. अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह LoC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है. लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था. इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी. अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी. पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठवा के सामने. मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था. दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर IB से दूर था. हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था. यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था. पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था. मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह IB से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है. 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे. अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे.
ये दूसरा आया. टारगेट. हाँ हाँ. पीछे आ गया सर. इम्पैक्ट.
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है. जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था. यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था. शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे. मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद.
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate the situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends in the media, I ask your indulgence today in view of the fact that this is still an evolving situation. We will therefore not be able to take questions and answers today, but we will come back for more updates and more briefings shortly. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning. Thank you. Jai Hind.
All right, so this is the big breaking news coming in right now. The government has held its press conference after the strikes on Pakistan. There have been several strikes which have taken place after the Pahalgam terror attack. The strikes took place between 1:05 a.m. in the morning and 1:30 in the morning. Operation Sindoor, terror infrastructure was struck, launch pads were struck, the targets were selected with due diligence. As you can see, and very, very significantly, what the government has released over here is actual video of the targets being hit. Multiple targets, a Lashkar-e-Taiba training camp, Savai Nala, targets in Muzaffarabad and Kotli. Niche weapons were used, specific buildings were struck, all targets neutralized. Restraint was shown in India's response. India is fully prepared to respond to anything that Pakistan does right now. That's the message. There was a colonel, there was a wing commander, and there was the Foreign Secretary of India. No questions were taken at that press conference, but there was an indicator that in press conferences in the future, more answers would be given. Just a few more details before I go across to Maria, who's also tracking this closely. This followed the Pahalgam terror attack where 26 were killed. This was the worst attack on civilians since 26/11. The terrorists were executed through headshots. This was an attempt to hit tourism, an attempt to spread communal strife. Lashkar front was involved in this, and only denials from Pakistan were received over the last few days. India's response, therefore, was measured, responsible, non-escalatory, I should say, is how this was characterized. Once again, the attacks took place between 1:05 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. Maria.
Yes, and Vikram Mistry there, the Foreign Secretary, saying that in these 15 days, because India carried out these strikes against Pakistan terror camps only after 15 days. So he said clearly that there was no demonstrable action by Pakistan, only denials had come in, and these strikes were non-escalatory in nature, and Indian armed forces are also prepared to respond in case of any kind of retaliation which may come in from Pakistan. But these visual proofs, the video proofs which have come in become particularly important, and we will be joined by our reporters in just a bit. But the significance cannot be missed. The important highlights is of this detailed press conference, the briefing which came in from the National Media Center here in the National Capital. It was a coordinated launch of 24 missile strikes, which actually targeted 9 high-value terrorist-linked locations. And even as we speak, even as this press conference has just concluded, there is a high-powered meeting which has begun at the Prime Minister's residence. Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and other senior party leaders are meeting the Prime Minister even as we speak. Aishwarya is joining us live. Aishwarya, this huddle has begun and India has now released proof of that strike which happened, which was carried out in those 25 minutes. 25 minutes is all it took, and in those 25 minutes, 9 terror camps completely destroyed.
Aishwarya, just before I come across to you, we come across to you, I just think, Maria, it is so important to reflect that video was actually released. Remember, after Balakot, video was not released. Multiple videos indicating that all of these strikes were under monitoring by drones, and they were filmed as the weapons went in. In one case, I could see a weapon being dropped from what appeared to be a drone or a suicide drone. We do know that these were used as well. The videos proving India's case, we hit Pakistan and we hit them hard.
Yes, 9 terror camps completely destroyed, and the significance of each and every terror camp explained in details by the Indian Armed Forces, talking about their significance and their role in multiple terror strikes which have happened in the past. Sunil Prabhu is joining us as well. Sunil, the significance and I would say the point that is being made here of the video proof being released by India.
You're absolutely right, Maria. First of all, the symbolism. 2 women officers, Colonel Sophia and Wing Commander Singh, backed along with the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri to give the background. And we have seen a number of briefings, but this is the first time in independent India that we are seeing the operations so clear. They have given every possible detail, the videos, the targets from the command and control center of showing where they have attacked, the significance of why they're doing it, who are these camps, where are they, who are the people who have been supporting, and where there have been terror being struck, where are the camps, for example, where David Headley was trained and others along with them. And it's in that backdrop that those targets were chosen, and the way that they've used with precision to ensure that they are able to succeed in their mission. So a lot of frankness, a lot of very clear details, very well prepared by the Indian Armed Forces and the Ministry of External Affairs to really give us, and as the Foreign Secretary explained very categorically, this is an evolving situation. At this present juncture, we cannot take questions, but we will definitely be back with more briefings and updates. This is a fluid, this is a diplomatic, this is a tense situation, and really everybody will have to watch very carefully as we see and wait to see how things pan out in the next few hours.
The Foreign Secretary said as he concluded that press conference was that the situation remains fluid, which is why they don't want to take questions right now. That points to what we've been saying all along. This is not over and done with. There could be a lot more. Whether Pakistan chooses to escalate further is something that really Pakistan needs to decide. As far as India is concerned, in our press statement as well, it was mentioned that the targets which were picked were non-escalatory. There was a sense that we were sending a message that has been reiterated. There has been a lot which has taken place since then, including very heavy artillery strikes along the line of control and on the international border as well. But whether Pakistan comes back to try and hit ground targets in India or not, at this juncture, we do not know. But I think, and this is the point I will repeat before we go across to Aishwarya, is that release of video footage, something which was missing during both the surgical strikes and during the Balakot strikes, is very, very important on this particular occasion, because it makes India's point that if you come and hit us with terrorism, we will hit you with missiles and bombs.
That's right. And the extent of this entire operation becomes significant because India reiterating that there was no Pakistani military installations which were directly targeted. Aishwarya is joining us. Aishwarya, even as this briefing ended, there is an important huddle which is happening at 7 LKM. Give us the details, who all have arrived.
Well,
Ash,
after
if
that
you heard me.
important briefing, giving each and every minute detail of well, yes, after that important press conference and putting out each and every minute detail of how the Operation Sindoor was operationalized, it is all-important meeting, the CCS that has started at Prime Minister's residence at 7 LoC Kalyan Marg, chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We've been told Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, the part of the CCS have all arrived, and CCS has begun at the 7 LoC Kalyan Marg. That will be followed by the full-fledged cabinet meeting. But of course, it would be the cabinet ministers also who would be briefed by the government about the operation that India had staged along with the line of control in the POK or in Pakistan. But remember what Wing Commander stated while concluding the statement that she gave. She stated that if any misadventure by Pakistan, that will be dealt accordingly. And certainly that was a point that India clearly made, that if retaliation happen, India is well prepared for it. And also clarifying from that press conference that there was no civilian that were injured or even had been neutralized by this attack. So clearly, a press conference which had given proofs to the entire world that has shown the intention of those terror outfits, the hub of the terror outfits being destroyed by India, and that's the kind of response that India had give.
All right, we're going to be playing out that entire video in just a couple of minutes from now, that entire briefing. We'll play it out for the benefit of our viewers who haven't had a chance to see that. Shiv Arur joins us as well, as does my colleague Nikunj Garg. Nikunj, let me come to you first. The broader sort of statement message over here, to me, seems to be quite clear. If you hit us with terrorism, this is how far we can go. These were not shallow strikes. These were deep strikes.
Absolutely. And I think Foreign Secretary summed it up when he said that the perpetrators of terror are in Pakistan. Pakistan is a state sponsor of terror. And we retain the capability to strike deep within Pakistan. And these strikes are non-escalatory in nature. That's a point he's trying to emphasize upon. Yeah. So my whole sense in this out of this entire exercise is that Government of India has displayed to Pakistan that any act of terror on Indian soil will have increasing costs. The costs will increase. Yeah. In the past, what we have done, this time a lot more has been exacted from Pakistan. Pakistan can continue to shell certain positions that they have been trying to. We will come to those positions, that conversation later. However, the damage to the Pakistan's capability of carrying out terror operations and sheltering terror masterminds like Hafiz Saeed and Maulana Masood Azhar will be dented, will be hit, and a message will be delivered to the population of Pakistan that harboring terrorists has a cost, and that cost will be exacted every time Pakistan tries to cross a red line.
And Nikunj, that is the cost. You know, I mean, there has been all sorts of bizarre social media commentary coming out of Pakistan, all sorts of claims. But this is the Government of India official release to the entire world in black and white footage, because it's night, infrared vision, you know, backing up what we saw coming out of Pakistan earlier on. India giving the message, this is what we have done to you, right? That sends an extremely strong message.
Yes. Absolutely.
It was missing during the surgical strikes and 2019. Balapur.
Absolutely. And also the whole thrust of that briefing by the military officers and the Foreign Secretary was that, look, we are not going to pull any punches in exposing to the world that you harbor a terror infrastructure that is deep inside the Pakistani territory. And that's where these strikes have been carried out. Till now, we were limiting ourselves to the areas near LoC, the launch pads, etc. This time, we have gone deep, and this is, Vishnu, according to me, and probably you can dwell more on that, is a very, very deep message to Pakistani army too.
Yeah.
The Pakistani army has been told, look, when the heart of Pakistan, that is Punjab, is hit, and when that message is delivered loud and clear to the Pakistani army that any misadventure will have cost and will have tremendous cost that will be exacted out of you. You can think that you can carry out certain attacks on civilians and probably try to show to your population that you remain a fighting force. But for a fighting force to defend its honor will become increasingly difficult as India continues to exact a heavier and heavier cost, which probably will one day become unbearable for Pakistan.
Yes, in fact, let's listen in to this entire press briefing, the first which happened just a few minutes ago, where Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri briefed the press, briefed India and the world.
Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation, presumably, was that harming growth and development in the Union territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan. The claims made by the Resistance Front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terror in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead, and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
POJK के टारगेट मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी। सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह LoC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर, ये LoC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह LoC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठुआ के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर IB से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह IB से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ है सर अभी। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ। तीसरा आ गया सर, इम्पैक्ट।
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate this situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh briefing the media with regards to Operation Sindoor, a briefing of this nature, which is certainly high on symbolism as well. Two women in uniform leading a mission named after Sindoor, which is vermilion, a mark of strength, sacrifice and Shakti. So the entire preparation of this briefing, again, very, very high, sending a message besides the operational details of what this Operation Sindoor was all about.
All right, well, though that's important in so many senses. We heard the Foreign Secretary Vikram Mistry speak. We then heard these two officers of the Army and the Air Force respectively speak. What was most significant is that this is for the first time since the Kargil war, and I know this, Nikunj and Maria, because I had actually broken, the shots of the Indian Air Force hitting Tiger Hill was an NDTV story back then. It's the first time since then that you've got video footage of strikes going in. This is very important, infrared footage, including from drones. Joining us now.
That's an answer to the skeptics also in so many ways. People who
they doubted Balakot.
Needless questions, on some sensitive operations.
Absolutely. General Bikram Singh, former Army Chief, joins us. Thanks so very much for being with us. Just the significance, General Singh, of India telling Pakistan, not only have we hit you, we're showcasing to the entire world video which shows us hitting you. What is the message there?
Jai Hind, firstly, to three of you and all your viewers. I think the right message has gone across to Pakistan. Firstly, let me compliment the decision makers of our country. At the apex level, the Honorable Prime Minister, under whose aegis we've had the whole of government approach dealing with Pakistan. And post the Pahalgam killings, I think the country has gone about in a very, very, I would say, well thought out strategy, national strategy, in which we have taken on Pakistan on all the fronts: economic, informational, political, diplomatic, and now, of course, last night, we started off with the military operations. And I think the message that has gone across is loud and clear that we shall not accept, there is zero tolerance, firstly, to terrorism, and we shall not accept any terrorist activity being carried out or sponsored by Pakistan on our territory. I think that's a very loud and clear message that has gone across. And but along with this, I would like to also highlight that while we have, I heard the Foreign Secretary, he's called in terms of non-escalatory, action that we have taken. While it meets the connotation of jus ad bellum. Now, jus ad bellum is a concept that is followed while using force, using kinetic means. It is, last resort, chances of success, proportionality. So proportionality has been ensured. But the only point I would like to give out now is to everybody that let's not be complacent with regard to calling it non-escalatory. It will get escalated given the conditions, the dynamics in Pakistan, given the conditions under which the pressure that at the moment would be on the chief of the Pakistani army, on the terrorists, and they're going to leverage the potential of terrorists to take us on. Therefore, the risk management has got to be ensured at the strategic level, at the operational level, and at the tactical level. And I'm certain that our decision makers, the military, all elements of national power are totally geared up to deal with this. But the message has gone out loud and clear.
The message that is coming in from the Indian establishment certainly is also that there is no civilian infrastructure which has been targeted, no Pakistani military installation which were directly targeted. India has ensured minimal collateral damage, and it was known terror bases or known terror hotbeds which have been subject of Indian target. That's a message that is going to the world, that this is not against Pakistan, but the terror state that Pakistan has become.
Absolutely, Maria. I mean, this is another message that has gone across. And let me tell you, I didn't talk about it because the Indian military is a very responsive, accountable element of national power. It will go exactly as per the diktats of the Honorable Prime Minister and what the government has told it to do. Therefore, the operations have been calibrated, and we've used precision ammunitions. The strikes have been precision. The camps have been targeted while ensuring that there's no collateral damage. And that has been the hallmark of our operations throughout. That we have scrupulously stayed away from ensuring any collateral damage in our operations.
I want to ask you one specific question, which probably would be at the top of the mind of most of the population on both sides. And you are talking about an escalation. It is not as if Indian defenses would not be prepared for any kind of escalation, but do you think that Pakistani military planners would escalate this situation necessarily, knowing that the world is watching, that the world has put them on notice, that the United Nations Security Council, the top security body of the International Committee of Nations, has squarely blamed Pakistan and castigated them? Do you think they will still go ahead and plan for an escalation?
Yeah,
what does your military experience tell you, sir?
Right. You see, Nikunj, besides the military experience, firstly, I brought it out in my initial, my speech, my wording that, look, we are geared up. I'm certain that, when such operations are launched, there is risk management is ensured not only at the tactical level, but at the operational and also at the strategic level. And if you ask me, I can later on clarify to you what I mean by these, what all facets are going to come in these. But yes, with regard to your specific question, that will Pakistan do something? Yes, it will. I'll tell you why. The reason is that firstly, the statement that was made by the Pakistani chief, where virtually willy-nilly, indirectly, he threatened India, and he brought it out that how he was viewing India as an enemy, despite the various efforts that have gone in the past 10, 12 years to actually assuage the concerns and to ensure that, the situation is stabilized on the line of control and with Pakistan. But the statement that he gave, now he has to live up to it, number one. Number two, it's a state that lacks the compatible conventional war-fighting might. And therefore, it's going to resort to the sub-conventional, that is the asymmetric capability of terrorists being used against us. So what is going to happen is that he has to do something. If it does not, he will lose his primacy in the environment. The famous term that is used, that is the Pakistani army that owns the nation, the only army of the world that owns the nation. To have its prima donna position in the environment, to pass the message to their allies like Turkey, for example, Bangladesh and others, they will come in with something or the other. It's not that they're going to keep quiet about it.
No, but so yes, therefore, sir, if we look at some of the options available to Pakistan, if it's a sub-conventional option, it means another terrorist strike. That's the last thing that they would like to send a message out on. Therefore, the possibility of airstrikes, similar to what we saw a day after the Balakot strikes of 2019, may well take place. Pakistan has not hit any so-called targets in India on our territory as yet. Is that a very likely possibility that we could see aerial encounters?
Well, Vishnu, firstly, let me compliment our intelligence agencies. I think they've been very precise in giving us the information. So is the military. All security agencies have done a wonderful job. But yes, they are going to definitely, there's going to be a fillip to the insurrectionists, to the proxy war activities in J&K along the line of control. and also certain other areas. And let me tell you, I won't be surprised if they start actually activating their sleeper cells in various parts of our country, joining Nepal, where we know very well they've had their sleeper cells. Siliguri corridor, Bangladesh, from there, to our 7 northeastern states. These kind of things you got to be careful about. And I'm certain, let's be very clear, as I told you earlier, we got very, very competent political leaders, military leaders who are leading this entire initiative. And they would have taken all measures. Risk management would have been ensured to the minutest, as far as the strategic, operational, and tactical risks are concerned. Yes, I feel that they will resort to maybe a limited airstrike. If they don't do it, then the chief of the Pakistani army is going to lose his stature in the environment.
All right, General Bikram Singh, thank you very much for joining us. But I think that word of caution, which you've sort of you mentioned, is very significant. General Singh, just before we leave you, one short question: what is the situation on the line of control, given the intense artillery shelling between India and Pakistan?
This, in fact, when I commanded my battalion, on the line of control, this used to be a daily affair. So our troops are absolutely, accustomed to this kind of firing, and we also are retaliating and firing back. Let me tell you, our defenses are robust. We have weapon systems with us which can neutralize the enemy, guns or missile sites from where they are firing. We have that, firstly, the will is there. Let me tell you this. The political will has throughout been there. The free hand has been given to the army, as the Honorable Prime Minister brought out. And you be rest assured, and the nation should be rest assured that things are going to be under control on the line of control.
All right, General Singh, thank you very much.
And we shall maintain the moral ascendancy.
All right, so thanks so much for sharing your thoughts. I think it is important. It's not done as yet, possibly. If Pakistan chooses to escalate, then there could be more strikes from their side. The Indian Air Force is fully defended, fully on defense at this stage, as is the Indian Army. There are hectic artillery duels now taking place on the line of control.
Point there, Vishnu. He says that the LC skirmishes, you shouldn't add too much.
We factored that in.
Yeah, a value to it, because he says that if you get drowned in the regular news or the regular noise that Pakistan creates, then you are only giving Pakistan that kind of additional leeway or importance, which is avoidable.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Let's bring in the reporters who are tracking the story from ground. We have Vasudha joining us from 7LKM, and Aishwarya is joining us from Vijay Chowk in the national capital. Coming to you, Vasudha, first, because that's where the crucial huddle of the ministers is happening with the Prime Minister. This is almost like a CCS taking place, so perhaps the cabinet will happen a little later. What can you tell us? Are we expecting another briefing by the government, or this is it for today?
Well, Maria, I'm standing right outside the Prime Minister's residence, and this is a place that saw a lot of action last night. The Prime Minister, like you know, in fact, we've all been reporting that he has been monitoring Operation Sindoor, since it started. It's a 25-minute high-precision strike that happened, and I'm told by my sources that Operation Sindoor, the name itself came from the Prime Minister, because this is not just a move against Pakistan. This is also a justice for for Indian families, specifically for the women of this country. Many of them who lost husbands in this brutal attack in Pahalgam on 22nd of April. Sindoor is also something very symbolic to the Indian community. This is where the CCS meeting is going on. In fact, Rajnath Singh arrived here first, and he arrived here just 10-15 minutes before the press briefing began on Operation Sindoor. After that, it was Amit Shah, the Home Minister, who arrived. I'm told that Dr. S. Jaishankar, JP Nadda, everybody is still there, and the CCS meeting is on. After that, of course, the cabinet meeting will take place, and that is important because, remember, there's a domestic situation that also needs to be managed. It's a domestic narrative. There are logistics that have to be planned, because India is also planning to ensure that it has the right steps in order if a retaliation takes place. Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, put it out very clearly that this is about a proportionate, responsible, measured response that India has taken. It's all about attacking the terror bases which have been not just funding terror but also preparing terrorists to come and attack India. And this has been going on for 3 decades, is what Colonel Sofia Qureshi also said. And this time, like you rightly pointed out, the scale of this precision attack is much more than what happened in Uri in 2016 or what happened after Pulwama in 2019, because this time we also have visual evidence. So this time the country is also prepared to set this global discourse us that India knows how to respond proportionately without really hitting out at civilians or, for that matter, even military installations, but hitting where it hurts the most, and also, something that serves justice to its own citizens.
Okay, let's go quickly across to Gurpreet Chinna, who joins us. Gurpreet, preparations in border areas, that's of concern right now, and that may well be, particularly, important at this juncture, since it's not yet clear if Pakistan intends to end things now. What's been happening around you?
Well, we are reporting from this border area of our district Firozpur, and right now we are standing in front of this civil administration office, SSP, Superintendent of Police, where we were trying to talk to the top officers of local administration. They are saying that what they have learned, advisory has already been issued to all the people in the various villages, that they don't need to create any panic at this point of time. Some of the families, they have also met those who are trying to move from their village to nearby areas so that they will be able to save their families. But as of now, what we have learned, mock drill is already being prepared by the civil administration officers. At the same time, we have seen blackout had already happened in this specific area in district Firozpur a few days back, and they are also trying to analyze how they are going to guide the people if any warlike situation is going to be created. But as of now, we have seen the people of this border area, they have already stood by the country, the way they have already initiated this war against terrorism, and the way they have already taken action against those who are involved in Pahalgam terror attack. They say at this point of time, this is the right time, this is the need of the hour to uproot this terrorism from all over the world. The way we have seen a lot of lives have been sacrificed because of this terrorism which is growing and which is being trained from across the border. So as of now, if we can talk about the spirit of these border area people, they are, that is very high, and they are saying that whatever the country is going to take action against those who are involved in Pahalgam attack, these border area people will be stood by this. This is the same thing which we learned from the top officers of the civil administration. They are saying they have been in touch with the forces also. They are also guiding the people at this point of time. They are also trying to find out how they can get through these messages which should be given to the people, so that no panic situation will be on the ground. So we have to wait and watch what strategy they are going to opt in the coming days. As of now, what we have seen, multiple meetings are being made at the local administration, so that they will be able to totally in touch and support the country in this cause which they have already initiated action against this terrorism and this drive which has already been initiated by the Indian government, and we have seen the multiple action had already been taken across the border. Back to studio.
Let me now go to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, young man, another day of very hard work for you. Now getting hot outside. You keeping track of all the meetings there on the north and south block side of the New Delhi? Are the meetings in south block still continuing? Are the defense brass still inside the south block? Is Raksha Mantri at Prime Minister's residence, or is he back in the south block? What are the status of the meetings on both on the Raisina Hill, both on the north and the south side? Do give us a detailed briefing.
Well, there has been a continuous movement of senior officials from both the Ministry of Defence as well as Ministry of Home Affairs. We are witnessing heavy movement out here at the Raisina Hills since morning, and of course the Defence Minister and the CDS was here at the South Block just before the CCS started at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. The CDS briefed Defence Minister about the Operation Sindoor, and later Rajnath Singh left from Ministry of Defence, but still the hurdle is on as far as the officials from the Defence Ministry are concerned. But as far as Ministry of Home Affairs is concerned, a very important point to note, in the press conference that was delivered, Vikram Mistry clearly stated that it was an attempt to end tourism in Jammu and Kashmir. I remember the document that was given by the Ministry of Home Affairs, that it was a record high that was recorded as far as tourists going to Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. The infrastructural development that Jammu and Kashmir has seen in the last 1 or 2 years, and this attack on Indian tourists was a serious attempt to end tourism, to disrupt the infrastructure in Jammu and Kashmir, and the amount of money, the funding that was flowing from the government towards the Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir is something that needs to be impacted. The message was clear. According to the Foreign Secretary as well, the terrorists told the family members that go and send this message to the dispensation out in the national capital or your government. So clearly that was the trigger point that led to the smaller meetings after Pahalgam terror attack. We have been witnessing series of meetings happening in the national capital. Prime Minister was briefed on a daily basis, and finally, in alignment to that, a bigger action has unfolded. Currently, at both the ministries and North and South block, the hurdle is on. Top officials have reached over here, and we are expecting that after the CCS and the full-fledged cabinet concludes, there would be more movement of the senior officials, and of course the ministers in charge would also come in at the Home Affairs or the Defence Ministry over here.
All right, a series of meetings are taking place in North and South Block and also at 7 LKM, which is the official residence of the Prime Minister. Through the night is what sources have been telling us, that Prime Minister has been monitoring this entire Operation Sindoor. Remember, the first tweet or official announcement came in from the Ministry of Defence, and then came the first announcement from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh himself. The second information came in from External Affairs Minister, who told the world that they should walk the talk when it comes to fighting against terrorism, and then it was Home Minister Amit Shah. There is a huddle of ministers which is happening presently. I can see Nazir Masoodi joining us. Nazir, we are told now, because of the heavy shelling which is happening along the LoC and international border, that several schools and other educational institutions have been shut. Could you give us the details, which sectors we are looking at?
Well, schools across all the border districts in Jammu and Kashmir have been shut for today. All the educational institutions, rather. Kashmir University has also postponed exams, and it is Jammu district, Kutwa district, Samba, Poonch, Rajouri, Baramulla, Kupara district, and also Gurez subdivision. Whereas all the schools and educational institutions have been shut as a precautionary measure. There's a huge damage to the property and the life along the line of control as Pakistan targeted civilian areas. Normally, no professional army in times of war targets civilian areas. But what we see here, innocent people becoming the victim and the target again. So people have suffered a great deal. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah is holding an emergency meeting with the DCs of all the border districts to see what best possible help can be given to the people who have been affected by this Pakistani shelling. They resorted to artillery shelling. Army has responded in equal measure with artillery shelling. We all know, that there was a ceasefire violation over the last 12 days, but last night was really hell for the people living along the borders. For last 2 weeks, people in Jammu and Kashmir were waiting when India is going to take that military action to avenge the killing of Pahalgam massacre, and so that which can deter and preempt. In fact, what Army today said, that these strikes were aimed to preempt any militant attacks and deter Pakistan to carry out any such attacks in future. That's what people are hoping, because in 2016 and 19, whether it was surgical strikes or air strikes on Balakot in 2019, it has temporarily halted terror activities. But when we saw again, what was more important, but in the briefing, what was said, that it was not just avenge these attacks, the Pahalgam massacre. Army actually showed us how were these terrorists were involved in the, for example, in 2023 massacre of people, attacks on the army, attack on the pilgrim bus last year in Riyasi, or recent attack on the encounter in Kutwa in which 4 policemen were killed. So even those terrorists who were involved in 26/11 Mumbai attack, the camps where they had taken the training, they all were targeted in 9 coordinated military strikes by India in Pakistan, which includes Bahawalpur, well known for Maulana Masood Azhar's headquarters and his ideological base camp. Murdaki, which was earlier known as Jamiat Dawat Rashad, then transformed into the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Now it is operating in some other name. Then you see Muzaffarabad, Kotli, and other places which are known for hosting and training terrorists and militant leaders there.
What we can do at this stage, and Nazir, we will come back to you in just a little while from now, is just play out some of the important footage which we've had in the last little while. The footage on the top right-hand side of your screen is actually video footage from Pakistan, somebody's cell phone showing the attacks actually coming in. I believe this was from Bahawalpur. That's approximately 100, in fact more than that, across the international border between Rajasthan and Punjab. Let's also bring out some of the footage which the government has now released. That is very, very important footage, which clearly shows for the first time since the Kargil war with such clarity the strikes, the Indian strikes actually going through or going across. So let's have that video out, please, so that we can talk a little bit about that. That's on the left-hand side of your screen. Actual footage of the hits on the right-hand side of your screen. But focus for a little bit on what's happening on the left-hand side of your screen, because there you will see an Indian suicide drone actually making its way to a target. It could be a hammer missile as well, and moments before striking over there, it goes off. That's when it has actually hit its target. We are going to move to some other locations which the government has released in this press belief. This is of the camp in Bhimber. Now, this is interesting because this appears to be a bomblet which has been dropped from a loitering drone. And so you're going to see very soon the targeting which is taking place. You see that little bomblet which comes down, and you can see the strike on the right. So this is infrared footage from a drone which has taken place. This is Kotli Abbas. This is in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Again, a video showing a target being struck. This is that video. You can see very soon a hit taking place of a bomb. Now, if a bomb or a missile, it really depends on what was fired. It could be bombs or bomblets from drones. It could be short-range anti-surface missiles or air-to-surface missiles. Those are some of the areas on your screen which have been struck over there. There are 9 targets which have been struck, multiple camps, terror bases, and others which have gone down. So there's a lot of detail which is now coming up. We'll try and stick to this footage for another 30-40 seconds to try and show to our viewers this video evidence, because it's a message which proves, and the government would have been aware of the criticism which they received earlier on in 2019 when there was no footage of Balakot. This time around there is footage. It's sending a very strong message to Pakistan.
That's right. And this remains our top focus here on NDTV. We can tell our viewers that 24 missile strikes have happened across 9 locations in Pakistan, inside Pakistan, and also in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. No Pakistani military facilities were hit. The message from the Indian establishment is that there has been no demonstrable action by Pakistan in the last 15 days. There were only denials and allegations. These are non-escalatory targets and strike by India. Operation Sindoor was carried out in a matter of just 25 minutes between 1:05 and 1:30 a.m. And Indian Armed Forces is actually prepared for any response. India ensured minimum collateral damage. They had carried out this entire strike with great precision. The operation, as we have been saying, was, the targets were highlighted, and these were target and terror camps of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. These included trainers and logistic officers who had been operating with impunity in the relative safety of Pakistan-administered Kashmir territory, and intelligence assessments and post-operation indicated that key communication nodes were also taken out. Our reporters continue to track the story because there are a series of meetings that are taking place at 7 LKM, Prime Minister Modi's residence. In fact, now there is a special report which has been sent by Shivarur from Ground Zero. Let's listen.
We've just arrived in Baramulla. We're making our way towards the line of control in the Uri sector. That lies just a few kilometers ahead from here when we'll be reaching Uri. Now, obviously, the Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, and the two lady officers from the Army and the Air Force have provided an extensive briefing on what we already know. They talked about the targets that have been attacked. They've provided, very importantly, they've provided imaging video footage of the actual strikes, which adds a visual layer to Operation Sindoor, which was not there, at least thus far. But the missing pieces that are still there, because this is an evolving situation and the press conference wasn't able to take any questions, is probably because there is still a fog of war. A lot of information is still being corroborated and verified at this time, including casualties along the line of control on the Pakistan side, some on the Indian side as well. Information about fighter aircraft on both sides having been shot down, and the details of the escalation on the line of control, especially in Rajouri, Poonch, where the artillery shelling is heaviest at this point of time, and in Kupwara sector of North Kashmir, which is just north of where I'm standing right now in Baramulla district. We'll be reaching Uri in a very short while from now, where we will hopefully get a first-hand view of what this escalation is actually looking like. Suffice it to say that the two big points made by the Foreign Secretary were A, that these strikes were punitive in nature and preemptory in nature, trying to stop further attacks from these Pakistani terror camps. And the second point is that India reserves the right to escalate right back at Pakistan should it indulge in any misadventure. Those are the exact words. We're in Baramulla. We'll be reporting next from LoC in Uri. That's the update at this time.
Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has also spoken out. Let's listen in.
I think Government of India, the Indian Defence Forces have gone out of their way to ensure that no military and civilian targets were hit in Pakistan. They have only hit terror bases and launch pads. Unfortunately, the response has been anything but proportionate. We are in this situation because of them. If they had not targeted our innocent civilians in Pahalgam, we wouldn't be here. This ceasefire had held along the line of control for a number of years now. We did not provoke this. We have responded to a provocation. Now it is for Pakistan to realize that our response was limited to what happened to us in Pahalgam. They must be careful not to escalate things beyond control.
Mary auntie looks very happy today. Her 2.5 lakh rupees got saved. What good did she do?
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन और मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व में यूपी में
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit. These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है.
For this decision we were waiting since long.
This has been only possible with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, अच्छा है.
राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया.
They have always used it as a political weapon, and now that weapon's gone.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective.
India Avenges Pahalgam attack. 25 minutes of precision strikes carried out between 1:05 and 1:30 a.m. this morning. India rains fire on Pakistan terror hubs inside Pakistan and in POK. Video proof of India's Pahalgam revenge. Government releases videos of Operation Sindoor. 9 targets hit, 70 terrorists killed. Pakistan terror factory dismantled. Hideouts of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed completely blown up. Government says took care not to harm civilians, ensured that no Pakistani military installations were directly targeted. It's justice for Pahalgam victims. Victims' families say that government was committed to our cause. The bereaved families have welcomed India's response. Details of Operation Sindoor has been shared by the defense forces. The strikes were carried out on camps in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and inside Pakistan, straight 150 kilometers plus. Forces have released proof, that's right there on your television screens, of strikes. Pakistan terror factory has been completely destroyed and dismantled. They have been reduced to rubble in just a matter of 25 minutes. We are going straight to Shiv Arur, who is joining us live from Uri. Shiv, give us a sense of what you're seeing on the ground.
Well, I'm not far from the line of control in Uri sector. We've just arrived in the Uri sector and we're an hour away from that press conference that was just held by Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary. And as you rightly just pointed out, visual evidence of strikes adding a huge layer of compelling proof of the accuracy of those strikes, in addition to all of those mobile phone videos that have come out from civilians in Muridke, Bahawalpur, Kotli, Muzaffarabad, Sialkot and elsewhere. The details coming out from that press conference clearly showing that the Indian military, the Indian armed forces and the government are not going to let grass grow under their feet as far as putting forward specific information is concerned. This very likely is one of the lessons that they've learned from the 2019 information warfare whirlpool that India got sort of trapped in because many of the claims being made were not undisputed at that time. This time they definitely are. There are some unanswered questions. Behind me at the line of control in Uri sector, we are told that there is shelling going on. We will of course be going until a secured area. Uri town has been completely, people have fled from there. It's completely empty, we are told. We'll have a look for ourselves in a short while. From now, the forward villages which no one has access to at this point are being shelled. We don't have any information just yet about any casualties or civilian casualties over there, but we do know that civilian casualties have taken place in the Rajouri-Poonch sector of the line of control, that's south of the Pir Panjal mountains in the Jammu division. But here in the Uri sector, as it has been for the last 2 weeks, huge escalation using artillery, but this is something that the Indian Army was prepared for. It had been watching artillery rolling in towards the line of control in Uri and Kupwara sectors and was fully prepared. Like we've been reporting, huge amount of damage to Pakistan Army posts, not just in Uri, Kupwara, but also in the Rajouri-Poonch area that we've been reporting.
Yes, since you are reporting from Uri, Shiv Arur, Nikun, you have a question for Shiv.
Yes, I just wish to ask you one question, Shiv, that you now almost very close to ground zero, you know, I mean, the theater of action is almost, you're there in that zone, so to say. What is it that you are sensing? I mean, is there active gunfire still on? Has it ended? Are there preparation that is visible on the ground from each side, or at least from our side? And what is the overall reaction of the civilian population? Please dwell on that.
You know, just 2 kilometers before we arrived at this spot where Uri actually begins, we saw, a convoy of vehicles actually fleeing, which contained some, civilians who appeared to be leaving from Uri. So we actually spoke to them. They weren't willing to speak on camera, but we asked them precisely the question that you're asking. Is there still gunfire happening there? They said that Uri town is a ghost town right now. Everyone has left. All shop shutters are down, and you can hear artillery booming, you can hear intermittent gunfire even during the morning hours. So way after Operation Sindoor happened between 1:05 and 1:30 a.m., apparently as recently as 11 a.m., there apparently has been gunfire in Uri. We're just about 15 to 16 kilometers from the LC itself. We'll be reaching there, and I'll be able to answer your question firsthand about the gunfire sounds and artillery. But we've been hearing from our contacts that that entire area, the villages there have completely been evacuated and abandoned, even though there are bunkers over there, and the gunfire is definitely audible. We should be able to hear it just a few kilometers from now.
Shiv, first of all, be careful. Take care of your personal safety. That is paramount. Very important points being made by Shiv Arur there, that just about half hour back, we are at 12:05, and till about 11:35, he has first-hand eyewitness accounts narrating to him that active gunfire was on the line of control, which means that Pakistanis are wanting to keep the LoC hot and India is retaliating in equal measure. So that's a very significant point coming directly from the ground zero, where Shiv Arur has very valiantly tried to reach almost the ground zero where this actual skirmish is taking place currently. But Shiv, be careful about your security, your personal safety. Now moving to Nazir Masoodi.
Yes, Nazir, Shiv was giving us details of what's really happening, along the LoC. He's very close to that location. Tell us what's happening where you are.
Well, I'm on way to Kupara, and the police have stopped the media. They are not allowing to go beyond, and rightly so. They're saying that it is a situation where we don't want that media should go to these areas which should not be shown right now, and we're very careful when it comes to even that particular check post to show. We are not showing, or any security force movement. That is already an advisory has been issued, and in these times one has to be very, very careful to show what actually needs to be shown and what should not be shown, and that is something this situation calls for, that caution. Having said that, it is a tough situation for the people living near the border. The whole night was all about loud explosions. Large number of people have lost their homes, they have lost their shops, businesses, and then some people have lost their lives also. We don't know exact number, has not come from the officials yet, but there's a loss of life as Pakistan has targeted civilian areas, their properties, their shops, for example.
Space is not just a destination. It is a declaration of curiosity, courage, and collective progress. India's space journey reflects this spirit. From launching a small rocket in 1963 to becoming the first nation to land near the south pole of Moon, our journey has been remarkable. Our rockets carry more than payloads. They carry the dreams of 1.4 billion Indians. India's achievements are significant scientific milestones. Beyond that, they are proof that the human spirit can defy gravity. India made history by reaching Mars on its first attempt in 2014. Chandrayaan-1 helped discover water on the moon. Chandrayaan-2 gave us the highest resolution images of the moon. Chandrayaan-3 increased our understanding of the lunar South Pole. We built cryogenic engines in a record time. We launched 100 satellites in a single mission. We have launched over 400 satellites for 34 nations on our launch vehicles. This year, we docked 2 satellites in space, a major step forward. Friends, India's space journey is not about racing others. It is about reaching higher together. Together, we share a common goal to explore space for the good of humanity. We launch a satellite for the South Asian nations. Now, the G20 satellite mission announced during our presidency will be a gift to the global South. We continue to march ahead with renewed confidence, pushing the boundaries of scientific exploration. Our first human space flight mission, Gaganyaan, highlights our nation's rising aspirations. In coming weeks, an Indian astronaut will travel to space as part of a joint ISRO-NASA mission to the International Space Stations. By 2035, the Bharatiya Antariksh Station will open new frontiers in research and global cooperation. By 2040, an Indian's footprints will be on the moon. Mars and Venus are also on our radar. Friends, for India, space is about exploration as well as about empowerment. It empowers governance, enhances livelihoods, and inspires generations. From fishermen alerts to Gati Shakti platform, from railway safety to weather forecasting, our satellites look out for the welfare of every Indian. We have opened our space sector to startups, entrepreneurs, and young minds. Today, India has over 250 space startups. They are contributing to cutting-edge advancements in satellite technology, propulsion systems, imaging, and much more. And you know, it is even more inspiring that many of our missions are being led by women scientists. Friends, India's space vision is grounded in the ancient wisdom of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. That is, the world is one family. We strive not just for our own growth, but to enrich global knowledge, address common challenges, and inspire future generations. India stands for dreaming together, building together, and reaching for the stars together. Let us together write a new chapter in space exploration, guided by science and shared dreams for a better tomorrow. I wish you all a very pleasant and productive stay in India. Thank you.
So The Prime Minister addressing the nation on the subject of space, and he has spoken about exploration and empowerment. But shifting focus to our top story this hour, and Aishwarya is joining us. There's a piece of breaking news that is coming in now. Prime Minister Modi has postponed his three-nation tour. That tour was supposed to begin on 11th. He was expected to travel to Croatia, Netherlands and Norway. Aishwarya is joining us any moment now. That was a crucial meeting which was planned because remember, India has been looking at collaboration with European nations. There has been repeated messaging which has been coming in also from External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, who had said only recently that Europe cannot preach if they are not really practicing. The message was with regards to their dual speak on the issue of terror camps and cross-border terrorism. So India's...
This is that part of the Europe with which we wish to engage more, Maria. This is not the Western Europe. This is the other part of the Europe, Eastern Europe, principally Croatia and then the Nordic countries. Aishwarya is joining us live, Maria, and we can talk to him.
Yes, Ash, give us the details. I mean, the Prime Minister postponing it. It is perhaps on expected lines. The Prime Minister is expected to be in India. It's a developing situation, a dynamic situation, as we have been saying. There could be retaliatory, attack by Pakistan, although we are certainly being careful and hopeful that Pakistan understands that India's target has been specific and also only on terror camps inside Pakistan.
Well, we have seen in the last few days that it was Prime Minister who was briefed regularly on regular intervals by either Defense Secretary or the Navy Chief, Army Chief, and he was constantly monitoring the entire situation as far as the entire operations that the country has conducted. Prime Minister was supposed to visit, and go for an official visit to Netherlands, Croatia, and of course, it was a three-nation tour of Prime Minister, and that was supposed to be on 13th to 18th of May, and it has been now postponed. It has not been cancelled as far as the official message from the Prime Minister's office is concerned. It has been postponed as of now, and Prime Minister will later visit these three countries. But certainly the focus of the government and Prime Minister will be certainly on the entire operations that are taking place as far as the Indian Armed Forces are concerned, and how there could be a possible retaliation from the Pakistani side. And it will be Prime Minister would be engaged in that, and therefore the reason it would, probably this would be the reason that Prime Minister had postponed his three-nation tour.
All right, Ash, continue to be with us because just some time back, in fact, an hour ago, Vikram Misri, who is the Foreign Secretary, was leading this entire group of, that came in to brief what really happened vis-a-vis this Operation Sindoor. Let's listen in to what Foreign Secretary told the media.
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the Government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt.
Two women officers, in fact, accompanied the Foreign Secretary in this briefing, reflecting that very important messaging which has come in, and the name of this entire operation, which is Operation Sindoor, an anti-terror operation, in a way honoring those women who were widowed by the terrorists because their men were killed in Pahalgam attack. Let's listen in to what Wing Commander said in that press briefing, which happened an hour ago.
Through precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
सैयदना बिलाल कैंप, मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप, कोटली, यह LoC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर-ए-तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप, बिंबर, ये LoC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप, कोटली, यह LoC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर-ए-तोयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूँगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप, सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठवा के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप, सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर IB से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा, मुरीद के, यह IB से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे। मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था।
Let me now go across to our colleague Vasudha. Vasudha reporting from outside the Prime Minister's residence. Vasudha, Home Minister Amit Shah has just left Prime Minister's residence. It appears that the crucial series of meetings that were happening, that were taking place at Prime Minister's residence, have now finished. What is it, other than the Cabinet Committee on Security, that in your sense, it is too early for me to ask you that question, that, you know, what are you gauging from your sources? But in your sense, what is it that is being discussed now? Is it about success of the Indian operation, or potential Pakistani response, or both?
Well, Nikunj, let me tell you that I'm right outside the Prime Minister's residence, and this road opposite me was completely full of vehicles today. The entourages of several ministers had come in just about an hour and a half ago, and in fact around 10:15 is when Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, arrived. He was one of the first to arrive, and within 10 minutes, even as the briefing was going on by Colonel Vyamika Singh and Wing Commander Sophia Qureshi, and of course the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, Amit Shah arrived, and now just 4 or 5 minutes ago, all the vehicles have left. So the cabinet meeting is over, the CCS meeting is over. We are told that in the cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister has listened to all of them very intently. He has been briefed again and again. In fact, there's no need for that as well, because he has been, at his residence, trying to find out what really is happening. He's been monitoring the entire operation. And Operation Sindoor is not just a military strike. This is also a move of justice to the country, because Sindoor is very integral to the Indian sentiment. The word itself evokes a lot of sentiment. It's core to the Indian family system, and that's what the Prime Minister, that's why the Prime Minister really came up with this name, because remember, of the 26 dead, all of them are males, and in fact, most of them, were married, and it was in front of the wives and children that they were attacked, they were killed, and the wives were often told to go and tell Prime Minister Modi that this happened. So clearly, this is a marker of how India seeks revenge and justice, but at the same time also is diplomatically ruthless with Pakistan, because we also saw with both UNSC and FATF, India worked very hard to create those diplomatic channels and isolation for Pakistan. But now I'm told that in the cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister has taken stock of the domestic narratives, ensuring that logistics are in place. There's a narrative, there's a situation that has to be managed within the country, and Pakistan is all set to retaliate, is what my sources are saying, which is why the country is also, India is also prepared for that. Now, the Prime Minister, I'm told, is in a wait-and-watch mode. At the same time, he is monitoring the entire situation, ensuring that India remains completely prepared, and civilians of India, the citizens of India, also know what is happening, which is why we also saw this extensive briefing by 3 senior officials with visual evidence, something that we didn't see in 2016 and also in 2019, which is why this time India is far more prepared to answer the world and also answer the people of this country, to basically defend its own point of view and say and prove this as something that was important for justice.
Vasudha, before I let you go, let me ask you one more question, and that is that Prime Minister, we have just got the news. I'm quite sure that decision probably would have been taken earlier, but we have just got the news that Prime Minister has cancelled his multinational trip, multi-nation trip to Europe. Now, that clearly signifies that as the head of the state, he wants to be in the country, and he wants to monitor all the developments that are happening vis-a-vis Pakistan and vis-a-vis our neighborhood and larger security matrix personally. And that's quite quintessential Prime Minister Modi, isn't it?
Absolutely, Nikunj, you're right, and this is what the Prime Minister did even with his Russia trip. He was supposed to travel to Moscow on the 8th of May for the parade day, and this was an important occasion for Russia, which has been a great friend of India, because this also is 80th year of Soviet Union's victory on Nazi Germany, and this was important for India as well to show its friendship towards Russia. But Prime Minister cancelled that trip. In fact, on the 22nd April, he rushed back to India as soon as he heard the news of this brutal attack in Pahalgam. He cut short not a Saudi Arabia official trip. In fact, he raised this, terror attack even with MBS in his official dinner. And then, of course, the latest is that he has cut short his trip to Croatia, Netherlands and Norway, which was very important. Remember, in this whole tariff war that's picking up, Europe has become very important for India also from the trade point of view. So this trip was considered important because this was also a move for India to strengthen its bilateral treaty. But nothing comes before national security, nothing comes before justice, and nothing comes before safety of the country, which is what this is. Which is what is being reflected by the Prime Minister yet again cancelling another important trip abroad, and this is a three-nation trip to Europe.
That's right, Vasudha. Thank you so much for joining us. And remember, on 22nd, when that terror attack happened in Pahalgam, Prime Minister Modi was in Saudi Arabia. He cut short that visit as well and returned to India. So that sense of urgency, certainly ensuring that when it is about nation first, Prime Minister Modi is really in New Delhi. He is monitoring the situation by every minute. Javed Ashraf, former ambassador of India to France, is joining us. Ambassador Ashraf, how do you look at this situation? India, of course, briefing US, UK, UAE. But what is it that India should be prepared for in terms of reaction from other countries?
Well, first of all, let me say that, it takes a great deal of political courage, political daring, and a sense of responsibility at the leadership level of the Prime Minister to undertake an operation of this magnitude. And also want to congratulate the Indian Armed Forces, particularly the Air Force, for the precision strikes. Remember, Bahawalpur and Muridke have been the crucible of terrorism for a very, very long time. Since at least the 1980s, we've been bringing them to the world's attention. Now, what happens from now onwards? One, we'll be having to be dominating the battle of the narratives. And this has got to be in the three important respects globally. One, that our attack was justified. Second, that it was measured with no collateral damage and that we took out terrorist camps. There were no civilian or military targets. And third, the outcomes were visible. I mean, because the last time during Balakot, there was, they managed to create a fog of confusion in Pakistan that nothing was achieved. So we have this narrative to present. That's one. The second, internationally, we have to be able to get the world to accept this as a legitimate right to defend on behalf of India. Now, remember, historically, since at least the 90s, what we have seen is that the world's attention shifts from terrorism to preventing the war between the two countries. And there are many countries that start equating the victim and the attacker, in the sense Pakistan and India. And we have to be sure that we do not get back into that trap. So this operation was planned to be swift, to achieve the political and the security objectives with minimal risk, minimum economic fallout, and in a manner that the escalation could be controlled. We also have to watch out for hybrid warfare, which is that cyber attacks, information warfare. All of that will go on simultaneously besides what you see on the military field. So this is also a moment of great responsibility for us diplomatically, and that we have to not just at this point of time get the world to accept the action that we have taken, but also to, in a sense, ensure that Pakistan is treated as a sponsor of terrorism, because hitherto the world has differentiated in some way between terrorism emanating from Pakistan that affects them and terrorism that affects us. And we've got to be sure that we push it pretty strong. And so far, I think the world has, in a sense...
Ambassador Ashraf, let me ask you one question. I asked earlier before you joined the broadcast, I asked General Bikram Singh, former Chief of Army Staff, that does he think that a retaliation from Pakistan is imminent? Now, I add one more question to that, and I ask you that if Pakistan chooses to react, if Pakistan chooses to retaliate, in your view, what can possibly they target? We have targeted the heavens of terror. We have targeted the Mecca of terror, global terror. What can possibly they target?
You see, again, you have to, we have a war game that scenario as well. Now, if Pakistan retaliates, they'll have to retaliate in terms of our military installations, military establishments, etc. Now, that's an actual act of war. That's an escalation that takes us into a full-scale conventional war. In that event, of course, we have obviously a number of retaliatory options. There are, the possibilities. We have much higher level of superiority in terms of naval power. Also in terms of our air power, there, of course, ground forces are well positioned. I think it would be, perhaps it's hard to, wars are always a series of escalation of unanticipated developments. But I would say that Pakistan would have a limited objective of inflicting a limited damage, trying to win the battle of narratives, play the victim, and satisfy its domestic audience that it stood up to a much larger adversary and that had tried to bully it. I mean, that would serve its objective as long as it feels that India would not then go on to the second order and a third order steps after what we have done in terms of the taking out the 9 terrorist camps. So they will also be calculating how much staying power they have, and getting into retaliating against military targets in India would invite a massive retaliation and a legitimate one from India too.
Yes, that's the concern. That's the concern, because if Pakistan chooses to escalate it and targets military bases or military targets, then possibly it will evoke a second or a third reaction.
So you have to see that it's all a game of probabilities as well. I mean, sitting in Delhi, our planners will also be trying to get as much human intelligence and technical intelligence into what is the actual Pakistani calculations and thinking beyond their public rhetoric. And we will also be taking into account what their readiness and preparedness is. What is their staying capacity for a long duration war? What is the state of their economy? What is the level of supplies they have? And there are different modes through which you put pressure. So I think that once we attack Pakistan and we take out these 9 camps, we have also taken into account the risks that escalation and our capacity to contain it, manage it, and dominate that escalation. And that is something that we would have taken into account, because if they do target, and we've been very particular in pointing out that we've not targeted civilian or military installations. And therefore, if they do retaliate militarily in terms of military assets or military installations, then I think we would be prepared for a pretty strong response. And remember that there is an economic asymmetry, a capability asymmetry. And I don't think we will fall into the trap of the nuclear rhetoric, which they keep sometimes bandying about.
Yes, Ambassador Ashraf, India has managed to communicate to the world that this was an unprovoked aggression, an act of terror which happened on 22nd. And that's the reason why there has been support which has come from just about every nation which has been affected by terrorism in one way or the other. Now that we are looking at it, do you see that India, and if you look at the mix, or should I say the composition of the press conference, it was the Foreign Secretary and 2 Indian officers who addressed the press conference. So India is repeatedly communicating to the world. First it did after 22nd when the terror attack happened, and now after having carried out these strikes against terror camps, that there is a need for constant engagement with all these nations, not just the allies as we look at them, but also envoys of multiple nations as we did on 23rd.
So, our diplomatic initiative is going to be intense and very comprehensive. One, we will reach out to all the countries in the world. It isn't just about the United States or our European allies or, Japan or Korea, or the countries in the Gulf, our partners in Africa. We will be reaching out to everyone to convey the correct picture. And it's important we do that, because we've done that at every time we have been hit by terrorism on this scale from Pakistan, and that we have retaliated. It's very important. One is that bilaterally we engage all the countries with evidence and with evidence of what we've done. That's number one. The number two is what we are already doing in the UN Security Council and the UN framework. And remember, despite being a non-permanent member at this stage, Pakistan was not able. At first, it asked for a closed-door meeting. It obviously didn't want to be castigated in public. And therefore, it asked for a closed-door meeting, knowing what it would going to face from other members, permanent permanent and non-member. That's the second part. And the third is that we will now go back to putting them on FATF and also taking a number of other steps, including at the IMF, at the World Bank, at the Asian Development Bank, because it is very important for us to be able to convey to the countries that their assistance to Pakistan eventually ends up helping the military continue with its unremitting hostility towards India, practiced through this unconventional, asymmetric, politico-military instrument of terrorism. So it'll be a very comprehensive engagement. But remember, we should not, we have to keep this as an ongoing process, not something that subsides after our rage and revenge period is, in a sense, over, because despite taking out these camps, we can't be sure that new ones will not crop up or they will not find new recruits to the cause. So this is something that we'll have to continue pressing, and to ensure that, as Dr. Jaishankar, our External Affairs Minister, said, and that Prime Minister has said repeatedly, that the world must have a zero tolerance towards terrorism, and there cannot be good terrorism or bad terrorism. That terrorism that affects the West is of a different level than terrorism that affects us. So the kind of sanctions that we have seen on some of the state sponsors of terrorism need in a large measure to also apply to Pakistan as well. And this is something that is going to be an ongoing diplomatic effort. We're not against saying we are targeting the people of Pakistan, but we want to be sure that those who run Pakistan literally, whether they sit in power or whether they are wearing the uniform, at some stage stop this unremitting effort at terrorism against India.
Yes.
Very, very important point Ambassador Ashraf makes there, that this process has to be continuous, and engagement with the entire world, the global community of nations, has to be continuous. And I think that is one thing that
I would say that, I wanted to point this out also, that we need to focus on this perennial challenge that has been with us for decades, as much as we now focus on some of the great geopolitical shifts and the opportunities that the global shifts are creating for us, because this is at the fundamental level important for India's security.
All right, Ambassador Ashraf, thank you for joining us and sharing all the details. Remember, the long-term impact of Operation Sindoor will depend on whether it serves as a deterrent or whether it is a spark for future confrontations. Thank you so much for joining us. A piece of breaking news coming in now, and this is with regards to top government sources who are telling us that in the cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister briefed his colleagues about the strike which was done by the armed forces. We can also tell our viewers that the members of the cabinet lauded the Prime Minister for his exemplary leadership. It is about the political intent which has been displayed by Prime Minister Modi. Vasudha joins us live. Vasudha, Prime Minister Modi monitoring this entire operation through the night. The messaging has been that minute by minute update being given to the Prime Minister by the entire security establishment.
Absolutely, Maria. If you remember, one important move by the Narendra Modi government after 2014 has been on dehyphenation, because the Prime Minister has always believed that before 2014, India would behave like Pakistan is an equal, and hence the world used to think of India-Pakistan issues as together. And one thing that he did was to dehyphenate India and Pakistan, showing the world that Pakistan is no match for India. And this military strike, this precision strike that happened last night, 25-minute strike, was a move of retribution. It was to show the world that proportionate, responsible moves can be made, and that India can do this without hurting civilians. It can do this without hurting military installations. So in the cabinet meeting today, this was reflected by the Prime Minister. He took a lot of pride in the armed forces. He said that this was a perfect strike. It was done with a lot of research. Remember that ruthless diplomatic efforts have also been taken by India in the last few days with respect to alienating Pakistan on the global stage, on FATF and also in UNSC. So today's cabinet was also a reflection of the Prime Minister's pride and faith in the armed forces and as a country. And more importantly, what we understand is that the cabinet ministers also lauded the Prime Minister's initiative leadership in this. And now we'll have to wait and see how India is prepared for the retaliation. I'm told that the Prime Minister is monitoring each move very closely. He's being guided by the best voices and experts. So we'll have to wait and see how this pans out. There's no cabinet briefing today, as as there is every Wednesday. Whenever there's a cabinet meeting. So today is an important day. It's a day that India has, in some ways, changed the discourse on terrorism, saying that it can seek retribution, seek accountability on terrorism without really hurting civilians.
Yes, and the message had come from the Prime Minister on 24th, Vasudha. Just a reminder to the viewers as to what the Prime Minister had said then. He had said that India will identify, trace and punish every terrorist and their backers. Prime Minister Modi then saying that terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to make sure that justice is done and the entire nation is one in its resolve. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. We'll get you more details of Operation Sindoor, so stay with us.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India matters with Shivaru.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smart brand.
ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है कि जो उन्होंने मोदी साहब ने बदला लिया है और मैं उनके साथ हूँ, जनता उनके साथ है और हमारा सारा परिवार उनके साथ है। मैं वो सेना के जवानों को यही मैसेज देना चाहती हूँ कि आगे बढ़ते रहो और ऐसे ही बदला लेते रहो कि ऐसी कोई घटना दोबारा न घटे, उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना ऐसे ही देना चाहिए।
हम सब इस पल की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे थे और जो भी सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है वो योग्य लिया है और हमारी बस यही इच्छा है कि अभी जो भी ये संगठन है या ये जो ग्रुप्स है जो आतंकवादी हमले कर रहे हैं इनको पूरी तरीके से निकाल के मतलब ढूंढ के मार देना चाहिए और ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए।
उनसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है। मैं बहुत छोटी हूँ, उन्हें कुछ भी कहने या नहीं कहने वाली, लेकिन हाँ जिस तरीके से हमारे पूरे परिवार को उन पे विश्वास था उन्होंने उसी तरीके से जवाब दे के हमारे विश्वास को कायम रखा है एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल।
हमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में न्यूज़ चैनल से मतलब हमारे परिवार वालों के कॉल आए हमें और तब पता चला कि भारत ने जो पहलगाम में हमला हुआ था उसके ऊपर आज उन्होंने रिएक्शन मतलब उनको उत्तर दिया है इसके बदले में एयर स्ट्राइक करके। पहले तो मिशन का नाम सुन के हम लोगों को बहुत मतलब मैं तो बहुत रो रही थी सुन के।
इंडियन गवर्नमेंट को बहुत थैंक्सफुल देना चाहता हूँ उसको, ये जो पाकिस्तान ये आपका टेररिस्ट ये अड्डा को मुँह तोड़ ये जवाब दिया है, काफ़ी डैमेज किया है। और अभी इंडियन ये फौजी वालों से भी मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा सतर्क है, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान वालों के भरोसा नहीं है कब वो फिर ये अंदर से फिर कब ये हमें नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए उन लोग जो स्टेप लेंगे, तो सतर्क रहने के लिए उन लोग को भी मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा। मोदी जी अभी ये जो स्टेप लिया है हमारे ये फौजी लोगों को ये मुँह तोड़ जितना भी आतंकवादी है उनको मुँह तोड़ जवाब देने के लिए जो स्टेप लिया मोदी को मैं थैंक्सफुल देना चाहता हूँ।
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. more exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
Pakistani terror factories have been dismantled. India raises the camps after targeted attacks in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and in Pakistan. The government says that in the military strikes in response to the Pahalgam terror attacks, India did civilians and military targets. They did take out terrorist hubs. Of India's Pahalgam revenge, the government has released videos of Operation Sindoor, as it is known. The government says that the targets were chosen on credible intelligence and video has been released. That's not the video, but we'll bring you the video of what exactly they showed as the strikes went in. Prime Minister Modi has briefed the cabinet on Operation Sindoor. This is the footage that I was talking about. It actually shows some of the strikes, including footage from the weapons itself, which actually went through. The Prime Minister said that this is a perfect strike by the armed forces. The cabinet has lauded the Prime Minister for his exemplary leadership. Explosions can be seen elsewhere. We'll play that footage out. The world reacts. Israel strongly backs India. Israel says there's no place for terrorists to hide. The US Secretary of State has spoken to Foreign Minister Jaishankar. Good afternoon. In case you've just tuned in, the big story we are tracking right now, and we'll bring you all aspects of this, is that in a period of approximately 25 minutes from 1:05 a.m. in the morning to 1:30 a.m. in the morning, 25 minutes of Indian fire on Pakistani terrorist hubs all across the line of control, or on their side of the line of control, and deep in Pakistan itself. So let me give you an idea of what India did in terms of raining fire on these Pak terror hubs. We'll give you as much detail as we can over here. Now let's look at the top. That is targets which are relatively shallow targets on the line of control, or just across the line of control, up to about 25 to 30 kilometers in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Gulpur and Bhimber, all on west of the line of control in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. But in terms of the Sialkot sector, the Chakamru sector and Muridke, that is all on the international border, west of the international border in Pakistan itself, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir itself. That's where the international border begins. So above the international border in Jammu and Kashmir is the line of control. That's where the international border is. And I'll tell you about the significance about all of these areas in a little while from now. But this is Bahawalpur. Bahawalpur is 100 to 150 kilometers west of Punjab and Rajasthan. It is deep inside Pakistan. The strikes which went down in Bahawalpur, which is where India blew up through our airstrikes, the Jaish-e-Mohammed primary training hub is the deepest strike which has been conducted by the Indian Armed Forces into Pakistan since the 1971 war. It's been called Operation Sindoor. It took place as a result of precision airstrikes which were carried out by the Indian Air Force. Soon after the strikes, there has been a strong retaliation by Pakistan all along the line of control where there has been extensive artillery shelling that was going on even till a couple of hours back. As a result of that, there have been casualties on both sides. Initial reports, official ones from the army, indicated that 3 people had lost their lives on our side, but defense sources indicating that we have, as a result of artillery strikes along the line of control, really hit Pakistani posts as well, and that Pakistan has suffered considerable losses at this stage. Now, what I'd like to do at this stage is actually to play out some of that footage which was released by the government in their press briefing a little while back, and that shows the actual footage of the strikes going in. So if we can cue up that footage, please, and play it out, I'd like to describe it before we go across to our correspondent. So what you see on your screen over here is of Gulpur. This is one of the Kotli Gulpur. This is of a missile going in to hit its target. The video goes off shortly before the impact. The target itself is destroyed over there. Let's give you more footage. We'll stay with this. Why is this important? This is absolutely critical because unlike in the case of Balakot, what India has been able to do is prove to the entire world that, look, we've done it. There is no controversy over there. And it's here for the world to see. This is in Bhimbar. This is very interesting footage. This is the footage of the strike coming down. That looks to be a small bomblet from an unmanned aerial vehicle, possibly a drone, a small one, and a target over there was actually taken out. This is Kotli Abbas, another terrorist camp. This is before. This is the target, which was what they wanted to hit. This is the footage. Let's just play that video out. That's the video. You can see of the bombs actually going in or the weapon going in. I'm unclear if that was a bomb or a cruise missile. Looks to be some sort of a bomb. India possibly used the Hammer bomb, which is a guided bomb. This actually shows some of the targets that I was speaking about. Bahawalpur, Muridke, Sarjal and Mehmuna Joya. These are the specific names of the camps, but I've already given you the broader ideas. We're going to show this video as well of Sarjal. This is one very important piece of video because it shows perhaps most clearly of a strike, and you saw the explosion taking place over there. Well, let's just go right across now to our correspondents who've been tracking every aspect of this story. I'm joined by Nazir Masoodi. We've got Vasudha with us as well. We've got Aishwarya and Gurpreet Chinda. Gurpreet is in one of the border areas of Punjab. Where are you right now, Gurpreet? Give us a sense of what's happening around you, particularly with civil drills expected to be taking place.
Well, right now we are reporting from a border area of Punjab. This is the district of Firozpur, where we have been talking to the multiple administrative officers since morning. We have seen there is a high alert in all over Punjab, and specifically in the border areas of Punjab, whether it's the district Gurdaspur, Firozpur, Fazilka, Pathankot, they are already on high alert. The second defense line is the Punjab police. They are already conducting patrolling at the various locations of these areas, and what we have seen as a precautionary measure, they have already shut down all the schools in district Firozpur, in district Gurdaspur and Pathankot also. As of now, what we have learnt that they are already busy in the mock drills. They are also conveying the message to the general and civil administration so that number of strategic discussions.
We're going to go across now to Aishwarya, our correspondent. So Aishwarya, go ahead. Give us an idea of what's happening around you. You were signaling. Go ahead. What's happening?
The route is in place as far as Prime Minister's arrival at Rashtrapati Bhavan is concerned. Let me show you these visuals from the Raisina Hills. Prime Minister's convoy is about to reach over here, and he would be briefing the President of India, who is the Supreme Commander of Indian Armed Forces. Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be briefing about Operation Sindoor to President of India very shortly. The route is in place, and any moment from now, the convoy will arrive over here. Let me show you these visuals of the Rashtrapati Bhavan as well, where now, any moment from now, after the cabinet meeting ended, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who also was congratulated, as sources indicated to us, by the cabinet colleagues about Operation Sindoor, and it was, of course, Prime Minister who briefed his cabinet colleagues about the entire operation by the Indian Armed Forces. And soon after that, now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's convoy is now about to arrive very shortly here at Raisina Hills.
Okay, hold on for a second, Aishwarya. Let's go across to Vasudha as well. Vasudha, there's a very important... And Aishwarya, don't worry. The moment the motorcade passes by you, we will cut to your pictures. But Vasudha, there's a Cabinet Committee on Security meeting taking place. What's happening?
Well, the CCS meeting happened today, and this is an important meeting because it's happening after the precision strikes that took place. And of course, the visuals of the cabinet meeting came out, Vishnu. And this cabinet meeting is extremely important because the Prime Minister in this cabinet meeting, according to sources, talked about the pride that he takes in the armed forces, how it's a special day for the entire country. And if you look at the visuals, everybody is present. It's a full cabinet. And of course, ministers from TDP, ministers from JDU are also present. And after this, of course, like Aishwarya has been reporting, he goes to the president of the country to talk about, to brief her on what happened. This is part of protocol. But the important thing is, it's been it's been a hectic night for the Prime Minister and also for the armed forces. And also, it's been a busy morning for him because he's been constantly at his residence here. I'm coming to you live from outside his residence, and there have been like these vehicles that have been just coming. First, of course, the CCS, and then the cabinet meeting that took place, all reflecting just one thing, that the Prime Minister has the political will to see this through. And what has happened last night is also not just a sign of retribution, but it also is a sign of India fighting back in a calibrated measure fashion to seek justice and also accountability from those who promote terrorism.
Any further reactions coming in from any other ministers?
Well, not yet. We know that in the morning, a lot of ministers did put out posts, including the Home Minister. We saw the Health Minister, JP Nadda, put out that important tweet. Ram Mohan Naidu, the Aviation Minister, has also been putting out tweets. What I've been told is all ministers have also been given specific tasks because, there's a domestic narrative that needs to be managed. There's a domestic situation that can get out of hand if not managed properly. India is also prepared for any retaliation that comes. And the Prime Minister, I'm told, in the cabinet meeting also stressed a lot on preparedness, on participation, and on ensuring that while we take pride in our armed forces for what they've done, we also remain prepared and help our agencies, our institutions in preparing the civilians for what is to come.
And what has the opposition said so far? Vasudha?
Well, the opposition, let me tell you that although there have been these, exceptional voices like Jignesh Mevani or for that matter, Rashid Alvi, other than that, the opposition has been extremely careful here, Vishnu. They've been very cautious to not really ask for proof like what they did after the Pulwama attack in 2019 when the Balakot strikes happened, and also in 2016 when, Indian forces crossed the border and, attacked launch pads in Pakistan. This happened immediately after 11 days. This time, both the opposition and the government have been prepared. The opposition is saying in every sentence, Jai Hind, a victory to armed forces, not making it a political victory of the BJP, not talking about the political will. At the same time, making it sure that they don't seem like they are anti-armed forces or they are questioning anything that the armed forces have done, because remember, Pahalgam attack was something that, was brutal and 26 innocent people died. Opposition, this operation is called Operation Sindoor, which evokes a lot of sentiment. Sindoor is very integral to an Indian woman, to the Indian family system. So the Congress Congress is making it clear, all the other parties, including Mamata Banerjee's TMC, everyone is making it very clear that they don't want to be seen on the other side of this.
We're going to stay with these visuals for a little while, just describing to our viewers what exactly is taking place. As Vasudha was mentioning over here, this is the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting over here. The full Cabinet, I should mention, not the Cabinet Committee on Security. The full Cabinet of the Government of India meeting. They have praised the Prime Minister. They have been given a briefing by the Prime Minister and others on what exactly took place. This is a sign of India entirely united in this fight against terror. The images that we should be getting in a little while from now are also of a motorcade leading up to the Prime Minister's residence. We expect the President to be briefed in a little while from now, possibly by the Prime Minister. So we are waiting for that. There'll be more reactions which come in a little while from now. But we're going to just describe these pictures in a little while from now. The Prime Minister briefing the full Cabinet entirely backing the government. This is a moment where India needs to stand united, whether it's the government or the opposition. It's been a difficult day for us, a day in which the Indian Armed Forces, showing exemplary bravery, went in, firing missiles, using loitering drones, a lot of advanced technology to take out Pakistan's terror base. It's not gone entirely smoothly as you would expect, with Pakistan having retaliated, certainly along the line of control and the international border. There have been reports of fighter aircraft also having been impacted, a fighter aircraft of the Indian Air Force. There is no detail which has come of that at the moment, but Pakistan has responded in his press briefing earlier today. The Foreign Secretary, Vikram Mistry, said questions would be answered, but not today because the situation itself is fairly fluid. Let's go across to Nazir Masoodi, who joins us at this stage. Nazir, thanks very much for being with us. What exactly is taking place in Srinagar now? Is there a great deal of tension? I know that air travel has stopped from Srinagar. Give us a sense of what's happening where you are.
Well, I was on way to Kupara, but clearly authorities have put restrictions on the media entry into Kupara, not allowing to go because of the sensitivities today. I appreciate that. But the fact is that the news coming from the border areas is not really good. People have suffered a great deal because when Pakistani army targeted civilians and targeted their homes and the businesses and their lives, worse shelling has happened in Poonch, where there have been reports of casualties and large destruction of the civilian properties as well. India has hit where it hurts the most today. As you can see the statement from the Jaish-e-Mohammed chief, this Maulana Masood Azhar himself admitting that his family members have been killed and 4 Jaish terrorists have also been killed. Remember, I was checking, this is the place where actually Jaish's headquarters was, and its ideological base has been. Well, Masood Azhar was operating, his accomplices who are being indoctrinated, sent to India for many several
We've got breaking news coming in now of an all-party meeting which has been called by the government. Let me go quickly across to my colleague Aishwarya. Aishwarya, stabilize your camera. We are coming to you. We are live on you, Aishwarya. What are the details that you can share with us on this all-party meeting?
Well, the government wants to keep every political party on board, and that's something that happened after the Pahalgam terror attack when the all-party meeting was briefed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Home Minister Amit Shah was also present. All the political parties were on board as far as the developments at that point of time unfolded, and the opposition clearly stated that they are together with the government and in whatever response the government of India will give to the perpetrators of terrorism. And now tomorrow at 11 a.m. is something that sources have indicated to us that government has called in an all-party meeting where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh again will be chairing and will be updating about the details of the Operation Sindoor to all the political parties. The agenda behind that is, of course, to keep all the political parties on board when they are completely united. Today's statements have come in from the Congress President to Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi that it is the political parties, the opposition parties who salute our Indian Armed Forces, and they are together and united in support of the government. So tomorrow at 11 a.m. is what we can witness another round of all-party meeting after Operation Sindoor.
All right, that's a very important development. An all-party meeting scheduled to be held with the government reaching out to the opposition to explain what exactly India has achieved in all of this. The images on your screen over here, what Vasudha was describing a little while back of that Cabinet Committee on Security meeting. I want to go back to what is very much the footage of the day. This is footage of India strikes going in. This is possibly a hammer missile, footage from that coming in. The footage goes off moments before it strikes a target. This is in Kotli, Gulpur. It goes off because it's hit the target. And there is a lot more which has been played out by the government over here. They're going to run through that footage and bring you what exactly it is. Now, this is what they were trying to hit. This is before the target was struck. This is a camp in Bhimber. This is particularly interesting footage because, as you will see very shortly, there appears to be a loitering drone which drops a bomblet that you can see over there. It goes and it hits its target right over here. So you can see the target being hit as well over here. Now, this is the Kotli Abbas terrorist camp. I believe this is a Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist camp. This is what they were looking to target. This is what they were looking to target. And this is actual footage of the weapon going in. And you're going to see a strike taking place over there. So this is absolutely lucid. And you can see it very, very clearly indeed over here. If the camera can just come back to me so that I can point out what it is that we are talking about. The next couple of shots are particularly interesting because it shows in perhaps more clarity what I'm talking about. So if you can just come back to me, I can point out as we move to the next area which has been struck. This is Sarjal and Sialkot. This is to the west of the international border. This is what they were looking to hit. And now this is footage possibly from a drone or another platform, and you will see an explosion which takes place in Sarjal. This is the area that is being targeted, that was destroyed. You saw that very briefly, a flash as it were. This is Mahmuna Joya. This is a terrorist camp. Again, this is what they were looking to strike. This is what they were looking to target. And the next piece of footage which plays out, and all of this is from that press briefing, is of this target having been taken out. So this is the target again. They're playing the video out over here. This is the drone coming in to hit this. This is a suicide drone. It does appear. This is the last video. It goes right in and the video stops. That's because it has been destroyed. So what exactly has the government said in all of this? Let's listen in.
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt.
Through precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
सैयदना बिलाल कैंप, मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश ए मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप, कोटली, यह LoC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर-ए-तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप, बिम्बर, ये LoC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप, कोटली, यह LoC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर-ए-तोयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। अब मैं
Play out those reactions in a little while from now, that briefing by the government. Let's go back to my colleague Aishwarya. The Prime Minister has reached Rashtrapati Bhavan to brief the President. Go ahead, Aishwarya, with your details.
Well, it's a protocol that needs to be followed, and Prime Minister will be briefing President of India, Draupadi Murmu, very shortly, as his convoy has just arrived here at the Raisina Hills. Let me show you these live visuals from the Raisina Hills as the convoy arrives of Prime Minister, and he'll be shortly briefing Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu about the recent operation that the Indian Armed Forces have undertaken as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. It was, of course, Prime Minister earlier in the day chaired the cabinet and also he was applauded by different cabinet colleagues. The cabinet was also briefed about Sindoor, and soon after concluding that meeting, now Prime Minister arriving here at the Raisina Hills, and he would be briefing President of India, who is also the Supreme Commander for the Indian Armed Forces. The armed forces who had conducted a successful attack on POK and Pakistan as well, and it is just in a short while we can see that convoy arriving at Raisina Hills. Remember, it was in the midnight when the Indian Armed Forces conducted that attack with at least 9 locations, and it is in the briefing which had been stated by the wing commander and also the officials from the army, that it is Operation Sindoor hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi, remember, who closely monitored the entire situation throughout the night. He was briefed by NSA Ajit Doval on regular intervals, and the terror camps have been targeted who are linked to various banned outfits, including Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizbul Mujahideen. According to the agencies, it was also stated that these were focused strikes and were carried out on 9 terrorist infrastructure sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. It is certainly, a big achievement for Indian armed forces, and therefore the reason perhaps Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be briefing the Rashtrapati very shortly as his convoy now arrives at the Raisina Hills. It is also, remember, the Prime Minister who was briefed on a regular
from
intervals
Aishwarya,
with,
as we wait
top
for the
officials
Prime
from
Minister
the
to drive up to
Defence
Rashtrapati Bhavan. The image on the right-hand side of your screen is of the cabinet, the full meeting of the cabinet a little while earlier on, where the government has endorsed the moves of the Prime Minister in authorizing the strikes to take place. You see the Prime Minister, Amit Shah, over there as well, and the entire cabinet of the Government of India. So this is important. It is a statement of support which the government has received. I should also mention that there's been several reactions which has come in from countries around the world. Israel, one of our strongest allies, has backed India 100% in the fight against terrorism. We've had strong reactions from the United States. The US President as well has said that he was made aware of the strikes. So when they were going in, India has reached out earlier on today, shortly after the strikes, to some of our closest allies. We'll track all of those developments as well. For now, this short break.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Payback for Pahalgam. India takes out Pakistani terror hubs. 24 strikes, 9 targets. 70 terrorists have been killed. Pakistani terror factories have been dismantled. India raises camps that train 2611 terrorists. The government says that we avoided civilians and military targets. Proof of India's Pahalgam revenge. The government releases videos of Op Sindoor and says that targets chosen were based on credible intelligence. The Prime Minister briefs the cabinet on Op Sindoor. He says that a perfect strike by the armed forces have taken place. Sources say that the cabinet has lauded the Prime Minister for exemplary leadership.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion. How often have you turned away from debates that descend into
The Prime Minister is on his way or is now briefing or beginning the process of briefing the President on India's strikes on Pakistan. Joining us now, my colleague Aishwarya Jain. Aishwarya, tell us what's happening.
The Prime Minister Narendra Modi had reached Rashtrapati Bhavan over here just a short while back, and now he would be briefing President of India Draupadi Murmu about a successful operation that Indian Armed Forces had concluded in the midnight Operation Sindoor. That was also something that was awaited by the entire nation, and that's what Prime Minister also stated in the cabinet meeting, that Desh ko isi ka intezar tha. And finally, as far as the protocol is concerned, after any such major operation by the Indian Armed Forces, it is Prime Minister who usually briefs the President of India. And just now, let me show you these visuals around Rashtrapati Bhavan. Over here, it is Prime Minister who had arrived at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and he would be briefing President of India Draupadi Murmu about the successful operation. He chaired a crucial CCS and the cabinet meeting this morning, and after concluding that, now Prime Minister reaches Rashtrapati Bhavan over here at the Raisina Hills.
All right, Aishwarya, there's also been an important meeting of the Cabinet Committee, not the Cabinet Committee on Security, the full Cabinet, I should say, a little while back. And I believe there's an important meeting where the opposition will be brought in tomorrow as well. Tell us what happened at the Cabinet and what's expected tomorrow.
Well, at the beginning of the Cabinet, sources have indicated that it was all the Cabinet colleagues who lauded Prime Minister's efforts and government's efforts on making it possible to attack those terror camps in Pakistan. It was also Prime Minister who briefed the Cabinet colleagues about the entire operation. The entire, briefing lasted for almost 10 to 15 minutes, just ahead of the Cabinet meeting that had taken several decisions in regards to education and infrastructure. But it is, of course, the Cabinet colleagues who had been briefed. Tomorrow is an important day. The government has called an all-party meeting as well. This is to keep all the political parties on board as far as India's decisions regarding these operations, the kind of developments that are taking place along with the line of control, how India is well prepared in terms of the retaliation from the Pakistani side. So all of that would be briefed to the opposition parties. Remember, in the last all-party meeting, it was the unanimous decision that was taken by the opposition, who had supported the government and stated that it will be, at any point of time in response to the terror, and to the perpetrators of terrorism who had come to the Indian soil to kill our Indian civilians. The entire opposition united together in response to the terror attacks. And it is tomorrow as well, we can see a unanimous, resolution that could be brought in by the government, can be brought by the government. It will be chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and Home Minister Amit Shah will also be present in that particular meeting. Today as well at 2 p.m, the sources have indicated that Home Minister would be speaking to the Chief Ministers of different states who are the border states of our country, and there will be specific directions that will be given by Home Minister to the Chief Ministers for those states as well, where there might be the red alert that could be also issued as well. So a series of meetings have been lined up. These 3 to 4 days are very tense, very sensitive in nature, and therefore the reason perhaps the top ministers of the country had been given the directions to reach out to every possible unit, to take care of the situation, to deal with the entire situation with enough sensitivity, and therefore the reason perhaps these.
We are also told that the Home Minister is going to be chairing an emergency meeting shortly. Do you have any detail about that?
Well, that's what I was mentioning. At 2 p.m, Home Minister would be meeting all the Chief Secretaries, the Chief Ministers, the DGPs of the border states of the country. This meeting would be on video conferencing. Home Minister Amit Shah is at the North Block at Ministry of Home Affairs. After the Cabinet meeting concluded, Home Minister Amit Shah arrived over here, and specific directions will be given to these border states and the officials officials over there as well. So, regarding the war-like situation, or if any possible retaliation happens from Pakistan, then what if, directions the Ministry of Home Affairs will give is something that remains to be seen. Remember, it was just yesterday the Chief Secretary who concluded the meeting with all the Home Secretary, I beg your pardon, Govind Mohan concluded the meeting with all the Chief Secretaries of states and union territories regarding the mock drill that the government had decided earlier. And now at this stage, when Operation Sindoor has already concluded, it is an emergency meeting that has been called by Home Minister Amit Shah, and this meeting will be attended by all the chief ministers, the DGs, the chief secretaries of these states aligned to the border areas of the country. Very important at 2 p.m.
All right, thanks very much. We'll come back to you in a little while from now. We are joined now by Colonel Dinesh Nayan. We're also joined by Captain Meera Siddharth Dave. Thank you both very much for being with us. Captain Dave, let me come to you first. Do you believe India's overall objectives have been met in these strikes?
Absolutely, Vishnu. I would like to say to NDTV 24/7 viewers that name matters a lot. When we say Operation Sindoor, that was half the battle won, not only for the Indian citizens, but also we see what is the condition of Pakistani citizens, and more so the Pakistani army and their terrorist leaders. We see what has happened to Masood Azhar and his family very clearly. So when this name was chosen, I feel so proud always that I am a retired Indian Army officer. I will always be. But today, being a woman Army officer, I feel the pain what those women felt on 22nd of April, when that jihadi attack was carried out on those Hindus, those tourists who didn't do anything to them. But jab unka sindoor mita, then we saw how this sindoor has taken the right kind of action onto those terror camps. And yes, why it is so much important? Because till now, Pakistan and Pakistani army always would want to think that POJK terror hideouts would be eliminated. But they didn't know, even in their wildest of dreams, that in their own backyard of Lahore, Sialkot, which is very much in the Pakistan mainland, their main terror camps of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba in Murinke and Bahalpur will be eliminated in such a manner that what the kind of pictures we are seeing today, 20 feet big, huge craters which have been found there, is in their main terror camps of Lashkar-e-Taiba, which was the mastermind of 26/11 also. So this answer is not only of Pahalgam, but also of 26/11, maybe of Pathankot, maybe of Uri, everything. So we were well prepared. We knew what to do, when to do. So when in army we say right time, right place, right manner. So this was a very precise attack where just when the Pakistani chief then on 16th of April he had spoken to the Pakistani overseas people that we need to attack the jugular vein, and we very well know Operation Sindoor has stepped on that jugular vein of Pakistan, those terror camps.
All right, Captain. All right, Captain, lots of key points over there. We're going to go back to Colonel Nayan in a little while from now. I don't think he can hear me. We'll fix that line. He can me now. He can hear me now, I'm told. Colonel Nayan, is there, in your opinion, and briefly, sir, a possibility that Pakistan can still strike India? Colonel Nayan.
Well, if we see the development taking place right now, and say the development on the LoC, especially from Uri till Sundarbani, including Poonch and Rajouri and Nowshera area, we have been receiving artillery fire continuously over there. We have also been retaliating. So we cannot say that they will not be taking any step further. Probably the kind of meetings which are taking place in Delhi now, what I personally feel is that government is also apprehensive or trying to be very protective about something which might be coming. And that's why there has been CCS meeting, then followed by a meeting with the cabinet, and now the Prime Minister is going to the President for briefing, or maybe further explaining her what else can be done in future, what he's expecting. And tomorrow, when he has called all-party meeting, that itself shows that definitely there is something in mind, but there are some informations which we are having that definitely something is coming. And on same time, the Home Minister has called all the CMs of all states bordering Pakistan as well as Nepal, along with their DGPs. So that shows that there is something which is now being decided by us, and probably it may be it may be that we must be preparing for any kind of action which, or action can be taken from Pakistan side or something, or maybe
for a moment I need to
whatever
take
is
a short
happening on
break at this
LoC right
stage. I'm
now-
going to come back with a lot more in a little while from now as we continue to track this story. India hitting Pakistan hard. 9 targets have been struck, multiple attacks on each of these, on some of these areas, 26 I believe in total. That number we were going to double check for you, but all across the line of control, west of that, and indeed west of the international border between Punjab and Rajasthan as well. We'll take a short break, come back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive, Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Well, in all of this, let's not for a moment forget about the families of the Pahalgam victims, people who've lost so much. We've reached out to these family members to ask on their reaction to India striking back. Here's what they've said.
This was a significant moment as far as families of the victims are concerned. 64-year-old Dilip Desle lost his life when he was on a holiday with his wife and he was shot dead in front of his wife. This is what happened. He was from Panvel and I'm with his relatives, Dilip Desle's relative Prajakta as well as Sanjay. You know, of course, a retaliatory step has taken place. India has attacked Pakistan in several of the terror infrastructure. Do you see this as a sense of justice for families of those who lost their loved ones?
Honestly, sense of justice, that would be a right answer. A person has already been lost. So only thing is what Honorable Prime Minister has done, a huge respect to him for what he has done today. But I can't say it's injustice for our family.
All right. What do you want to say, sir? Is there some sort of closure for a family member?
I have a strong belief in my government, and I am very happy and proud. But the only thing is that ensure that this is not repeated, because even a small single loss is a big loss for a family. And it is not the one person who is get affected, it is a hell lot of people get affected.
And, how has the family been coping, over the last couple of weeks?
The family is still in trauma because we are still getting a lot of relatives, we are visiting our village hometowns, the rituals and all. So it will take some time to cope up. It is not going to be 100% for sure.
And this morning when you heard the news, what went through your minds? Especially of the wives. I'm sure you're in touch with the wife who saw what had happened.
Yes, but honestly, I have not been in contact with her since morning. But whatever we saw in the morning, as I told, it was a big relief that some action has been taken by government. But as I told you that whatever is lost, we are not going to get it back.
Absolutely. And how has the family coping, sir, over the last 2 weeks? Because, you've...
It will take time. It will take time. We can't expect her to cope up because it is a huge loss, and I don't think it is going to be 10-15 days.
And so what do you want the country, Prime Minister Modi, and what do you want the centre to understand about the loss? Because a lot has happened over the last few weeks. Multiple retaliatory action has taken place diplomatically. Now, of course, an attack has taken place. So what would you like the centre to understand coming from the victims' families?
No, I think they have understood what we wanted, and they have done exactly what was expected. And this action is definitely going to... what I can say, give them the response that, okay, this country is into retaliatory mode. And apart from that, the other steps that has been taken, which is going to affect them in a big way. So all in all, I think that why the Pakistan is existing here. Is it just for the terrorism or is it something for else? So that is what I believe.
Any other message that you'd like to give? Somebody who suffered this loss?
Somebody has suffered, but the only thing is that it should not be repeated again. It should not absolutely zero tolerance on this. And Jammu Kashmir is our own country, and we should not have a fear to reach out to go over there. So right now the situation is not like that. We are having a fear to go there. So I want that to be changed.
And I think Dilip Desle went there for the first time after his retirement, right?
After our recommendation only. Okay. We only had discussion and we thought that let's go to that place. It is now safe, it is sound, and we can go. So he had been, I think Vaishno Devi we had been. So we thought that let's go step ahead. So, and we paid the price for that.
Right, I'm really sorry about that. There you heard family members of Dilip Desle, how they had planned the trip for 64-year-old Dilip soon after his retirement. It was the first visit, as far as Dilip is concerned, was his first visit to Kashmir, but that didn't turn out well at all. Tragic, certainly, but of course, obviously the family members here are relieved that some sort of action has taken place, but they feel more must be done and this cannot be repeated, and that J&K should be a place where every citizen can visit without any fear and with confidence.
আমার গভর্নমেন্টের কাছে শুধু থ্যাংক ইউ বলার আছে। আমি আমার স্বামী হারা হয়েছি। আমি 9টা জায়গায় স্ট্রাইক করেছেন, জাস্টিস চেয়েছিলাম গভর্নমেন্টের কাছে। ইন্ডিয়া গভর্নমেন্ট উনি অ্যাকশন নিয়েছেন, তার জন্য আমি এই যে হাত জোড় করে বলছি। কিন্তু একটাই প্রেয়ার, ভবিষ্যতে যাতে কারোর সিঁদুর না যায়, এই জঙ্গি, এই টেররিস্ট, এদের প্রতি যাতে প্রচণ্ড স্ট্রিক্ট হয়। কারোর যদি এরকম মর্মান্তিক মৃত্যু কারোর ওয়াইফকে চোখের সামনে দেখতে না হয়, কারোর বাচ্চাকে দেখতে না হয়। কিন্তু গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া আমাদের প্রার্থনা শুনেছেন, ওনারা অ্যাকশন নিয়েছেন, ওনারা আমাদের পাশে আছেন, আমরা প্রাউড।
All right, let's just never forget about the families who've lost so much. But for now, let's go quickly across to NDTV. Shiv Aruri is in front of a building in the Uri sector which has been hit by artillery shelling. Firstly, Shiv, be careful while you're there. Secondly, what's happening around you?
Vishnu, we're at the line of control in Salamabad. It's one of the last outposts before the line of control. There are 2 houses here that were struck last night in Pakistan Army shelling here in the Uri sector. These 2 houses have been completely totaled, completely destroyed. There's still a fire burning, if you can see over there, smoke smoldering across this entire pair of houses. Miraculously, no deaths, but 4 people have been severely injured, 2 of them children. One of them has apparently lost a limb as well. They've been evacuated to the Baramulla hospital, which is about 40 kilometers to our rear from here. We're about 10 kilometers from the line of control. Complete damage over here, Vishnu. If you can see that these 2 houses, I'm surprised that anything is left everywhere else, because it looks like a shell, a stray shell may have come and landed here. It appears to suggest that the Pakistan Army, which has been aiming and firing directly, targeting civilian areas, has caused damage deeper inside, and one shell or a couple of shells has come and actually landed here. This has all the telltale signs of artillery damage. You can see shrapnel completely ripping through these metal sheets. These are very clear signs of artillery shrapnel that has ripped open these roof sheets. The walls completely broken, and everything is still burning in these houses. This is a place called Salamabad where there have been some casualties. The 4 people from just this small little settlement over here. We are taking due care, but we are told by villagers that there is further damage closer to the line of control. So that's where we will actually be headed next. But the images you're seeing here on NDTV are the first manifestations of what we've been reporting since the morning, that the Pakistan Army has directly targeted civilian areas. This has nothing to do with the military. There's no army over here. The army brigade is way many kilometers behind where we are. This is a civilian settlement. A rural folk live in this area, and this is what a couple of Pakistani shells has done in this place. These are live images, first on NDTV, that we're bringing to you of what targeting a civilian establishment, a civilian area really looks like. And remember that, now it's midday here, but it is very likely that an escalation will begin again. We were told earlier by people who were fleeing from this village and others that the firing took place till as late as 11:30 in the morning. They heard the thuds of artillery fire and small arms fire till at least 11:30 in the morning. So we're wondering whether there might be firing now as well. So we want to quickly get this report done and move out of this place. I'm going to try and get a word in from, if you can just bear with me for a moment. I want to get a word in from one of these people. Sir, idhar आइए. कौन रहते हैं यहाँ पे? कितने लोग जख्मी हो गए इसमें?
इसमें 4 लोग.
इधर आ जाइए, इधर. हाँ जी.
4 लोग.
4 लोग. कौन? बच्चे?
एक 13 साल की बच्ची, एक 4 साल का बच्चा, तो 2 घर के मालिक.
हाँ. और क्या ये पाकिस्तान के शेल?
हाँ, ये पाकिस्तान का आया, रात के 2 बजे का मसला है. तो उससे ये घायल हो गए. तो यहाँ मकानों की बात ही नहीं. मकान
कितने बजे गिरे थे ये शेल?
2 बजे. 2 बजे सोए होते हैं.
आप कहाँ थे उस टाइम? हमने सुना ये?
हाँ, हमने ये भरोसी है यहाँ. हम तो रात को बाहर आ रहे. 2 बजे के बाद हमारे बच्चे भी बाहर आ गए. उधर इधर लगे भागने. क्या करते भाग?
सर इधर आइए एक सेकंड. सर, आप यहाँ रहते हैं? नजदीक में रहते?
इस्लामाबाद का.
कहाँ थे आप जब ये हुआ था?
हम तो घर में रात को 2 बजे.
आपने सुना ये जब ये
हुआ था? बहुत आवाज सुना.
क्या आवाज था?
वो आवाज था ये शेल की थी जी.
अच्छा.
पूरे शेल लग रहे थे. एक तो नहीं था ना, बहुत आ रहे थे.
कितने शेल?
इसको मेरे ख्याल 1-2 लगे मेरे ख्याल में. इसमें 2 लगे.
जख्मी लोग बारामुल्ला हॉस्पिटल में हैं.
पहले उड़ी लिए, उसके बाद उन्होंने उड़ी वालों ने बारामुल्ला भेज दिए.
जी.
बारामुल्ला हॉस्पिटल में भी.
बुरा है जख्म?
वो जख्म तो सर में भी लगी. हमने उसको देखा नहीं है. सुबह हम खुद डरे थे. हम जंगलों में भाग रहे थे. इधर तो हमारे पास कोई है ही नहीं. सेफ्टी है ही नहीं. क्यों?
तो इस गांव में डर नहीं है अभी?
वो डर तो बहुत है. माल
तो आप यहीं पे
क्या करेंगे? अपना कहाँ छोड़कर जाएंगे? किसके घर जाएंगे? गरीब शख्स कहाँ जाएगा? हमारे पास कोई बैंकर नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, तो कहाँ जाएंगे? अगर बैंकर होता फिर अपनी कुछ सेफ्टी होती. बैंकर ही नहीं है.
I want all of our viewers to hear what this gentleman has just said. For all of those people who say, why don't you get out of the village? Why are you still standing there? This gentleman and this elderly gentleman here have basically told a truth that needs to sink in. People don't have a choice to leave. They have their livelihoods here. This is their home. They've got their children. They've got their agriculture. They've got their jobs here. And this is what Pakistan has done. India targeted terror sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and this is how Pakistan has responded by directly targeting a civilian area. Let me take you a little bit deeper. Ashwini will join me a little bit deeper. Let's just show you, it's not just one house. There are two houses that have been completely decimated. We are taking due care because we do realize that that shell ammunition, artillery ammunition was used. But just take a look at the complete destruction of this house. All of the wood has been reduced to coal and charcoal. Nothing is left. All the property is completely destroyed. Look at the remnants here. This metal box here full of vessels, completely mangled and twisted out of shape in the intense heat. Now, I can tell you that an artillery shell brings an absolute hellish amount of heat and energy. When it lands, white-hot metal shards fly in every direction, and that's where the injuries actually come from. They tear through concrete. They tear through steel, as you can see. And here it's cut some water lines, which is why this particular room is also flooded. Glass, plastic, everything completely shattered in this particular house. This is a ground report that NDTV is bringing to you from Islamabad, one of the last settlements before the actual line of control. But we are going to travel a little deeper to see the other damage and document with our own eyes the kind of damage that Pakistan has caused to civilian areas. These images are not second-hand, third-hand, first-hand on NDTV's cameras, showing you that Pakistan has deliberately, consciously, and with total amounts of information targeted a civilian area here in Islamabad. This is close to the line of control in Uri.
All right, Shiv, there are other areas where you're headed to as well, right? Nearby, where apparently there has been... I think that in just seeing the footage that you put out right now, when Pakistan says that they're just hitting the Indian army, that's rubbish. They're hitting civilian areas. It's abundantly clear, and it's not just where you're standing now, it's other areas as well.
I want our viewers to see this. I'm going to call Ashwini a little closer, and I want our viewers to see this. This is a poor family's grain store ablaze right now. It was struck at 2 in the morning. You know, nearly 12 hours ago. 12 hours ago it was struck, and the fire is still burning. It's a huge heap of wheat, which was the food, of a poor family that lived in these two houses, and it is smoldering right now. This is an image that I want to go out to the entire world. Not a military target, not an armed forces target, not a vital establishment, not a vulnerable point. This is a poor family living in Islamabad, Kashmir, close to the line of control, that has been deliberately targeted by a Pakistan shell. And there you have it, their livelihood, probably the rest of their year's supply of wheat, simply burning in a pile over there. There's nothing left of this house. There's nothing more to really say. Rebuilding it will be, a distant dream for this family once they pick up the pieces of their injuries, and their injured children as well. I mean, just look at these images. Where do you actually start? Where do you start picking up the pieces, really, once you come to terms that you've completely lost your home, your livelihood? Some of the fields behind here have also been completely destroyed. The elderly gentleman here tells me that, this place will not be fixed. And remember, once attention moves on, who's going to come and repair these houses? These are families that do not even have the wherewithal, to rebuild their houses. I'm going to try and venture
All right,
into this
Shiv, just hold on for half a second. We're going to come back to you in a moment. We've got images on our screen right now of the Prime Minister meeting the President. The Prime Minister has briefed the President at Rashtrapati Bhavan in the last 15-20 minutes or so. This is very important on a day in which India struck Pakistan, their terror hubs all across Pakistan, whether it's Pakistan-occupied Kashmir or Bahawalpur, and a series of attacks in 9 areas. The Jaish-e-Mohammed's headquarters has been destroyed. Several terror training camps of the Lashkar-e-Taiba have been destroyed. The President, the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, would be briefed on all of this, and she would be told about what the overall situation is. Let's go back to Shiv Arur. Shiv, you were showing us some flames. Can you just point that out again? and tell us, show me what you were trying to tell us.
Yeah, I'm just going to show you. I'm going to show you that. Okay, I'm going to try and maybe step inside here. It's a little dangerous, but yeah. That house is still on fire. You can still see the flames there on our screen right now. Just a testament to what ammunition can really do. Artillery ammunition of the 155 millimeter or 130 millimeter kind has landed in this house. There's a gas cylinder there, very dangerously, lying there on the floor, which could be a hazard. No forensic teams have been able to reach here just yet. The police apparently came for a quick sweep to get the people out, but nothing else has been done. But it's still aflame. The house is still aflame, and it's very likely that it'll probably burn down because much of the superstructure of the houses in this area are made of wood. This is just one small sampling of the damage that we're hearing has been done by Pakistan in civilian areas off the line of control. Salamabad is one of several villages we're hearing that have been targeted directly by the Pakistan army using their artillery. Remember, when we're reporting from the Uri and Kupwara sectors over the last few days, we did hear about Pakistan deploying their Chinese SH-15 self-propelled howitzer guns. Now, we don't know for sure what guns were actually used, but this is definitely the remnant of an artillery attack. These images, you've seen artillery attacks before as well. This is what they look like live in the flesh up front, an artillery attack on a civilian village on the line of control.
No, in fact, what you were showing us earlier on, Shiv, that shrapnel inside that metal, shelter, metal cover, I mean, that's exactly what it is.
Right here.
If anything, Shiv, that points to an airburst. This points to an airburst where, the shrapnel cuts through everything. And this is just thin metal over here, but it's actually, it can cut through steel as well, it can cut through cement as well, and it's that shrapnel. So it's a clear idea, an indicator of what's happening. Shiv, thanks very much for joining us with that report, and do take care. All right, we're going to stay with Shiv for a little bit longer until such time as he feels he needs to get out of that area. One of the first things that you do when you're in an area which has come under artillery fire is to minimize your risk in that particular area and keep moving to the next area. That brings with it an element of security. I think what Shiv was mentioning is very clear that this isn't the only area where he's at. He's at Salamabad in the Uri sector. There are other homes, other places close by which have also been hit. Shiv, is there anything else that you'd like to share with us?
Yeah. Vishnu, you were talking about an airburst. Take a look at this piece of roofing. This is exactly what you're talking about. Shrapnel, white-hot artillery shrapnel flying in every direction. Just look at the gaping holes they've cut, like neat oval holes, telltale signs of shrapnel simply ripping through metal. This is really, really thick, hard metal used for roofing. It's resistant to, it's all-weather resistant because, it snows and rains a lot over here. Just look at what artillery shrapnel can do to a strong piece of metal. It has completely mangled it. It has perforated it. It is peppered with gaping holes. And this is basically the story of every piece of roofing that we can see here across three structures of one big house, two houses actually. How much more damage we're going to find as we move on ahead, I cannot say, but this is definitely, a morbid appetizer, I would say, to what we're probably going to find as we get a little closer to the line of control now.
There have been casualties on the Indian side. Earlier this morning, we were reporting 3, which is a confirmed number. But the sense is that many more people may have lost their lives. Along the line of control, we may not even know how many people have lost their lives until later. Shiv, can you hear me? All right, I think we've lost that line.
Yeah, Vishnu, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. Yeah, I'm just trying to get to another point to, to show our viewers the damage from another angle, if possible. We're trying to get to the other side of the house. Oh, there you go. This is the real view now of the damage. Here it is. Completely collapsed roof. Completely collapsed wall of this entire house. Now you get a proper vantage view of the damage that's taken place. The entire roof has blown off. I was trying to look for remnants of the actual shell, but as you know, Vishnu, those are very, very difficult to find because they burst into thousands of little pieces and usually get buried, in walls, in the ground, etc. So not easy to find it anywhere here, but clearly an artillery hit right here at Salamabad village. The villagers here, as you just heard, some of them say, they don't have the luxury of leaving. Many of them have actually fled. We saw a small tempo traveler full of people from Salamabad getting, out of here as quickly as possible. We bumped into them in Baramulla, fearing for their lives. They've left, but many still here because they've just got that helpless look on their faces, saying, where can we possibly go? We can't leave our houses. It's not safe. All our livelihood, all our farms and animals and all those things are here. Everything moving costs money. There's no help from anyone to actually get out of here. So it remains to be seen, whether there will be more damage in Salamabad or elsewhere.
All right, Shiv, thanks very much for being with us, sharing all of those details, and stay safe in that particular area and indeed in all of the areas that you're moving around. The images that you see on the left-hand side of your screen over there, in fact, now full frame, is the President and the Prime Minister meeting. The President, the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, meeting the Prime Minister, who has briefed him, heard just a little while back, on a day in which India struck Pakistan. There have been multiple strikes which have taken place. There has been a fair amount of support for India, but it needs to be said, countries like Turkey, which have been allies of Pakistan, countries like China, which have been allies of Pakistan, have supported them. This is all going to be played out at an international level as well at some stage, but India has gained fairly strong support from our partners, such as Israel, which has said that the fight against terrorism must continue and that Israel completely backs India. The United States is one of the countries that India briefed earlier on in the morning. There have been reactions from President Trump as well. The US Secretary of State, the National Security Advisor of India, and the US have spoken as well. Let's go back to Shiv Arush. Shiv, go ahead.
Vishnu, I want to show you some more damage that we're seeing here in some of the surrounding houses as well. I'm going to ask Ashwini to follow me. Another house that's had its, all of its glasswork completely blown in. The window panes have blown in. The wooden support pillars and support structure completely damaged here. So it's not just one or two houses, at least 4 houses either destroyed or damaged very, very badly. This is a house which still has its carpeting because obviously the fire didn't spread to this particular house. But if you can see here, all the glass pieces, the glass shards here, showing the kind of damage from the shockwave of that artillery landing here that has destroyed this house. The door has completely blown off the hinges. There's another door just lying there on the ground here, and this is right next to this house. The residents of this house have not left. We'll talk to them in just a moment. We can hear their voices inside. Others are, of course, also speaking to them. The more we dwell on these images, the more I'm hoping that people across India and across the world realize, or at least their belief that Pakistan targets civilians is reinforced. It's a default, warcraft of a country that is a terror sponsor that has responded in this manner to India attacking terror targets in POK and in Pakistan. We will be getting more images of this kind because we do know that there are many more villages that have been similarly shelled.
All right, Shiv, what happened to the families over there, just for the benefit of our viewers who've joined in right now? There have been injuries over there in this particular hamlet, right?
There have been injuries. We just spoke to someone who told us that there have been as many as 4 injuries, including one person who's apparently lost an arm. A 13-year-old child has also been injured, received a shrapnel injury to the head, and 2 other people have also been injured. They've been rushed to the Anantnag hospital for treatment, critical care treatment, because there's no other hospital that's close by that can treat them. but it's a truly sorry state of affairs. Nobody from that family is still here. Only the neighbors are here to see what's happened to the house. The two gentlemen we spoke to earlier, both neighbors who live a couple of houses away, they say that they were woken up at 2 a.m. by the enormous sound of the shells actually landing. You can imagine what that must have been like. And they're thanking their stars that their houses are still standing. But in small villages like this, where everyone is essentially related to the other, and they all have a very close-knit kind of community, this is what they're left with. This is right in the middle of this little hamlet in Salamabad, where this is all that the people of this village are really left with and what they'll have to do. And they're literally going to have to pick up the pieces. And let's remember, this is perhaps just the beginning. This is perhaps just the beginning of what could be another escalation. The people here in Salamabad do not have the luxury of picking up the pieces and just moving on to another place, to a safer place, further in depth perhaps of the mainland, not being so close to the border. They've been here for generations together. They do not have the choice of, picking up and leaving. And that's why, images like this one, like what we're seeing over here, just common household items, a gas stove, a pot, mugs, tumblers, a plate rack, coffee cups, all of them just splattered in this one little room. This must have been the family's kitchen, where food was prepared, etc. Completely burnt to ashes, bricks and pieces of stone all over the place. I have no idea when that family will come back, or even if they will want to come back to something like this. But this is what Pakistan is doing.
Shiv, there's been very heavy artillery shelling which has taken place after India's strikes across. Could you give us a sense of what's been happening on the LoC near where you are and elsewhere along the international border in Jammu and Kashmir?
I've just received video footage, which I will be sharing in a moment, of artillery shelling that's taken place at LoC Uri late last night. There was a great deal of heavy firing taking place at LoC Uri. Heavier firing has taken place at the LoC in the Kupwara sectors, especially in Tangdhar. That's where we've been reporting from. There are civilian casualties there yet, but we can't confirm the numbers just yet. But by far the heaviest amount of artillery firing and escalation has happened in the Rajouri, Poonch, Bhimbar Gali and KG sectors, that's the Krishna Ghati sectors, where we are told that there's been a huge amount of damage on the Pakistan side of the LoC, where several Pakistan army posts have been destroyed and a lot of casualties have been imposed there. But there as well, there are casualties on the civilian side, because remember, in the Poonch Rajouri area, which we've traveled to as well, there are lots of villages bang on the line of control. The army has confirmed at least 3 casualties so far. That number is almost definitely likely to rise, but we don't have an official number just yet. And on NDTV, we don't play with numbers when it comes to serious military operations and the crossfire between the two countries. We'll leave that to other channels. Here we only provide authentic information. So 3 is the official confirmation so far of civilian deaths due to artillery shelling by Pakistan.
All right, thanks very much, Shiv, for being with us. Once again, stay safe. We'll come back to you whenever we can. A great deal of shelling taking place in a lot of areas along the international border in Jammu and Kashmir and also the line of control. But the images on the right-hand side of your screen are some of the areas which India has struck in Pakistan. This is video from Pakistan. The images are after about 1:30 this morning when Indian strikes went in over there, destroying terrorist hubs, absolutely destroying the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, hitting major terror camps, camps where people who were involved in some of the worst terror attacks, including 26/11, were in fact trained. We'll come back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck.
All right. As we see, some of the video which was released by the government earlier on, showing the Indian strikes going in, footage from drones, footage from missiles as well. Let's go across to NDTV's Aishwarya Jain and Nazir Masoodi in Srinagar. Nazir, let me come across to you first. What exactly is happening now with the strikes having taken place? Have shops been opened in Srinagar? I know air travel has been impacted. Give us a sense briefly about what's happening there.
Open, but very less traffic is moving, and it is across Kashmir. Fingers crossed, people are actually fearing something more can happen. The way border areas suffered great, damage, huge damage during the night, and people suffered. People don't know what will happen next when again there would be clash between India and Pakistan if it doesn't stop here where it is. Because India has taken action against terrorists, and I can tell you it is not just Indian claim. We are confirming it from independent sources which are in Pakistan. Also, they are even saying, confirming that it was on Jaish headquarters in Bahawalpur, and Maulana Masood Azhar, Jaish chief himself, confirming that it was his family, other terrorists who have been targeted. For the first time, India is hit where it hurts the most, and India is hit at its intended target. And also Murdiki, which was the Jaish Lashkar's headquarters. Earlier it used to be called Jamiat-ul-Dawat-ul-Rashad. So, and whether it was Kotli, whether it was in Muzaffarabad, everywhere where they have been, militant over operating, or their headquarters or their ideological base, all that has been hit by India. There has been some damage here also. We're waiting for the official numbers, but exactly is the total number of casualties here on this side, particularly in Poonch area and other areas which have suffered damage. There's also been some damage to, air assistance, but the fact is we are waiting for the official confirmation. The fact is that how India is hit, and hit very hard within 2 weeks after Pahalgam terror attack. But on the ground here in the valley, people are really apprehensive what is going to happen next, while the people were actually saying here after terror attack in Pahalgam that there should be retribution, and this terror factory should end once for all, and it should not be done in the name of Kashmiris, not in our name, what was always said. And India has actually paid back, and very, very hard in the areas which Pakistan would have never
All right,
thought
Nazir, hold on
they
for a
can be
second. Let's go
targeted.
across to Aishwarya Jain as well. Aishwarya, very important meetings taking place in Delhi today, but also tomorrow, the government taking the set to take the opposition into confidence, right?
Well, that's right. In fact, multiple meetings being chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi this morning. It was the CCEA, the CCS and the cabinet meeting. After that, we saw Prime Minister arriving at the Rashtrapati Bhavan and brief President Draupadi Murmu about Operation Sindoor. The meeting lasted for almost 15 minutes. That is the protocol that usually being followed after any such operation is being taken place as far as the Indian Armed Forces are concerned. Right now it is Home Minister Amit Shah who is conducting the meeting with all the chief ministers, the DGPs and the chief secretaries of different states which are the borders, which are adjoining to the border of different countries, and the directions by Home Minister is being given. Tomorrow, the government has called for an all-party meeting where Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah would be chairing it and would be informing about the developments that are taking place and how India is well prepared to combat if any retaliation happen from Pakistani side, to keep all the political parties on board. Tomorrow's meeting has been called by the government of India.
All right, thanks very much for being with us. I can also tell you now that as many as 20 airports across the country have been shut till the 10th of this month, according to some reports from reliable journalists who track this very closely. So if you are traveling across the country, it's important for you to know what the status of your flight is. And that's something that we've been saying for a while now. So we're going to keep tracking this story very, very closely. If we can just play out some of the reactions which have come in fact, from that briefing itself, which was held in the National Media Centre by the government, where these strikes were announced by the Foreign Secretary of India, Vikram Misri, but also two officers, one of the Army and one of the Air Force. Let's play those out, which really explains what India has done. All right, we're just about to show you that footage in a moment from now, but what you see on your screen is some of that video which was publicly released. I cannot stress enough the importance of the release of this video. It indicates quite clearly that Pakistan needs to be sent a message, India wanting to send Pakistan a message. Unlike the surgical strikes where there was only very, very sketchy footage, and Balakot where there essentially was none, this is very clear footage which has been sent. So let's play those packages across.
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt.
Precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian armed forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद यह एक जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली यह LoC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर-ए-तैयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर ये LoC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली यह LoC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर-ए-तैयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूँगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठवा के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर IB से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के यह IB से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे। मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर यह इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Payback for Pahalgam. India takes out Pakistani terror hubs, 24 strikes and 9 targets. At least 70 terrorists believed to have been killed. Pakistani terror factories have been dismantled. India raises camps that trained 2611 terrorists. The government says that India avoided civilians and military targets. Proof of India's Pahalgam revenge. The government releases videos of Ops Sindoor. The government says that the targets chosen were based on credible intelligence. Prime Minister Modi briefs the cabinet on Ops Sindoor. He says that it's been a perfect strike by the armed forces. The cabinet lauds the Prime Minister for exemplary leadership.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है।
For this decision we were waiting since long.
This has been only possible
with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, अच्छा है। राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया।
They have always used it as a political weapon, and now that weapon's gone.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims?
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Of the military India on targets in Pakistan. Airspace across Pakistan has been entirely shut down. As far as India is concerned, 20 airports have been shut down. These include Srinagar, Chandigarh, Jodhpur. Airports have been shut down till the 10th of May. The list is a little bit more exhaustive, and we'll try and bring you that entire list in a little while from now. But it is important what has taken place. The message is that you should perhaps consult your airline before you travel in case you are scheduled to travel. But there are 20 odd airports which have shut down, and we'll try and bring you more details of this in a little while from now. We're going to move on now to our guests. General Rakesh Sharma and Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur join us at this stage. Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur, is it your sense that it's not the end of it? There's every possibility of a Pakistani attack which might come in. We've hit targets in Pakistan, and very correctly so, but they might retaliate, and that's a possibility, right?
That, my sense is that it is the case, because the public opinion in Pakistan would demand, what is it that you have done to respond to India's attacks? So my sense is, and I think we are already seeing army action along the LoC. I saw the earlier report of the shelling going on in Punch area. So that may be a starter, and the shelling, I believe, is only increasing. So we have to be on guard. It's just 13 odd hours from the time we struck. So we have to be on guard, not only on ground, but also in the air. What exactly are their air planners doing to do a similar thing on us? But they are in a quandary, and I suppose they would be in a quandary. We have targeted terrorist targets. What do they target in India? Would they target army installations? Would they target our economic installations? So they, I think, are stuck or would be stuck with what to strike. Because striking a military target or an economic target would mean that we would have to respond again. So the choice of their targeting would be there, but we have to be on guard, absolutely. It's certainly not the end of it.
General Sharma, would you agree it's not the end? It's possible that there may be Pakistani attacks incoming?
Thank you, Vishnu, for inviting me. I think the Prime Minister's office in Pakistan has clearly said that they will abide by Article 51 of the United Nations Convention, which says that they have the right to respond to any affront. So this is coming up recently, lately, which actually implies that they are telling us that they would respond. But Khwaja Asif, in his statement about 2-3 hours ago, had said that in case India does not want to escalate, we will let things die. Now, as Air Vice Marshal rightly pointed out, the Pakistan it is for the Pakistan Army to retain its primacy in the country. It is essential for them to respond. Without it, their own standing within the country will go bad. Also, there is an issue of the identity of Pakistan being anti-Indian. It will be essential for them to respond. So yes, they would respond. Maybe today, tomorrow, or sometime, they will respond in one manner or the other. The targets will have to be examined. I'm sure the serving establishment has considered that where would the response come, which targets would be hit, how far in depth, and what kind of effect they would have, what kind of weaponry the Pakistanis could use. I would say that hitting an infrastructure in India will be debilitating for Pakistan, because our response will also go against Pakistani infrastructure, which lies closer to our border, and it will be greatly disadvantageous. So to talk about bridges and dams and railways and things like that, I might doubt whether the Pakistanis will handle that issue. What can they easily handle is they don't have any terrorist infrastructure like we have in India to say, okay, we hit a terrorist infrastructure or something. So that's also gone. Finally, it comes down to some kind of a military establishment, which could be either the airfields or some kind of military cantonments or military areas. That's the safest bet for the Pakistanis to hit, or choreograph a response in proximity to these areas, like they did in after Balakot, when they hit the areas close to Rajouri divisional headquarters and the ammunition dump without hitting them directly. So they conveyed a message that we could have hit them, but they didn't hit them on that day.
Okay, General Sharma,
So
give me a second. Let me just go back to Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur. In all of this, the Air Force needs to be on complete guard, right? Because if there are incoming strikes which take place, striking by air is a very strong possibility. Therefore, I would suggest that the next couple of days, very, very crucial, particularly at night.
Oh, that is absolutely true. And I can assure you all our radars must be churning. Our air defense controllers would be on the ball. All the ORPs, the operational readiness platforms at airfields would be live, 2 minutes live. That means 2 minutes the aircraft will be able to take off the moment the scramble order is given. And possibly at some places, we may be having a standing cab, possibly, we don't know. But our air defense mechanism would be fully on the ball to anticipate any response from the other side. This is a cat and mouse game, because how is it and when would it happen is the issue. So all these things would be on. At the background, diplomacy, I'm quite sure the diplomatic lines are churning, and they would like to dial down the temperature right now. So our diplomats would be earning their pay, actually, in trying to tell the international community that it is the other side which has to take steps, Pakistan has to take steps to ensure that our integrity, our people, our society is not affected by their actions. So yes, we can expect something from the air, and we would be standing guard on this.
All right, we'll be standing guard. Thank you, gentlemen, both very much for being with us. I'm going to go across to my colleague Tanushka, who joins us at this stage. We're trying to get an idea of the number of airports in India which have been impacted, shut down. Tanushka, go ahead with what you're hearing. Tanushka, you're on air. How many airports have been shut down?
Right, precisely, Vishnu. We have around, 20 airports, around 20 airports that have been shut down. This is specifically in North India. So Leh, Thoi, Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir, Amritsar, Pathankot, Chandigarh, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, Ramnagar, Bhatinda, Bhuj, Dharamshala, Shimla, Rajkot and Porbandar. These are namely some of the airports which have been shut down entirely in view of the airspace closure between, of course, and also in view of this attack, the Operation Sindoor that India carried out in the intervening night. Several airlines have suspended air travel to parts of northern India, and some of these airports are also shut. What we do understand as of this moment is that over 200 flights have been cancelled after these strikes that targeted 9 terrorist locations in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir as well. Airlines such as Air India, Indigo, SpiceJet, Air India Express, Akasa Air, along with several foreign carriers as well, have suspended multiple services due to the resulting airspace restrictions. From Delhi airport alone, over 200 flights have been cancelled. And speaking of airlines, Indigo has also cancelled 165 flights to and fro Jammu, Kashmir, Leh, Chandigarh, Srinagar, Amritsar, Dharamshala, Bikaner and Jodhpur in its recent travel advisories. What we'd also know is that all of these airlines are also maintaining, constant updates and advisories and asking passengers to constantly be updated with respect to their travel plans. And these airports and airlines also continue to will remain discontinuing with their travel or air travel across northern India, especially to the areas that I just mentioned earlier, until May 8th and May 10th with some airports and airlines as well.
All right, Tanushka, thanks very much for sharing those very important details. Approximately 20 airports have been shut till the 10th or so. These are difficult and tense times. The fact that they've been shut till the 10th is almost an indicator that the people are worried that there may be some sort of strikes which could be coming in from Pakistan. At this juncture, we don't know, but it's not something that can be ruled out at this stage. We'll take a short break, come back with the very latest.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar.
Welcome back. In all of this, let's not for a moment forget about the victims, the families of the victims who lost their lives in the Pahalgam terror attack in which 26 people were killed. We reached out to some of the families to ask for their reaction on India's strikes going in against terror centers in Pakistan. Here's what they said.
I have with me the family of Bharat Bhushan. He was shot dead by the terrorists in Pahalgam, even as he said that he has a young 3-year-old child and requested to spare his life, but there was no mercy shown. Today, as these, retaliatory attacks have happened, so I have with the father of Bharat Bhushan. So do you feel that this is some sort of, how is the family feeling? I don't want to really put words in your mouth.
Family is in a difficult state. Every day they are suffering like anything.
Yeah.
And small kid, and he is also suffering much because the incident happened just in front of him and his mother. So they are in severe pain.
So when this attack has been carried out by the Indian Army, does it bring you some sort of satisfaction?
Definitely. We are very happy to know all these incidents. And the Army and the Air Force, they have done very good work. And they are controlling the terrorists as well as they are attacking terrorist camps in Pakistan. And they are putting missiles so that everything will be demolished then and there itself. And even terrorists are killed there itself.
Absolutely. And while many of them have in the past said that, including the families of several of the victims, that they are not looking for any sort of vengeance. They're looking for safety measures. They're looking to ensure that the government in the future ensures that such an incident does not occur. But right now, with such an attack that's being carried out, Operation Sindoor being carried out, somewhere for the family, is it relief that if those terrorists who are a part of Pahalgam or any other people who could carry out such an attack, them being eliminated, does that bring you some level of satisfaction?
I don't know if I should say, it's a satisfaction, it's a relief, because Bharat is not going to be back. So there is a void, which he's left for us. Second is, I want to state that, we are with the government and their decisions. I'm very sure, this is a very well thought through decision after a complete study of, what has happened in Pahalgam and what is expected to happen in the future. They would have thought through all these things, and then they would have made a step, or they've taken the step of, attacking these terror outfits. So I wouldn't want to call it saying, it gives us a bit of satisfaction, it's a good revenge. I don't know. I don't want to call it, I don't want to give any term to this, but we are with the government, and we fully support their decisions, and whatever they have to do, they will do. We know that. So we'll just wait and watch.
How's the family doing at this point in time, sir? It's been, of course, a hard couple of weeks, I'm sure. How is the wife doing? How is the kid doing?
I mean, hats off to her and her courage. She lost the most important person of her life in front of her, and still, she had the courage to hold the kid, bring him down safe from Baisaran to Pahalgam. I don't think many could do that. She's going through a lot of pain. She's in a lot of pain at the moment. She's struggling. My family is struggling. All of us are struggling. We only realize when I look at the photograph of Bharat with the garland is when I realize saying he's not there. I mean, initial week was more the shock. Now it's the pain which all of us are going through at this point in time.
Harshal Lele, who is the son of Sanjay Lele, who lost his life in the attacks, the cowardly attacks that took place on the 22nd of last month. India has finally retaliated, and let us try and understand from him on what are his initial reaction to this attack. Harshal, first of all, tell me, when did you get to know about the kind of reaction that India has given to Pakistan?
Yesterday midnight. I was awakened till late. I don't know why I was not able to sleep. My friend actually messaged me that, are you awake? I said yes. So he told me to switch on the TV. So I got to know like that, around 2 to 2:30 at that time.
Have you been awake for many nights in the last 15-16 days, or was it something special that made you keep awake last night?
I was awake for last 15-16 days during late night. But yesterday, previously I was sleeping but wasn't able to sleep. Yesterday, on my own I was awake. I was I don't know why, but I didn't go to the bed. I was just kept scrolling the mobile. So maybe that was a sign for me that something is going to happen.
Harshal, everyone is talking about the sense of justice, right? That we have given justice to those who lost their lives. Do you think that this in any way completes the sense of justice?
Yes, it is a justice, but it will be my humble request to the government as well as all three departments that the operation should not stop here. This operation should continue to the point that there should not be a single terrorist left in the POK or even in Pakistan.
In the last 15 days, a lot of people were talking about what is the way in which India is going to retaliate? Is it going to be satisfactory, not satisfactory? Personally, you are the one who have lost the most as compared to any other countryman. Has the the product been worth the wait for last 15 days?
Yes, it's worth. I was knowing that something is going to happen because all the meetings were continuously going on. We even stopped the river water. So I knew something was going to happen. But I would say that this should not be the end. This should be the beginning of the operation.
Okay, thank you so much.
ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है कि जो उन्होंने मोदी साहब ने बदला लिया है और मैं उनके साथ हूँ, जनता उनके साथ है और हमारा सारा परिवार उनके साथ। सेना के जवानों को यही मैसेज देना चाहती हूँ कि आगे बढ़ते रहो और ऐसे ही बदला लेते रहो कि ऐसी कोई घटना दोबारा न घटे, उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना ऐसे ही देना चाहिए।
हम सब इस पल की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे थे और जो भी सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है वो योग्य लिया है और हमारी बस यही इच्छा है कि अभी जो भी ये संगठन है या ये जो ग्रुप्स है जो आतंकवादी हमले कर रहे हैं इनको पूरी तरीके से निकाल के मतलब ढूंढ के मार देना चाहिए और ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए।
उनसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है। मैं बहुत छोटी हूँ, उन्हें कुछ भी कहने या नहीं कहने वाली, लेकिन हाँ जिस तरीके से हमारे पूरे परिवार को उन पे विश्वास था उन्होंने उसी तरीके से जवाब दे के हमारे विश्वास को कायम रखा है एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल।
हमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में न्यूज़ चैनल से मतलब हमारे परिवार वालों के कॉल आए हमें और तब पता चला कि भारत ने जो पहलगाम में हमला हुआ था उसके ऊपर आज उन्होंने रिएक्शन मतलब उनको उत्तर दिया है इसके बदले में एयर स्ट्राइक करके। पहले तो मिशन का नाम सुन के हम लोगों को बहुत मतलब मैं तो बहुत रो रही थी सुन के।
थैंक्सफुल देना चाहता हूँ उसको, ये जो पाकिस्तान ये आपका टेररिस्ट ये अड्डा को मुँह तोड़ ये जवाब दिया है, काफ़ी डैमेज किया है और अभी इंडियन ये फौजी वालों से करूँगा सतर्क है क्योंकि पाकिस्तान वालों के भरोसा नहीं है कब वो फिर ये अंदर से फिर कब ये हमें नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए उन लोग जो स्टेप लेंगे तो सतर्क रहने के लिए उन लोग को भी मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा। मोदी जी अभी जो स्टेप लिया है हमारे ये फौजी लोगों को ये मुँह तोड़ जितना भी आतंकवादी है उनको मुँह तोड़ जवाब देने के लिए जो स्टेप लिया मोदी को मैं थैंक्सफुल देना चाहता हूँ।
Well, several border areas are extremely tense right now. There have been civil alert drills or drills for civilians as well. My colleague Gurpreet Chinna has been in some of the border areas of Punjab and sent us this report.
Sir, what is the ground situation? We have seen very volatile situation between both the countries.
Right now in Firozpur, situation is normal. Like we have prepared for every exigency. Any kind of emergency we are prepared. Like we have done our mock drills also. Today also we are going to conduct one mock drill. Otherwise all other preparations on the part of civil administration and police administration, they are in place. But there is nothing to like as of there's nothing to panic about. The situation is normal at the ground.
So we have seen earlier blackout has been carried out in the district of Firozpur also, in some area of Firozpur also. So what was the response? Because we have seen the people are appreciating the way this Indian government has taken action against terrorism.
Response is like whatever the preparedness part on the part of civil administration and the police administration, the people are cooperating in every whatever we say to them, whatever we tell them regarding the mock drills, and so it is everything is in control, and people are not at all. They are not afraid. They are not panicky. They are in normal situation.
Well, it's time now for us to take this short break.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree.
India avenges the Pahalgam terror attack, launches Operation Sindoor. 25 minutes of precision strikes. Prime Minister Modi briefs President Murmu on India's strike on Pakistan's terror camps. Government calls an all-party meeting after Operation Sindoor. The all-party meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, where Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will brief opposition. Security review post-Operation Sindoor as Home Minister Amit Shah chairs an emergency meeting. A high-level meeting with the Chief Ministers of border states underway. World reaction coming in to Operation Sindoor as Israel strongly supports India and says there is no place for terrorists to hide. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaks to External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar. Operation Sindoor leaves Pakistan red-faced. The daring, direct and decisive action taken by India and Indian armed forces. India shows its mettle to Pakistan, and video proof of those precision strikes is making all details absolutely clear for the world to see that the terror hideouts in Pakistan have been bombed by India. The precision strikes have in fact stunned Pakistan, where the terror modules have existed for long and that have been busted by India in the loud and clearest message that they can run but they cannot hide at all. In fact, let's get in my colleagues joining me live on this, Gurpreet as well as Aishwarya, to talk to us about some of the next steps that are happening and taking place underway, important meetings that are taking place. Aishwarya, to you first. There have been important high-level meetings that have taken place. President Murmu was also briefed a short while back by Prime Minister Modi. There is another high-level meeting taking place right now. Talk to us about what's happening on ground after Operation Sindoor.
Well, in the morning, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who chaired the CCS, which is the Cabinet Committee on Security, the highest body who takes care of the national security, after which Prime Minister also chaired CCEA and a full-fledged cabinet. The sources of the cabinet had told us that it was the cabinet colleagues of Prime Minister Narendra Modi who lauded government's efforts of operationalizing, the entire Operation Sindoor, and how there were successful strikes in Pakistan and the POK region as well. Apart from it, it was later Prime Minister, after chairing those two crucial meetings, arrived at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Prime Minister Narendra Modi briefed President of India, who is also the Supreme Commander for Indian Armed Forces, and these are some protocols that usually we see whenever Indian Armed Forces conduct any operations. Then Prime Minister goes to President of India. That meeting lasted for almost 15 minutes, and it is another high-level meeting which is underway at the Ministry of Home Affairs. Amit Shah is holding a very high-level meeting with the chief ministers, the DGPs, with the chief secretaries of the states which are joining to the border areas of Pakistan, Nepal, and others as well. And important directions are being given in a situation of a war, like what the state governments needs to do, and what directions the Ministry of Home Affairs will be conducting for tomorrow. Then we've been told that government has called an all-party meeting in which it will be Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, and Home Minister Amit Shah will be chairing, and of course the political parties would be briefed about the development that India is taking and how India is well prepared to counter any such operations, or in a situation of retaliation by Pakistani side. The government aims to have all the political parties on board as far as the recent developments are concerned. So tomorrow, the all-party meeting at 11 a.m. is what we've been told has been called in.
Absolutely, a very important meeting, the all-party meeting that will take place tomorrow. And that is when the opposition parties will be briefed by the Prime Minister on Operation Sindoor. Stay with us, Aishwarya, because I want to now get in Gurpreet to talk more about, some of the border areas after they are put on high alert after Operation Sindoor. Gurpreet is standing by from and joining us from Firozpur, one of the border towns, to explain to us what's the situation on ground, the preparedness after Operation Sindoor. Tell us, Gurpreet, what are your sources telling you, and what's the situation like on ground, especially in Firozpur, a border town?
Well, we have seen that this is the Punjab state is just next to Pakistan, and we have seen since morning high alert has already been issued on the whole border, whether it's the district Gurdaspur, district Firozpur or Pathankot, they are already on high alert, and we have seen the multiple precautions had already been taken by the local administration. If we can talk about Gurdaspur, we have seen already they have already shut down all the schools for 3 days, and in Firozpur, from where we are reporting at this point of time, we have seen they have also decided to shut down all the schools for 1 day. If we can talk about the meetings, we have seen the multiple meetings are happening, and a few minutes ago we have seen they have also decided to conduct this mock drill, which has been asked by the central government, so that there should be proper preparedness if the war-like situation is going to be happen, and if war is going to be happen. As of now, we have seen all the top officers, they are sitting inside this municipal office where they are holding multiple meetings, even chalking out a strategy how they are going to deal the situation. We had a word with SSP of Firozpur also. He was saying as of now they are already in touch with the forces, they are already preparing on the ground each and everything, and a mock drill is also being conducted so that the people of this border area should be aware. But as of now, we have seen that he says we haven't issued a single advisory to villagers to leave the village to move other place, but some of the families we have seen they have also started moving from their village to nearby area to stay their relatives so that they can save their lives. But at the same time, we have seen the multiple decisions had already been taken by the administration, because we have seen the retreat ceremony which is also happening in this border area in Firozpur-Hossaini wala border, that had already scaled on. They had decided not to hold retreat ceremony here, and same thing is happening at Atari-Wagah border. So as of now, we have seen the multiple precautions are being taken by the local administration, and multiple mock drills are being conducted so that they will be ready. If there is any emergency, they can combat and deal with that situation. They can grapple with that situation. There should not be problem. And if we can talk about the sentiments of the people who stay in border
In fact,
area,
Gurpreet, stay with me. Stay with us. I want to quickly address some breaking news. I'm going to come back to you on that, which is breaking news coming in on the Pooch Gurdwara attack that has taken place. And in fact, Akali Dal chief has responded to that. He's condemned the attack. He's condemned Pakistani firing at the LoC as well, and has said that Pakistani forces are behind this attack. Tell us more on this breaking news that's coming in as we speak, the attack that has taken place in Sukhbir Badar's reaction to that.
Well, we have seen that everybody condemned the way this attack has been carried out. And if we can talk about this border area and specifically Firozpur area, people are with the nation. They are saying the way the Indian government has already started taking action against terrorism, there is a need to uproot this terrorism. How many more lives we are going to lose the way we have seen the multiple anti-India activities had been happening, and specifically this after this Pahalgam attack, some of the people, they are saying they are with the nation. They will be contributing to the nation from the forefront if any emergency things are going to be happen on the ground. So in nutshell, if we can talk about border area, the people are very motivated. They are in high spirit. They want that this terrorism should be uprooted, and India has already started taking action. We have seen the multiple strikes had been taken place on the hideouts of these terrorists who are involved in multiple cases also. So administration, they are also preparing. We have seen the people, they are also preparing. They are also supporting the Indian action at this point of time. So we have to wait and watch how this preparation is going on, because we have seen the central government has already given direction to the state government to carry forward these mock drills so that the people should be aware, and that preparation is already on the cards at this point of time. Any time the officer who are holding meeting inside this office, they will come and they will also address their officer so that they will be able to deal with this emergency situation, and there should not be any more problem for the people of this border area. Back to studio.
Right, stay with us, Gurpreet, because I want to also get in Nazir Masoodi, who's joining us live from Kupwara, to talk to us about what's the situation like on ground. There is, of course, high level of preparedness as drills are also set to take place. Those, of course, are mock drills that will take place later on. But the fact is, after Operation Sindoor, what's the situation like on ground, the level of preparedness of the security forces on high alert? Nazir, talk to us about what's it like on ground, joining us live from Kupwara.
Well, we have been talking about it before all these 2 weeks that armed forces are always ready for any eventuality. Even without we saw any mobilization on the border, and when they hit very hard, and they hit where it hurts the most. But there has been the huge damage to the property and life here along the line of control, be it Tangdar in Kupwara, or it is Poonch and Poonch district which has borne the brunt of this Pakistani shelling, and particularly the civilian areas, houses, shops and innocent lives have been cut short. So they have been hit, and we are waiting for the official number, what is the total death toll, but several people have lost their lives. All schools in border areas including Jammu, Kutwa, Samba, Rajouri, Poonch, Kupwara, Baramulla, in all these border district schools are closed, and also sub-district Gurez as well. University also postponed exams for today. So fingers crossed, people don't know what will happen next. There have been some damage or the loss of some arrests as well during this military attack on Pakistan, which has been clearly targeted in those areas which have been known as terror factories or the militant headquarters like the Jaish-e-Mohammed, Bahawalpur, Murdiki, Lashkar-e-Taiba, earlier it was known as Jamaat Dawat Irshad, or the Kotli or Muzaffarabad, where Hizbul camps or the Lashkar camps were being run. So it is much more serious, much more coordinated than it was in 2016 or 2019, when surgical strikes were launched by the army, or then the Balakot airstrikes. This time it has really hit deep inside Pakistan, and unlike the last two times, Pakistan was in a denial mode. This time they are already accepting there have been more than 26 casualties. India has said that they have killed 70 terrorists in this attack, and even there are reports that even Masood Azhar of Jaish has admitted that his 10 family members have been killed and 4 Jaish terrorists have been killed. That is, statement we do. It's not signed or named that Masood Azhar done it, but there's a statement which is saying this. Having said that, it is a very, very tricky situation. For whole night after 1 a.m., there was a massive shelling, artillery shelling going on across the line of control. And in Srinagar city also we heard loud explosions. And then there was some, crash of some aircraft also. We don't know the nature of that crash also. So far, no official statement yet. But the fact is, the way India has hit back at Pakistan 2 weeks after, exactly 2 weeks after the horrible terror attack in Pahalgam, clearly shows India's resolve. And India has clearly said this military action was to deter and preempt, because India had information that there could be more terror attacks. In fact, yesterday only we were talking about how security has been heightened at different places where there is input that there could be more attacks. So this strike was to preempt and deter Pakistan from carrying out future attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. So clearly it is a dynamic situation, very complex situation. The way things will unfold, our defense system has been operationalized since last night. India is prepared for any eventuality, as it was after Pahalgam terror attack.
Absolutely. Nasir and Gurpreet and Aishwarya, thank you so much for joining us live to talk more about the situation that's unfolding, the several aspects to this big story that we are getting. And now, of course, we're going to get you this exclusive report that's been filed by my colleague Shiv Arur from Ground Zero, where LoC, of course, continues to remain tense with Pakistan's firing. In fact, there's the shelling, the Pakistani shells, where they have landed is where this ground report has been filed by Shiv Arur. Take a look.
We're at the line of control in Salamabad. It's one of the last outposts before the line of control. There are 2 houses here that were struck last night in Pakistan Army shelling here in the Uri sector. These 2 houses have been completely totaled, completely destroyed. There's still a fire burning, if you can see over there, smoke smoldering across this entire pair of houses. Miraculously, no deaths, but 4 people have been severely injured. 2 of them children. One of them has apparently lost a limb as well. They've been evacuated to the Baramulla hospital, which is about 40 kilometers to our rear from here. We're about 10 kilometers from the line of control. Complete damage over here, Vishnu. If you can see that these 2 houses, I'm surprised that anything is left everywhere else, because it looks like a stray shell may have come and landed here. It appears to suggest that the Pakistan Army, which has been aiming and firing directly, targeting civilian areas, has caused damage deeper inside, and one shell or a couple of shells has come and actually landed here. This has all the telltale signs of artillery damage. You can see shrapnel completely ripping through metal sheets. These are very clear signs of artillery shrapnel that has ripped open these roof sheets. The walls completely broken, and everything is still burning in these houses. This is a place called Salamabad, where there have been some casualties. The 4 people from just this small little settlement over here. We are taking due care, but we are told by villagers that there is further damage closer to the line of control. So that's where we will actually be headed next. But the images you're seeing here on NDTV are the first manifestations of what we've been reporting since the morning, that the Pakistan Army has directly targeted civilian areas. This has nothing to do with the military. There's no army over here. The army brigade is way many kilometers behind where we are. This is a civilian settlement. Rural folk live in this area, and this is what a couple of Pakistani shells has done in this place. These are live images, first on NDTV, that we're bringing to you of what targeting a civilian establishment, a civilian area really looks like. And remember that, now it's midday here, but it is very likely that an escalation will begin again. We were told earlier by people who were fleeing from this village and others that the firing took place till as late as 11:30 in the morning. They heard the thuds of artillery fire and small arms fire till at least 11:30 in the morning. So we're wondering whether there might be firing now as well. So we want to quickly get this report done and move out of this place. I'm going to try and get a word in from, if you can just bear with me for a moment. I want to get a word in from one of these people. Sir, इधर आइए. कौन रहते हैं यहाँ पे? कितने लोग जख्मी हो गए इसमें?
इसमें 4 लोग.
इधर आ जाइए, इधर. हाँ जी.
4 लोग.
4 लोग.
4
कौन? बच्चे?
एक 13 साल की बच्ची, एक 4 साल का बच्चा, तो 2 घर के मालिक.
हाँ. और क्या ये पाकिस्तान के शेल?
हाँ, ये पाकिस्तान का है. रात के 2 बजे का मसला है. तो उससे ये घायल हो गए. तो यहाँ मकानों की बात ही नहीं. मकान
कितने बजे गिरे थे ये शेल?
2 बजे.
2
बजे सोए होते हैं.
आप कहाँ थे उस टाइम? हमने सुना ये?
हाँ, हमने ये भरोसी है यहाँ. हम तो रात को बाहर आ रहे. 2 बजे के बाद हमारे बच्चे भी बाहर आ गए. उधर इधर लगे भागने. क्या करते भाग?
सर इधर आइए एक सेकंड. सर, आप यहाँ रहते हैं? नजदीक में रहते?
इस्लामाबाद का.
कहाँ थे आप जब ये हुआ था?
हम तो घर में रात को 2 बजे.
आपने सुना ये जब ये
हुआ था? बहुत आवाज सुना.
क्या आवाज था?
वो आवाज था ये शेल की थी जी.
अच्छा.
पूरे शेल लग रहे थे. एक तो नहीं था ना, बहुत आ रहे थे.
कितने शेल?
इसको मेरे ख्याल 1-2 लगे हैं मेरे ख्याल में. इसमें 2 लगे.
जख्मी लोग बारामूला हॉस्पिटल में हैं.
पहले उड़ी लिए, उसके बाद उन्होंने उड़ी वालों ने बारामूला भेज दिए. बारामूला हॉस्पिटल में भी.
बुरा है जख्म?
वो जख्म तो सर में भी लगी. हमने उसको देखा नहीं है. सुबह हम खुद डरे थे. हम जंगलों में भाग रहे थे. इधर तो हमारे पास कोई है ही नहीं. सेफ्टी है ही नहीं. क्यों?
तो इस गांव में डर नहीं है अभी?
वो डर तो बहुत है. माल
तो आप यहीं पे
क्या करेंगे? अपना कहाँ छोड़कर जाएंगे? किसके घर जाएंगे? गरीब शख्स कहाँ जाएगा? हमारे पास कोई बैंकर नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, तो कहाँ जाएंगे? अगर बैंकर होता फिर अपनी कुछ सेफ्टी होती. बैंकर ही नहीं है.
I want all of our viewers to hear what this gentleman has just said. For all of those people who say, why don't you get out of the village? Why are you still standing there? This gentleman and this elderly gentleman here have basically told a truth that needs to sink in. People don't have a choice to leave. They have their livelihoods here. This is their home. They've got their children. They've got their agriculture. They've got their jobs here. And this is what Pakistan has done. India targeted terror sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and this is how Pakistan has responded.
That's a very important report that we just played out to show what exactly has Pakistan done in retaliation, hit out at civilian infrastructure. But listen now to these sound bites that I'm going to play out, first of Foreign Secretary and then of course of Wing Commander Vyomika Singh as well, to talk about the rationale behind these attacks, the precision with which they only and only hit the terror modules with absolutely no damage whatsoever to civilian infrastructure or to any military installations. Listen in.
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt.
Through precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
सैयदना बिलाल कैंप, मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश ए मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप, कोटली, यह LoC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर-ए-तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप, बिंबर, ये LoC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप, कोटली, यह LoC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर-ए-तोयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूँगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप, सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठुआ के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप, सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर IB से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा, मुरीद के, यह IB से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे। मरकज सुभान अल्लाह, भावलपुर, ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था।
All right, shifting focus now. On your screens are those latest visuals coming in of the Congress Party meeting, informal meeting of senior leaders of the Congress Party is underway ahead of the all-party meeting that will take place tomorrow. I guess the Congress Party leadership would like to decide its official line ahead of that all-party meeting tomorrow that will take place, when the government will brief all opposition parties about Operation Sindoor. On that note, let's quickly now play out some of those important reactions coming in from political parties across the board on Operation Sindoor.
I think Government of India, the Indian Defence Forces have gone out of their way to ensure that no military and civilian targets were hit in Pakistan. They have only hit terror bases and launch pads. Unfortunately, the response has been anything but proportionate. We are in this situation because of them. If they had not targeted our innocent civilians in Pahalgam, we wouldn't be here. This ceasefire had held along the line of control for a number of years now. We did not provoke this. We have responded to a provocation. Now it is for Pakistan to realize that our response was limited to what happened to us in Pahalgam. They must be careful not to escalate things beyond control.
As you know from my earlier statements and writings, this is exactly what I thought the government should do, and I'm glad they have done, which is that there is no question in my mind that we had to give some sort of fitting response to the terror attack. The terrorists had to be taught that there was a price to be paid. And sadly, this kind of impunity that they believe they enjoy would have only emboldened them to continue with further attacks. So it was important and essential to give them some sort of response that was a kinetic response. In addition to the diplomatic measures we all know about, the government announced various things, action on visas, all sorts of things. But today, what they have done is a fitting response.
We support the Sarkar on behalf of the government of Karnataka. I welcome this attack. And we will be in a position to attack if the Pakistan counter-attack us. India will not hesitate to wage a war against Pakistan.
Slipping into a very short break, we come back with lots more on the other side. Rolling coverage of India Strikes Back continues. Political reactions, big reactions coming in. And what next? All that and more. Stay with us.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
The Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
India avenges Pahalgam terror attack. Operation Sindoor, 25 minutes of precision strike by India. Prime Minister Modi briefs President Murmu on India's strike on Pakistan. Government calls an all-party meeting after Operation Sindoor. The all-party meeting will take place tomorrow, where Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh are set to brief opposition parties. Security review post-Operation Sindoor as Home Minister Amit Shah chairs an emergency meeting. Home Minister's high-level meeting with border CMs underway. World reacts to Operation Sindoor by New Delhi. Israel strongly stands and supports India and says there's no place for terrorists to hide. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaks to External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Murid have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है.
For this decision, we were waiting since long.
This has been only possible with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है, मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, अच्छा है.
राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया.
They have always used it as a political weapon, and now that weapon's gone.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where
been established with Russia and France. After Operation Sindoor, this is NSA Ajit Doval speaking to his counterparts in US, UK in terms of briefing his counterparts on possible next course of action. Remember, India has been very clear that the method has been non-escalatory, something that they've said again and again, and in fact reiterated in these important meetings as well. What's the larger message here? Let's get in my colleague Aishwarya Jain joining us to talk more about this.
Well, soon after the focus strikes on terrorist infrastructure at 9 sites in Pakistan and POK as part of Operation Sindoor, NSA Ajit Doval spoke with the counterparts of several countries, including US NSA and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, UK NSA, Saudi Arabia NSA, UAE, and also Secretary General of NSC of UAE and NSA of Japan as well. It has been stated that the NSA Ajit Doval had briefed his counterparts on the actions taken and the methods of execution, which were measured, non-escalatory and restrained. He emphasized to his counterparts that India had no intent to escalate, but was well prepared to retaliate resolutely should Pakistan decide to escalate. It was contact that was also established with Russian NSA and also the Minister of Foreign Affairs of China and diplomatic advisor to French President as well by the National Security Advisor after India successfully struck down the Pak terror hubs within Pakistan mainland and in POK as well.
All right. Thanks much for that very important update. No intent to escalate, but prepared to retaliate resolutely. That's the strong message by India given by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to his counterparts in US, UK, Saudi Arabia and other important countries. Let's quickly now welcome Dr. Brahma Jilani on that to talk more about the next course, including these diplomatic measures that India is now undertaking, and Captain D.K. Sharma on the broadcast. And in fact, Dr. Jilani, let me start with you. These measures, these diplomatic moves that India is making and has been making all along, your first reaction to that, how do you read, given the scenario, the situation that is unfolding?
It's important for India to build diplomatic and international pressure on Pakistan. In fact, today, the geopolitical environment is quite favorable to India. The Trump administration effectively has green-lighted India's strikes. It has made no attempt to stop India from wreaking retribution on Pakistan. No important power in the world has criticized India for putting the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. That has come as a surprise. It really shows how the global environment is quite favorable to India. This is the time for India to impose deterrent costs on Pakistan. And we do not know whether Operation Sindoor is going to involve more strikes, especially if Pakistan were to respond to early this morning strikes by India. Would India respond to Pakistan's response by inflicting more pain on Pakistan? We do not know at this stage. But certainly if India decides to press matters against Pakistan, the geopolitical environment is quite favorable to India.
Indeed. And Captain Sharma, comment on that, the geopolitical environment that India is operating in right now, the measures it continues to make, some of the diplomatic wins that it has been witnessing, as Dr. Jilani was also pointing out, that playing into New Delhi's next course of action?
Well, it will all depend upon what is the reaction of Pakistan. Since morning we are monitoring that, and everything will be governed and dictated by what kind of reaction Pakistan, takes now, or what kind of action they take after our strikes in the morning. So it is all dependent on that. But the message is very clear that we have avenged the attacks of Pahalgam, and they were very restrained. They were measured. They were not on civil population. They were not on military targets, but they were on the hotbed of terrorism. So it's so clear, it's very, very clear that this was a pinpoint attacks, very, very saturated, very, very focused, precise, and, and they have given a message very clearly. And they have also given a message that our reach is there. Hide wherever you want to, we will take you out.
Indeed, that's the very clear message that has come in from India, and of course depends on the next course of action, depends on what will be the move from Pakistan. Also, Captain Sharma, help us understand that going forward, what is it that we should be prepared for? Of course, we are going to be fully prepared. We are resolute in any retaliation whatsoever, something that NSA Dr. Doval also pointed out. But help us understand from here on, what is it that we need to be prepared for? What is it that we need to be absolutely clear in terms of our roadmap going forward?
Well, India is very clear that, they did something nefarious, horrendous, and that had to be avenged. There was a lot of pressure, a lot of aspirations of Indians that this kind of an act will not be tolerated, and we waited for it. We took our own time, we calculated all the moves, and we have also taken into account that should it land up into a kind of an escalation, what will be our response? So they did something on 22nd, we did today morning, we avenged it. Now it is up to Pakistan that whether they want to take it forward or they want to, do another misadventure with us. It all depends on their thing, and we are ready. Our forces are deployed. We are absolutely ready, and the resolve is there that this will not go unpunished should they try and do any kind of misadventure.
Dr. Chilani, you want to come in there? What do you expect from Pakistan going forward? Do you expect a response from Pakistan after this?
Pakistan has vowed to respond, and its response is going to be the way it responded after Balakot airstrike. After Balakot, Pakistan sent a wave of warplanes into India's J&K. They even hit an Indian military base. So Pakistan will try to respond with even a bigger series of strikes against India. So India has to be really prepared. It has to be on full guard. And this time, hopefully, India will respond to Pakistan's response in a much better way than it responded after Balakot. We lost one aircraft at that time. We had an Indian pilot captured by Pakistan, and then there was a mishap where we accidentally shot down our own chopper. This time, hopefully...
No, but what are you saying? What is it that we should be prepared for this time around?
Yes. Sorry?
I'm saying, what is it that we should be prepared and looking at and preparing for this time around? I want to talk about that. I want to talk about Operation Sindoor.
Pakistan will seek to take India by surprise at a time of its choosing. It'll try to hit India where it finds openings, and India will have to respond to that response. We did not respond to what Pakistan did in response to our Balakot airstrike. This time, India, if it's going to deter Pakistan from continuing to wage cross-border terrorism, India will have to impose tangible costs on Pakistan in response to Pakistan's response to the Indian strikes. So let's be clear that today's strikes are not going to be sufficient.
I want to get in a reaction to this from I want to get in a reaction to this from Captain Sharma.
Well, ours will not be a knee-jerk reaction. Let me tell you very, very clearly. We took our own time. We had solid plans. We had solid coordination. It was a tri-service, synchronized attack, multi-pronged. And you see the spread of the 9 targets which we took out in the morning. So it is not that India will, just react to whatever Pakistan does. Let's see, and that's what I'm saying, that what they did on 22nd, we avenged on the 7th morning. Now, should they decide, and if ever they decide, they will be, sucked into it. And let me tell you, it will be very, very costly for them should they try any kind of misadventure. That is what I'm saying. No knee-jerk reactions from Indian side. It will be, again, very measured, and it will, hurt them where it hurts the most.
Indeed. And in fact, that is a message that India sent out this time around as well. Very clear that it was precise, it was non-escalatory, but very clear that it is hitting the terror modules, the terror infrastructure, backed by credible intelligence, meant to target only and only those terror infrastructure, no civilian infrastructure, no military installations, very clear in what it wants to and how it wants to respond. Brahma Chilani, let me then also talk about some of the other maneuvers that India continues to make, and I want to come back to the diplomatic maneuvers that we were just talking about a short while back, because that's also important. At the end of the day, Pakistan is and continues to be the fountainhead as far as terrorism is concerned, not just for India, but for the world, and something that their defense minister also accepted just a couple of days back. So this global community needs to come together when it comes to acting against Pakistan.
There's too much happening in the world for the global community to come together. There's so many conflicts and issues dividing the world today. And this is India's fight. India has to do what is necessary to underpin its security. At the same time, India has to build greater diplomatic and international pressure on Pakistan, given the fact that the major powers are on India's side. India has to expose Pakistan's role aggressively at international forums. It has to get the FTF to again place Pakistan on the grey list. India has to build stronger alliances, stronger strategic partnerships with countries that share concerns about terrorism. And India has to strengthen its own deterrence against Pakistan. How is it that the smaller, weaker country is bleeding India for decades now? That has to stop. That means India has to act. India has to act to underpin its own security. It cannot count on the world.
No, it's doing that. It's doing just that. And India does not need anybody else when it comes to its own security, its strategic calculus, and its overall strategic matrix. It's doing that, and today's strike is a demonstration of just that. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me. I'm going to slip into a very short break, come back with more news on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else.
Rolling coverage of Operation Sindoor continues. I'm going to cut across to that press briefing by Congress party leadership.
भाइयों और दोस्तों, मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों और सारे प्रिंट मीडिया के भी मेरे भाइयों, आज हमने वर्किंग कमेटी मीटिंग बुलाई थी इसीलिए कि ये जो हमारे देश में घटना घटी है और जो सरकार कदम उठा रही है और उसी के साथ हमारे भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों हमारे मीडिया के सभी भाइयों और दोस्तों, मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों और सारे प्रिंट मीडिया के भी मेरे भाइयों, आज हमने वर्किंग कमेटी मीटिंग बुलाई थी इसीलिए कि ये जो हमारे देश में घटना घटी है और जो सरकार कदम उठा रही है और उसी के साथ हमारे भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों हमारे मीडिया के सभी भाइयों और दोस्तों, मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों और सारे प्रिंट मीडिया के भी मेरे भाइयों, आज हमने वर्किंग कमेटी मीटिंग बुलाई थी इसीलिए कि ये जो हमारे देश में घटना घटी है और जो सरकार कदम उठा रही है और उसी के साथ हमारे भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों हमारे मीडिया के सभी भाइयों और दोस्तों, मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों,
जो बात रखी वर्किंग कमेटी में हमारा डिस्कशन हुआ, पूरा समर्थन, फुल सपोर्ट टू आवर फोर्सेस, बेस्ट विशेस टू देम, मच लव टू देम, complete support from the Congress party and the Congress working committee.
Thank you.
Sir, all party we've been invited. We got a call today. We've been invited to the whole party meeting tomorrow.
That was Congress party president and Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, saying they completely support and back India's armed forces and they stand with India's forces against terror as it acts against terror again. That, of course, was the Congress party ahead of the all-party meeting that will take place tomorrow, and the official stand that India bloc completely behind the government when it comes to acting against terror and acting against those terror modules operating in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. On that note, I'm going to quickly play out some of these important reactions from the victims' families who, of course, were facing the terror attack that took place in Pahalgam, and after that, which has been avenged today by India with this Operation Sindoor. Listen in to some of those reactions.
मेरे हस्बैंड ने ही वॉज इन द डिफेंस फोर्सेज एंड यू नो व्हेन ही हैड जॉइंड द डिफेंस फोर्सेज वो यही चाहता था दैट ही वांटेड टू प्रोटेक्ट द पीस इन दिस कंट्री ही वांटेड टू मेक श्योर दैट इनोसेंट लाइव्स आर नॉट गॉन इन दिस कंट्री ही वांटेड टू मेक श्योर दैट देयर इज नो हेट्रेड एंड टेरर इन दिस कंट्री एंड दिस ऑपरेशन signifies his spirit that there will terrorism hatred will not be tolerated by the Indian government. ये नाम बहुत सही है क्योंकि इस इंसिडेंट की वजह से बहुत औरतों ने, बहुत बहनों ने, बहुत माँओं ने अपनी जान खोई है, अपना एक हिस्सा खो दिया है.
All right, important update coming in. Key airports have been shut after Operation Sindoor. 20 airports have now been shut till further information comes in, and that includes Srinagar, Chandigarh, Jodhpur, some of the crucial airports that have now been shut till the 10th of May. All border areas, the airports have been shut temporarily, of course. 200 flights have been cancelled because of that. In Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab and Rajasthan, this action has been taken. This is till the 10th of May. Leh, Jammu, Amritsar are some of the airports that have been impacted and shut till the 10th of May. All right, on that note, a quick break. We come back with more. Stay with us.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Murid.
NSA speaks to his counterparts. This is after India's precision strikes on terror bases in Pakistan. Dr. S. Jaishankar also speaks to his counterparts. He speaks to Qatar PM as well, briefs him about what happened in precision strikes against Pakistan. India avenges Pahalgam terror attack rattled Pakistan, attacks religious places in Poonch. Akali Dal chief Sukhbir Singh Badal has spoken out, saying that Pakistan has attacked a Gurudwara, also killed 3 civilians. Security review post-Operation Sindoor. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs a very important emergency meeting. Home Minister Amit Shah's high-level meeting with border chief ministers today. India prepares nationwide mock drills across 244 districts held today. India avenges Pahalgam, prepares its citizens. Well, Operation Sindoor, this is India's moment of retribution, India's moment of justice. Remember Operation Sindoor, a series of precision attacks was carried out by India in the early hours of today morning. In fact, it's a 25-minute precision strikes in which Pakistan has been left red-faced, daring, direct and decisive. In fact, army officials, armed forces officials also briefed media on this, and this also is reflective of India's intent to show its mettle to Pakistan, and this has happened after the terror attack in Pahalgam claimed the lives of 26 innocent Indians. Video proof of precision strikes was also released during this media briefing. Terror hideouts in Pakistan have been bombed. In fact, India has taken a calibrated, measured approach to this, only attacking terror bases in Pakistan, specifically of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. And also, India's loud and clear message. In fact, the Prime Minister today, while speaking in cabinet meeting, has told his colleagues that this is time to be extremely proud of Indian armed forces. My colleagues Nazir joins us now. Nazir, to you first, and of course, Gurpreet joins us. Nazir, to you first. Tell us what has been the aftermath of Pakistan's violations of ceasefire in the last 12 days, and also today's reckless firing that has taken place. What is it that you're hearing from ground in J&K?
Well, last 12 days was really very normal. It was small arms, but it was a hell for the night. People in the night when they used artillery, and innocent civilians are targeted. Their homes, their businesses, their lives, they have been targeted. There are casualties. The number of the casualties is exactly not known because officially no conclusive figure has not been given so far. There are casualties in different areas of line of control which have suffered heavy artillery shelling from Pakistan, and particularly the Poonch sector where most of the casualties have taken place, civilian casualties. We are waiting for the official number. India has hit hard and hit where it hurts the most, and Jaish headquarters or their ideological base in Bahawalpur has been hit. There are casualties which are reports attributed to Maulana Masood Azhar, founder and the chief of Jaish-e-Mohammed, their organization. They are saying 14 people, including his family, have been killed in that attack. So clearly, India had this targeted this military precision, and also there was attack in Murdiki. Murdiki was Lashkar headquarters. Earlier, it was known as Dawat-e-Irshad, Jammu Dawat-e-Irshad, and there are attacks in Kotli, Muzaffarabad, other places. All those places which were well known that these are militants and their leadership is operating from there. These are launch pads, they are training centers, these are indoctrination centers. But then there has been some loss to the Air Force also in this massive attack on Pakistan, which was most coordinated, and for the first time, unlike in the past 2016 or 2019, surgical strikes or the Balakot airstrike, when Pakistan was in denial mode. This time they have accepted there have been 26 casualties they have suffered during Indian military strikes at 9 different locations. But here on the ground, people are really fearful what would happen next. What would happen during the night. Night was held in the border areas, and even Srinagar, we heard some explosions as well. So fingers crossed what may happen next. In fact, the schools remain closed. All the education institutions remain closed. Chief Minister Umar Abdullah held emergency meeting with the district deputy commissioners of all the border districts to ensure that relief reached to the victims of this violence across border challenge.
Okay. Harsha also joins us from Jaipur. But first of all, let me go to Gurpreet. Gurpreet, Akali Dal and especially Sukhbir Singh Badal have reacted very strongly to what Pakistan has done, and this has also claimed the lives of civilians. A Gurudwara has been attacked. Tell us how is Punjab getting sort of ready for mock drills, and also take us through the kind of action that Pakistan has taken in the last few hours.
Well, yes, of course. So we have seen Shiromani Akali Dal, and specifically President of Shiromani Akali Dal, he has already condemned this attack on Gurdwara Sahib. He says that it is highly condemnable act of Pakistan. But we have seen being a border state in Punjab, multiple decisions had been taken. And if we can talk about this border districts and specifically Gurdaspur district, we have seen they have already shut down all the schools for 3 days. In Pathankot also, the schools have already been being shut down, and in Firozpur also one day they have already decided to shut down for one day school in all over the district. Right now we are standing here and showing how the preparedness is going on. We have seen the mock drill is being taken place here, and we can see that whatever the guidelines had been issued by the central government, they are trying to implement on the ground. As of now, we have seen SSP Firozpur. He had already conversation with us. He was saying that everything is under control, and if we can specifically talk about the people of this district, the emotions are very high, and they say the way the Indian government had already taken a stand at this point of time. The Indian government, which has already taken stand against this terror attack which has been executed in India. So we will also talk the people who are present here. तो लगातार प्रेपरेशन चल रही है, क्योंकि अभी देख रहे हैं जैसे इंडिया और पाकिस्तान के जो अभी वॉलेटाइल सिचुएशन चल रही है, तो लगातार यहाँ प्रेपरेशन चल रही है।
जो इंडिया पाकिस्तान ਦੀ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਹਦਾਇਤਾਂ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਥੇ 4 ਵਜੇ ਮੌਕ ਡਰਿਲ ਚਲਾਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ ਵੀ ਰਿਹਰਸਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਸਾਇਰਨ ਵਜਾ ਕੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਸੀ ਜੀ। ਉਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਅੱਜ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹੁਕਮ ਮਿਲੇ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ 4 ਵਜੇ ਰਿਹਰਸਲ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗੇ ਹਾਂ। ਪਬਲਿਕ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਦੱਸਣ ਲੱਗੇ ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਅਵੇਅਰ ਰਹਿਣਾ, ਕਿਵੇਂ ਆਪਦੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਸੇਫ ਕਰਨਾ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ 9 ਤੋਂ 9:30 ਵਜੇ ਜੋ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਜੋ ਮਾਨਯੋਗ ਡੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਜਾਂ ਮਾਨਯੋਗ ਐਸਐਸਪੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਹੁਕਮ ਦਿੱਤੇ, 9 ਤੋਂ 9:30 ਵਜੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਲੈਕਆਊਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਨਿਵਾਸੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ, ਫਿਰੋਜ਼ਪੁਰ ਨਿਵਾਸੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਪੀਲ ਕਰਨਾ ਵੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਪੈਨਿਕ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਨਹੀਂ। ਅਸੀਂ ਹਰ ਵੇਲੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਖੜੇ ਆ। ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਐਮਸੀ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨ 9 ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ 9:30 ਵਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਇੱਥੇ ਮੌਜੂਦ ਰਹਿਣਗੇ। ਸਾਡੇ ਨੰਬਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਕੋਲ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ। ਕਿਸੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਹੋਵੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਉਸੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਫੋਨ ਕਰ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਂਗੇ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
Well, we can see these people, these are the local representatives. They are holding these mock drills on the ground so that they should be prepared. And what we have learned, the government has already given clear-cut direction to all the state government to hold this mock drill so that the people should be aware about the procedures during war if the situation is going to be arise in the coming days. So as of now, if we can talk about specifically this district Firozpur, we have seen the people are in very high spirit. They say the action which has been taken by Indian government against this terror attack, that is highly appreciable, and they say if it is required they will also support the nation because they want that this terrorism should be uprooted. So we have to wait and watch how the situation is going to be turned in the coming days.
Absolutely.
Back to studio.
To your right are those visuals, live visuals of the mock drills, the civil defense exercises that have been conducted across the country today in 244 districts of this country. Let me go across to Harsha. Harsha, you are going to Jaisalmer, and there's been a lot of emphasis on bordering districts. In fact, Home Minister Amit Shah also held a meeting, an important meeting with DGPs of states which are bordering districts. Tell us, how are the bordering districts preparing for any threat or attack of any kind? Because clearly India as a whole nationally is also in some ways prepared for a retaliation, but at the same time wants its civilians to be ready as well.
Well, yes, absolutely. I'm on the way to Jaisalmer, and I'm now in close to Jodhpur, actually on the outskirts. So the Pakistan border is just about 350 to 400 kilometers away, and I'm at a village called Jhalamand. और आपके पास कुछ बताया गया है, क्योंकि यहाँ से पाकिस्तान दूर नहीं है, तो किस तरह से तैयारी रखनी चाहिए?
हमारे यहाँ प्रशासन ने बताया है कि रात को 7 बजे साइरन बजेगा, वो लाइट बंद करके रखना है, और जहाँ भी खड़े हो आपके पास गाड़ी है तो गाड़ी की लाइट बंद करके रखनी है। इस तरह सब प्रशासन ने बताया है।
आप लोगों को कुछ तैयारी के बारे में बताया है, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान बहुत दूर नहीं है यहाँ से?
हमारे को कुछ नहीं बताया।
आपको नहीं मालूम है? कुछ बताया है, क्योंकि यहाँ से ज्यादा दूर नहीं है, आपका बॉर्डर इधर है, ये बताइए।
मैडम, हम तो सुबह घर पे ही थे, पर क्या हमें जो भाई बंधु ने बताया, गोवर्धन जी ने हमें, तो हम उसी प्रकार की तैयारी करके रखेंगे हम भी, जैसे कि कोई वारदात ना हो किसी के साथ। हम
71 की लड़ाई में तो यहाँ तक शेलिंग हुई।
हाँ, यहाँ तक हुई थी, पर हम तो सब सारे बंदों को यही बोल रहे हैं कि आप अपना ध्यान रखें, खुद और अपना परिवार का। जो कच्चे मकान है उसमें रहे, बने बनाए ना रहे।
जी बिल्कुल। So, these are people who faced, a lot of, in the 71 war, they were very close to the border. So they are kind of prepared. They've heard these things. But, Rajasthan is on high alert, especially the border districts are on high alert. The airports have been shut down in Jodhpur and Bikaner. In fact, Jodhpur, which is, the airport has been shut down till the 10th of May. Bikaner and Jaisalmer are non-functional right now. There are no tourists coming in. So anyway, the flights are not operating from there. Also, all railway employees, their leaves have been cancelled. They've been told to stay in duty. Schools have been closed in the border districts. Exams are not going to be held. So, and there's a state of high alertness in these border areas. Of course, in Jaipur also, but especially in the border districts of Jaisalmer, Jodhpur, Bikaner, Ganganagar, and Hanumangarh.
Aisha, let me also ask you another question. There's been a lot of talk about the kind of precision strikes that India has undertaken, today morning. What is the sentiment amongst people? Because this time, the briefing that we saw by officials in the armed forces also had a lot of visual evidence. They had videos, they had context and history. And this was expected. But clearly, after what happened on 22nd of April, the Pahalgam terror attack and an operation called Operation Sindoor, so evoking sentiments at a different level, what are people of Rajasthan feeling about this?
Yes, well, actually, in fact, as soon as they saw the TV camera, they all came here to speak to me. हमारे एंकर पूछ रहे हैं कि आप लोग ने सुना है कि पाकिस्तान पे इंडिया ने जहाँ पे आतंकवाद था उस पे टेरर स्ट्राइक किया, तो आप लोग उसके बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं?
कल रात को इंडिया ने जो 9 जगह हमले किए थे, उसके बारे में हमें मालूम है और उससे हम जागरूक हैं।
और क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप? कह रहे अच्छा, आइए इधर आइए। हाँ जी।
पाकिस्तान वालों पे हमला किया, भारत ने बहुत अच्छा किया, मोदी जी ने बहुत तगड़ा काम किया है। हम मर मिटने के लिए तैयार हैं, मोदी जी के साथ हैं। बस
हम भी साथ हैं, हम अलग थोड़ी, मोदी जी के साथ है, मोदी जी के और हमारे सब साथ है।
मोदी जिंदाबाद।
आप लोग को सब मालूम है इसके बारे में क्या?
हाँ, मोदी जिंदाबाद।
So you can see that very spontaneous crowd that is collected around me, and the sentiment is, of course, they know exactly what has happened, and they do feel that the right thing has happened, and they appreciate the fact that the Indian government has taken a strong stand. Remember, we are very close to the border with Pakistan, so these people actually are aware and alert of how they should behave in the eventuality if there is escalation. But at the same time, there is a sense that at least India has responded strongly and correctly.
Right. Thank you, Harsha, for joining us with those details. My colleague Harsha on her way to Jaisalmer, and she's traveling to border districts, and border districts have become very important now because remember, nationwide mock drills are on. India has already retaliated to Pakistan's role in Pahalgam terror attack. In fact, as part of its precision strikes held today morning, 9 terror bases in Pakistan have been attacked, have been bombed by India, and there's a massive mock drill that's happening across the country today, across 244 districts. Remember, India has not hurt civilians or military infrastructure or installations in its process of teaching Pakistan 2 lessons on accountability on terrorism. These are just terror bases of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba which have been attacked, but mock drills are happening across the country today to prepare citizens, to prepare Indian civilians in case of threats and also anything that can happen because of the hostilities that Pakistan has been showing towards India. Mock drills in the midst of heightened tensions are happening across the country, and these are the first drills that are happening in this country since the 1971 war against Pakistan. Blackouts, evacuations, sirens, all of that in order. And those on your right are visuals of the mock drills that have taken place across the country. Various states are taking part in this. In fact, this was an MHA notification that was sent out to at least 6 to 7 states where they were asked to prepare, identify districts and then prepare accordingly to ensure that civilians are ready for threats of any nature. Let me also get you some more details from my colleagues who have been recording, who've also been talking to civilians who are preparing for this, for these kind of civil defense exercises. First, let me go across to Anuj, my colleague from Maharashtra, on how Maharashtra is sort of gearing up or preparing for a threat of any nature, and how did Maharashtra sort of conduct these mock drills today?
I'm present here at the CST where a mock drill is underway at the moment. This mock drill has been going on for the last 20 minutes, which involves, the RPF volunteers, which involves the civil defense volunteers and, the volunteers from the Central Railway as well. These are the people who have arranged for these mock drills. It becomes very important for us to understand why is, this activity important at this particular place, because CST is one of the more vulnerable places when it comes to Mumbai. Even during the 2008 attacks, we remember that this was one of the prime targets of the terrorists. Secondly, it becomes an important center of the entire city because it's not just a place where people from across the state come, but people from across the country find this as the gateway while coming to Mumbai city. As you can see that a lot of people have come here and have gathered here to view the mock drill, and at the moment one can see that the mock drill involves the the volunteers acting out on the instructions of the of the instructor, who is intending to show to the people what are the immediate steps that needs to be undertaken, if in case the station is under attack. This involves an airstrike attack. This involves, a bomb perception or a bomb threat outside, this particular station in the parking area. And all of these things are taken into consideration on what are the immediate reaction of the people that should be. At the same time, the authorities here have also taken this opportunity to make sure that the volunteers are also kept, in line with how to make sure that they approach the people. Just a while back, we saw them, showing the people on how they can take help of the volunteers here and make sure that the first aid service reaches till the least common denominator in case of such an attack. It also demonstrated how the police officials, how the RPF officials and the civil defense personnel can reach out to people when it comes to those who have received serious injuries in physical form. With camera person Rajendra Dyalkar, this is Anuj Rai reporting for NDTV from Mumbai.
Well, let me also go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who reports from the south of India for us, specifically from Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Uma, take us through the kind of mock drills that are happening across these states, and also how are people looking at these precision strikes that have been carried out by India? Is there a sentiment of, that finally there's some kind of retribution that has happened, especially for those who faced the brutalities of the Pahalgam attack of the terror attack in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April?
So we are in the mock drill that's happening in Secunderabad, and this is of course a civilian defense mock drill, as part of which there was a blast that happened, after which 12 different departments are showing what they are going to be doing as part of this mock drill. You have the defense, you have the revenue department, you have the police force, you have the fire, and you also have others who are actually showing how this kind of a defense is going to happen. And that's why 12 different departments getting together to show how this is going to be done, and NCC volunteers also showing. This is of course a civilian defense mock drill, and that's the reason why this apartment complex has been chosen. And after the blast happened, they went through what was called as a kind of a debris that had to be cleared, after which now the volunteers are going in to carry out the rescue. The mock, as part of the mock, there is said to be a fire in one of the top floors of this building, where the fire department personnel have gone in, and they are going to be showing how they will be bringing in people from there. What we understand is that as part of their operations, they are also going to be recruiting volunteers. They are going to be bringing volunteers in from everywhere to be able to do this, and those volunteers are from the apartment complex itself. They identify how many people are there in the building on each floor, who are the people who are there, and how they should be evacuated. Should they be evacuated through the staircase? That is somebody who's said to be injured, and then those people will have to be moved. The injured, how they have to be moved. There is a demo, there's a live demo now about how someone is injured and how the movement will happen, the emergency, how the ambulances will come in and will start moving the people to the emergency medical camp that is nearby. The water department, for instance, is also here to be able to tell them where the source of water is, to be able to put out such a fire that is there in the building. The volunteers are helping to evacuate those who are injured away from the building, from the areas where the danger may exist, to areas where they can be kept in safety, moved away so that they are not part of the crowd and they don't get trapped in a situation where more of an emergency is likely to happen, and therefore the injured being moved away. The fire department is also going to show a demo about how people will be brought down the building using a rope as well to show that this is the kind of situation that we are looking at. So while for the fire department and for the NCC, these are drills that they do very regularly. For the civilian population, this is an exposure to say that how you must behave, what you must be doing during the time of an emergency, and how the different departments are going to come together to carry out this kind of a rescue. Of course, this comes at a time when the armed forces is engaged with the tensions with the borders, at the borders, and here if an emergency were to arise in the civilian areas, what these people will be doing, that is what is now being demonstrated through these through this action that is happening here, where you can see 12 different departments who are all doing their different functions and showing how they are going to be carrying out or reacting in a situation of emergency.
Thank you, Vasudhi, for joining us with those details. My colleague Sam Daniel joins us now from Chennai. Sam, Chennai is a city, used to be known as Madras, and it has seen the aftermath of war and the consequences of war, specifically in World War II. And I remember when I used to live in Chennai, there used to be memories attached to how life was during that time. So blackouts is not a new thing for people of Chennai, but this is a new generation that lives there. So clearly, can you also tell us how is the city preparing for this? Before that, let me also tell our viewers that civil defense mock drills are taking place across the country. 244 districts identified. They are the ones that are conducting these mock drills. A large number of volunteers are also taking part in this. Blackouts, evacuation, sirens, preparing India's citizens for what is to come next, threats of any nature. This is on a day that India has also carried out precision strikes on 9 terror bases in Pakistan, hitting out at terror bases, at doctrination camps, and also facilities of terror organizations like Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, which have been training terrorists to come to India. My colleague Sam Daniel joins us. Sam, Chennai has seen all of these preparations during World War II. Unfortunately, it was also one of those cities that was bombed by the Japanese then. Tell us, does this bring back memories? How is the city preparing for these mock drills? And also, what do the citizens of Chennai feel about India's precision strikes that have taken place?
Vasudha, as we speak now, the mock drill is underway at the Chennai Port Rest where we are right now. Several teams of the police, fire and rescue personnel and also the Tamil Nadu Disaster Response Force are simulating an incoming air raid, and they are examining or testing their preparedness to deal with that. We could see earlier an ambulance rushing with a team of rescued members, and it will continue till 4:30. In Tamil Nadu, this kind of an exercise is underway at 2 locations besides the Port Trust in Chennai. It's also underway at the Madras Atomic Power Station at Kalpakkam in neighboring Chennai. It's essentially a civil defense exercise without affecting the regular normal course of life, but to assess the preparedness of agencies, particularly at vital installations which could be potential targets for any air raids if situation escalates. And this interestingly comes on a day India launched Operation Sindoor against terror networks along the line of control and in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir area. And people generally welcome this response by India, saying that India cannot keep quiet when close to 30 people were killed in that terror attack in Pahalgam. But some also express concerns that the state or the country should not let it escalate into a full-fledged war. Now that the point has been made to Pakistan, now that the terror networks have been hit in a precise manner, we should make sure that we exercise caution, restraint, so that this does not escalate into a full-fledged war. Some also say it's time we also introspect and find out the gaps in terms of be it intelligence failure or any other loopholes through which these terror elements were able to infiltrate into the country. And the larger picture, they say, exercises like this reaffirms or reinforces their confidence, how prepared the country is in the event of any kind of an air raid situation.
Thank you, Sam Daniel, for joining us with those details. India has made it very clear that these precision strikes that it carried out are only on terror bases in Pakistan and also in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. It's the country has not really attacked military infrastructure or civilian installations of any kind, and this is only to demand accountability from Pakistan for the kind of terrorism that it has been sponsoring for the last 30 years. In fact, of the 5 Jaish-e-Mohammed, LET and Hizbul Mujahideen camps that have been attacked, many of them are also camps that have been training terrorists. These are outside Ministry of External Affairs, and several diplomats have come. In fact, remember that there's been an outpouring of support and solidarity from across the world. After the Pahalgam terror attack that took place, countries had given their complete support to India. And even today, after India made it very clear, those precision strikes that took place in the morning are completely to dismantle terror bases in Pakistan, not to hurt civilians or even military infrastructure. There has been a show of solidarity from allies across the country. In fact, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has also been talking to his counterparts. The NSA, the National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, has in fact briefed his counterparts from various countries, making it clear that India does not want to escalate these tensions. In fact, Vikram Misri, who is the Foreign Secretary, opened this briefing with these lines that the precision strikes that India carried out were completely non-escalatory in nature. They were proportionate and they were responsible and they were measured. India does not want to escalate these attacks, but is prepared for any retaliation or misadventure, is what Yomika Singh also used, of any kind if it comes from Pakistan. Those visuals outside External Affairs Ministry today in South Block, and on to your right are those visuals of mock drills that are happening across the country into 44 districts, preparing civilians, preparing citizens of this country for threats of any nature. To your left, visuals from right outside the Ministry of External Affairs. Okay, we have Major Paramjeet Singh. He's an ex-Army officer, Indian Army officer. Thank you, Major Singh, for joining us on this discussion. Tell us, from everything that has happened today, sir, from the precision attacks, Operation Sindoor, and of course, the heavy artillery shelling by Pakistan.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I would like to
Major Singh, sorry to interrupt you. Let me go across to my colleague Deepak Bopanna, who joins us from Karnataka, Bengaluru. In fact, a mock drill is just about to start. Deepak, over to you.
Well, here at the fire office, the headquarters, you can look at an explosion that's being simulated here, and you can see fire as well right on top. About 3 to 4 explosions were just simulated by the fire teams. Right now, it's just been about 30 seconds since it was a simulation has happened, and now you look at emergency vehicles that will be coming in to carry out rescue, and here you can look at an ambulance as well immediately coming in. Team, initially the first team to respond is going to be the fire team on a motorbike. You could also expect another fire engine to come in because there is fire. So this is, of course, to try and demonstrate the ability of the fire teams, the rescue teams as well, in case there is any sort of attack or an explosion that takes place in a city like Bengaluru. How prepared are the fire department? How prepared are the police department? How prepared are the civil defense teams and even the medical teams? That is what they're trying to emulate here through this particular mock drill. Just a while ago, they were showing a rescue operation inside water. Here with gas masks and oxygen cylinders, you're looking at a team that has just arrived. Ladders being brought in at this point in time, and another huge fire engine with a massive ladder which is capable of reaching even high rises. That has now just been brought in. So now they're also demonstrating all sorts of equipment that they have Now, of course, during an emergency situation, you probably will not have teams coming in this quickly. But here, since it's a mock drill, they are trying to showcase all the equipment that they have. Now you can see a team has already erected a ladder which will head now straight up to the second floor. That's where the fire right now is being simulated. Another team has already gone in on foot, which will of course be using the staircase to get to the terrace. So for the people, of course, at this point in time, this is a form of preparation, because while this is now in a controlled atmosphere inside the Karnataka State Disaster Response Building, this could be a situation anywhere in the country. Hopefully not, but if it is, how are the people going to respond? How are the citizens in particular going to respond? How are the rescue teams going to respond? Are they prepared? Are the equipments that they have all in order? That is what they're trying to establish, trying to ascertain through this mock drill exercise that's right now underway. As we look at these dramatic pictures that we're looking at from Bengaluru, there you see two firemen who have reached the terrace where the explosion took place. The fire still being witnessed, that we can still witness. Now using the extinguishers there, the water jets to extinguish the fire. A lot of smoke now emanating. Here, I'm just going to show you as this vehicle now passes by me. There's a person who's injured. That's what they're trying to once again demonstrate. That person will now be taken in an ambulance. They're trying to, of course, show all forms of rescue, all forms of efforts that the personnel here will be, of course, trying to put forth. So it's not just a demonstration of the fire department, it's a demonstration of all the people who are right now working here, including civil defense, the paramedics. There is also, of course, the police department, the traffic police, because they will have to coordinate efforts to ensure that when the ambulances need to come in, when the fire engines need to come in, they need to ensure that there is vehicular movement that is controlled, and free movement of these emergency vehicles can happen. So all of this will be top focus. You can see a lot happening right now. This, in a way, of course, will help the police department, the fire department analyze what needs to be done, what were the errors. Such mock drills is not going to be limited to only this area. It's going to happen over the course of the next 1 week in multiple locations, in Bengaluru, in Karwar, and even in Raichur. In Karwar, there's a Kaiga nuclear power plant. There's also a thermal plant in Raichur. We've also been told that there could be drills happening in Mysuru, in Mandya as well. So this is going to be a week-long exercise where various forms of such rescue and relief operations will continue to happen as a demonstration, as a mock exercise to train civil defense personnel, fire personnel, and the citizens combined. Back to you.
Thank you, Deepak Bupana, for those insights and also those visuals. Back to Major Paramjeet Singh. Thank you so much for waiting patiently, sir. How do you see India's precision strikes on Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba terror camps, and also, getting civilians to be prepared for threats of any kind? So clearly there's work happening at two levels there.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to your channel. And these preemptive strikes which have been carried out in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Kashmir is a measured, non-escalatory and targeted to a particular terror infrastructure. So we took around 15 days to bring this action, into reality. And there have been our security forces as well as our civilian government and political will. They all have created a nexus, and they have, measured to the minute details what could be the escalations, and they have carried out these precision attacks. So these preparing civilians as well as, civil administration for further action is part of the plan. We should not, draw conclusions from it. Every time if we are prepared, we could respond better in situation of unforeseen. So we should take it positively. We should participate, and we should obey to the guidelines of the government.
Right. We also have Dr. Tara Karta, who's a former director, National Security Council Secretariat. Thank you, Dr. Karta, for joining us. Always a pleasure to speak to you, ma'am. I asked this question to Major Singh on how he views India's precision strikes on the terror bases in Pakistan. Let me ask you a different question. How are you expecting Pakistan to retaliate now? Because there's been a lot of stuff that's been written about, talked about how India is trying to isolate Pakistan on global stage. But clearly there's also something that Pakistan is trying to do. There are also countries that are friendly towards Pakistan. How is Pakistan expected to retaliate to something like this?
I guess I would get the difficult question. No, see, they did this attack, right? In knowing you would retaliate, knowing there is no way that you would not retaliate. Understand? So the attack was timed 4 days after his speech with the Hindu-Muslim flavor, attacking innocent civilians. So they know that you will attack. So for some reason, they want you to attack so that they will then launch a huge strike for whatever reason, whatever way that they can, and get General Asim Munir into the headlines. That is the objective of this whole exercise. It gets the heat off him on various fronts, on terms of Imran Khan shouting, in terms of Baloch attacks, in terms of the infighting, political infighting. So there's a lot riding, and the danger here, what I'm trying to stress is, situations get dangerous when it becomes personal. When this man has put his ego on the line and stood up on a tank and said, I will hit you if you hit me, then you're pretty much open to anything.
Right. But Dr. Karta, also let me ask you, how do you assess India's response to the Pahalgam terror attack being very different from what it did in 2016 after the Uri attack or after Pulwama attacks? Because clearly the scale was much lower. And today the briefing that happened, the kind of visual evidence that was presented, the symbolism attached to Operation Sindoor, all of that, in some ways tells a story of a very different India from what we saw in 2019 and specifically what we saw in 2016.
I think you're absolutely spot on. The strikes were done with such amazing precision. I mean, you're aware that all these things have been gamed multiple times over the years, targets, weapons, what time, how will they react, everything has been gamed out. But this was precision to such an amazing degree. I mean, I have to congratulate the armed forces, one. Number two, the amazing part of it is the way the foreign secretary put this across, saying this is non-escalatory. We've done what we had to. He didn't say we are standing down, but that was what was meant. Now we are done. We are finished. Now it's up to Pakistan. Do you want to escalate or not? Then you have the civil defense exercise which you're just showing.
Right.
That sends a message saying that, look, if you escalate, we are ready. We are ready with whatever you can throw at us. So you want to do this, it's up to you. That's the message that is going across. Now the question is, if Pakistan wants to get its friends, I mean, Turkey, I think there was a Turkish warship in Pakistan a day or so before. So there is some kind of signaling going on, China sending weapons. But I would assume all these people would tell Pakistan to back off.
Right.
Because what will you hit? I mean, there are no terrorist camps here for them to hit. They hit civilians, we hit terrorists.
Right. Major Singh, also explain to us, the essence of what the Foreign Secretary said today, Vikram Misri, when he says that, this was measured, this was non-escalatory, and this clearly is also very calibrated. This, in some ways, the Foreign Secretary was trying to send out a message that this is India's moment of retribution, and it's important to understand that India does not want this to escalate, but if Pakistan does that, then India also is prepared for it.
You see, I would like to start. Our foreign policy has been fantastic from past few years. As ma'am brought out, the entire root cause of problem is legitimacy of Pakistan army. I would like you to go back in time and remember when Imran Khan was being arrested. There were anti-Pakistani army, strikes, protests, whatever you call it, they were riots. And the entire mood, the most suppressed person, in this subcontinent is Pakistani's Awam, which is, suppressed by Pakistan's army. So it is all calibrated. This ma'am was correct. This attack was to, draw India into confrontation so that Pakistan can use its jingoism and its patriotism, its so-called patriotism, to draw India into a conflict. So we did what we could do. Now the ball is in court of Pakistan, and I don't see any major escalation coming up because of their financial situations, because of India's preparedness, and yes, our foreign policy. Our foreign secretary, they have responded very, maturely.
Right.
They have brought out the point that we are done, and if you do it, the ball is in your court. You will face, you will face attacks, multiple times. The volume will be very high, and we will further escalate the cost of your, misadventures.
Right. My last question to you, Tara Karta. Dr. Karta, how do you also see the importance of the diplomatic offensive that India launched? In fact, for several days, that was where the focus on isolating Pakistan on the global stage, working on UNSC partners, and of course on the FATF. How do you see the importance of something like that? And of course, the military strikes which have happened, clearly both of these have to go hand in hand. But for the diplomatic offensive, clearly there's a lot more to do for India. And how do you think India is going to perform on that front?
This is one area which is very different from the Balakot time. When you had a president who was willing to come in, and there was a certain sort of, what shall I say, an awareness in the international community that this cannot go out of hand. Balakot was there, earlier it was there. This time, everybody is in their own difficulties. I mean, President Trump has fired off any number of national security officials. Nobody knows who's where. The Russians are struggling with their own Ukraine. The Israelis, while they have given us total support in terms of diplomacy, they are bogged down in Gaza. So this time, I think the danger is that there is no specific outside power who can come in and say, listen, Pakistanis, guys, you better stop this. There's just too much going on, which is a problem for us.
Right. Thank you, both of you, for joining me on this broadcast. Sorry to interrupt you. We also have Vishal with us now, and this is for India calling permanent and non-permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, and this is for a briefing on Operation Sindoor. Vishal, this is immediately after the precision strikes that India has carried out, just 2 days after Pakistan called a similar meeting and within closed doors. Although Pakistan was expecting traction for its own narrative and for its defense, the members only asked very tough questions on Pakistan, making it clear that the country does find itself quite isolated on the global front. Now, tell us a little bit about this particular meeting that India has called, and what does it expect?
So the meeting has already happened, and Indian officials, particularly of the Ministry of External Affairs, they have briefed these permanent and non-permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. So before I get into the details, the permanent members of the United Nations Security Council are 5. They are namely China, France, Russia, United Kingdom and the US. And there are some non-permanent members which are chosen every year. So this year they are Algeria, Denmark, Greece, Guyana, Pakistan, Panama, Republic of Korea, Sierra Leone, Slovenia, and some other nations are also there. So these nations officials were briefed by Indian officials just about half an hour ago on the Operation Sindoor and the details of the operation. India has already shared the details with almost everyone. So the United Nations Security Council was also one of the major bodies that needed to be shared information with. So that has indeed happened, and United Nations, as you mentioned earlier, has been repeatedly shunning Pakistan in the wake of the dastardly attacks in Kashmir that killed 26 innocent people. And just yesterday, the closed door meeting that was called by Pakistan, almost all members of the United Nations Security Council unequivocally
Vishal, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. Rajnath Singh, Raksha Mantri is speaking now. Let's go to him.
Chief of Army Staff, Sri Rajesh Singh, Defense Secretary, Lieutenant General Raghu Srinivasan, DG Border Roads, BRO के सभी कर्मयोगी एवं देवियों व सज्जनों, आप सभी जानते हैं कि आज हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में हमारे भारत की सेना ने हम सभी भारतवासियों का मस्तक ऊंचा किया है। इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं कि एक बार अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं और मैं नारे लगाऊंगा। हमारे देश के सेना के जवानों के सम्मान में हम सभी बोलेंगे, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। साथियों, जैसी कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। साथियों, भारत की सेना ने सटीकता, सतर्कता और संवेदनशीलता के साथ कार्रवाई की है। हमने जो लक्ष्य तय किए थे उन्हें ठीक समय तय योजना के अनुसार सटीकता से उन्होंने ध्वस्त किया है और किसी भी नागरिक ठिकाने, सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को जरा भी प्रभावित न होने देने की संवेदनशीलता भी हमारी सेना ने दिखाई है। यानी एक तरीके से देखा जाए तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है, जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं और सेना को संपूर्ण संबल प्रदान करने के लिए अपने प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भी मैं साधुवाद देता हूं। मित्रों, हमने हनुमान जी के उस आदर्श का पालन किया है जो उन्होंने अशोक वाटिका उजाड़ते समय किया था। जिन मोहि मारा तिन मोहि मारे। हमने केवल उन्हीं को मारा जिन्होंने हमारे मासूमों को मारा। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके पहले की तरह ही इस बार भी आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग देने वाले कैंप्स को तबाह करके करारा जवाब दिया है। भारत ने अपनी सरजमी पर हुए हमले का जवाब देने के लिए अपने राइट टू रेस्पॉन्ड का इस्तेमाल किया है और हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई है। आतंकियों के हौसले पस्त करने के उद्देश्य से यह कार्रवाई महज उनके कैंप्स और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तक ही सीमित रखी गई है। मैं पुनः हमारे आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के शौर्य को मैं नमन करता हूं। साथियों, आज बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के 66वें फाउंडेशन डे पर आपके बीच उपस्थित होना मेरे लिए गौरव का विषय है और यह खुशी की बात है कि आज इस इम्पॉर्टेंट डे पर बीआरओ द्वारा निर्मित 50 इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स का उद्घाटन करने का अवसर भी हमें प्राप्त हो रहा है। मैं आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने मुझे यहां आमंत्रित किया है। साथियों, किसी भी संस्थान के लिए उसका फाउंडेशन डे यह बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण हुआ करता है। वैसे भी 65 वर्षों की आपकी जो यात्रा रही है वो बेहद गौरवशाली रही है। इसलिए आज का दिन उस गौरवमयी यात्रा को याद करने का दिन है। इसके साथ साथ यह दिन ठहर कर सोचने का भी दिन होता है कि अपनी अब तक की यात्रा में हमने क्या क्या हासिल किया है और यह हमारी अब तक की कार्य प्रणाली का विश्लेषण करने का भी यह दिन है। साथ ही यह एनालिसिस करने का भी दिन है कि भविष्य में हमारी राह क्या होनी चाहिए। साथियों, मैं देख पा रहा हूं कि वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के माध्यम से देश के अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से हमारे कई साथी जुड़े हुए हैं। अक्सर हम उद्घाटन के अवसर पर बड़ी बड़ी संस्थाओं का और बड़ी बड़ी एजेंसीज का नाम तो लेते हैं, परंतु ऐसे कई कर्मयोगी हैं जो पर्दे के पीछे रहकर काम करते हैं। किसी प्रोजेक्ट को पूरा करने में उनका योगदान भी बेहद महत्वपूर्ण होता है। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि आज का दिन उनके योगदान को एक्नॉलेज करने और एप्रिशिएट करने का भी दिन है। साथियों, आज जम्मू कश्मीर, लद्दाख, सिक्किम, मिजोरम, अरुणाचल प्रदेश, पश्चिम बंगाल और राजस्थान में कई प्रोजेक्ट्स का उद्घाटन हुआ है। कहने को तो यहाँ सारे फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हैं, लेकिन मैं इन्हें सिर्फ फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ही नहीं समझता। हमें जो सड़कें दिखती हैं, जो पुल दिखते हैं, वह सिर्फ दो स्थानों को जोड़ने वाले नहीं होते हैं, बल्कि वह लोगों के दिलों को जोड़ने वाले होते हैं। इन प्रोजेक्ट से राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा को तो मजबूती मिलती ही है, साथ ही साथ यह प्रोजेक्ट इन सभी रीजन्स को इकोनॉमिक प्रॉस्पेरिटी को भी बढ़ावा देते हैं। ये तमाम प्रोजेक्ट इन क्षेत्रों में ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, टूरिज्म और इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी को बढ़ावा देंगे, जिससे निश्चित रूप से यहाँ के निवासियों की आय में वृद्धि होगी, उनकी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ में भी इम्प्रूवमेंट होगा और इन क्षेत्रों में समृद्धि आएगी, यानी प्रॉस्पेरिटी आएगी। साथियों, मुझे बताया गया कि आज जिन इंफ्रा प्रोजेक्ट्स की शुरुआत की गई है, इनकी टोटल कॉस्ट लगभग 1900 करोड़ रुपए के आसपास की है। मुझे लगता है कि यह केवल उनकी नॉमिनल वैल्यू पर है। इसकी असली वैल्यू है वह तो हम आंक भी नहीं सकते। इन सड़कों के माध्यम से जब कोई बच्ची स्कूल जाएगी और अपना भविष्य बनाएगी, तो उसके इम्पैक्ट का आकलन भी हम नहीं कर सकते। इन ब्रिजेज के माध्यम से जब यहां एम्बुलेंसेज दौड़ेंगी और समय पर लोगों को इलाज होगा, उसकी वैल्यू को भी नहीं आंका जा सकता है। जब इन सड़कों के माध्यम से विभिन्न संस्कृति के लोग आपस में जुड़ेंगे या फिर एक दूसरे से जो कुछ सीखेंगे, उसकी वैल्यू कोई भी आंक नहीं सकता है। जब इन टनल्स के माध्यम से यहाँ के किसानों द्वारा उगाए गए फूल, फल, सब्जियां इत्यादि दूसरे क्षेत्रों में आसानी से पहुंचेंगे, उसका जो आर्थिक और सामाजिक प्रभाव यहाँ के किसानों पर पड़ेगा, उसकी वैल्यू, उसकी कीमत कोई भी नहीं आंक सकता है। साथियों, मैं इन प्रोजेक्ट्स की डिटेल देख रहा था। मैंने देखा कि इनमें छोटे से लेकर बड़े रोड्स, टनल्स और ब्रिजेज हैं। कुछ मीटर से लेकर सैकड़ों किलोमीटर तक इनकी लंबाई है। हालांकि उनकी लंबाई से कोई खास फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। कोई पुल अगर छोटा है, कोई सड़क यदि छोटी है, तो इससे कोई खास फर्क नहीं पड़ता, क्योंकि दुनिया की लंबी से लंबी जो यात्राएं होती हैं, वह सिर्फ एक छोटे से रास्ते से ही शुरू होती हैं। इसलिए इन प्रोजेक्ट्स की कीमत, इनकी वैल्यू सिर्फ इस बात से नहीं आंकी जा सकती क्या फाइनेंशियली या फिजिकली कितना बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है और यह कितना छोटा प्रोजेक्ट है। असल में इनकी असली कीमत इस बात से है कि यह कितने परिवारों को जोड़ रही हैं, कितने लोगों की संस्कृति को, उनके रहन सहन को आपस में करीब ला रही हैं, कितने लोगों की आर्थिक और सामाजिक समृद्धि, इकोनॉमिक और सोशल प्रॉस्पेरिटी में अपना ये योगदान दे रही हैं। यह प्रोजेक्ट्स लोहे, कंक्रीट या कोलतार से बनी हुई एक संरचना भर नहीं है, बल्कि यह एक कमिटमेंट है, यह एक प्रतिबद्धता है सीमावर्ती क्षेत्र के विकास का। यह एक रिजॉल्व है, यह एक संकल्प है बॉर्डर एरियाज में क्वालिटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड करने का। यह एक दृढ़ निश्चयता का डिटर्मिनेशन है लोगों के दिलों को जोड़ने का। इसलिए मैंने कहा कि ये प्रोजेक्ट्स इनवैल्यूएबल हैं, इनकी कीमत का आकलन नहीं किया जा सकता। साथियों, प्राचीन काल से ही मार्ग मानव सभ्यता के विकास में बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाते आए हैं। मार्गों की महत्ता हमारे इतिहास में हमेशा से रही है। जब आप मानवता का इतिहास पलट कर देखेंगे तो आप ये पाएंगे कि ट्रांसपोर्टेशन रूट्स ने कितना इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले किया है। इतिहास बताते हैं कि सिविलाइजेशन थ्राइव हुई तो उसके पीछे रूट्स और राजमार्गों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है। कला, साहित्य, संस्कृति और विज्ञान का प्रचार प्रसार एक क्षेत्र से दूसरे क्षेत्र तक इन्हीं के माध्यम से फैलता है। यदि मैं भारत के संदर्भ में बात करूं तो मुझे यहाँ के दो इंपॉर्टेंट रूट्स के नाम स्वाभाविक रूप से याद आ रहे हैं। आप शायद उत्तरापथ और दक्षिणापथ के बारे में जानते होंगे या सुना होगा। उत्तरापथ और दक्षिणापथ हमारे इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट के डिफरेंट रीजन्स को एक दूसरे से जोड़ने वाले धागे की तरह है। आप सोचिए, हजारों साल पहले जब संचार के इतने तेज साधन नहीं थे, तब आइडियाज और कल्चर, विचार और संस्कृति एक जगह से दूसरी जगह कैसे पहुंचते थे। पांड्य साम्राज्य का मोती और मदुरई का कपास आखिर मगध के पाटलिपुत्र में कैसे बहुत प्रसिद्ध हो गया। राजकुमार सिद्धार्थ से भगवान बने महात्मा बुद्ध की शिक्षाएं कावेरी पट्टनम तक कैसे पहुंच गईं। संगम युग की मणिमैखली की चर्चा कश्मीर तक कैसे फैल गई। जब भारत में मॉडर्न पॉलिटिकल यूनिटी का कंसेप्ट भी नहीं आया था, तब से इन रूट्स ने सभ्यता और संस्कृति के विकास और आदान प्रदान में बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है। यदि हम महात्मा बुद्ध के बाद के इतिहास पर भी नजर डालें, तब भी हमें यह देखने को मिलता है कैसे दूसरे क्षेत्रों से आकर लोगों ने भारत की संस्कृति को समृद्ध किया और भारत की संस्कृति से भी उन्होंने बहुत कुछ सीखा भी है। इन मार्गों का महत्व तब भी इतना ज्यादा था कि व्यापार के लिए समर्पित सड़कें बनाई जाती थी। आप जब सिल्क रूट के बारे में जानते हैं, आप सभी को मालूम है सिल्क रूट के बारे में, जिसने एक तरह से पूरे एशिया और मध्य यूरोप तक को कवर कर लिया था। भारत से भी उस सिल्क रूट का एक बड़ा हिस्सा होकर गुजरता था, जिससे न सिर्फ सामान बल्कि संस्कृति और विचार का भी एक्सचेंज, आदान प्रदान यह होता था। एशिया और यूरोप के बीच कल्चरल एक्सचेंज, सांस्कृतिक आदान प्रदान में भी सिल्क रूट का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है। साथियों, सिर्फ स्थलीय मार्ग का ही नहीं बल्कि जलीय मार्ग का भी ह्यूमन सिविलाइजेशन, मानव सभ्यता में एक बहुत बड़ा महत्व रहा है। मेसोपोटामिया की सभ्यता के साथ हमारा व्यापार जलीय मार्ग से ही होता था। अरब के जो व्यापारी आते थे वह भारत में जलीय मार्ग से ही आते थे। इन रूट्स का असर हमारे संस्कृति पर, हमारे परंपराओं पर और हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था पर तो पड़ा ही, साथ ही साथ इन रूट्स ने दुनिया
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है।
For this decision we were waiting since long.
This has been only possible with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है, मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, अच्छा है।
राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया।
They have always used it as a political weapon, and now that weapon's gone.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded.
The Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has spoken out on Op Sindoor. He's lauded the operation where India hit Pakistani terror camps. He says history has been scripted by our armed forces. India has briefed members of the UN Security Council on the strikes on Pakistan. Our National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has spoken to his counterparts around the world. India has assured the world that we do not have any intent to escalate. India has avenged the Pahalgam terror attack. It's rattled Pakistan. Pakistan has attacked civilian sites in Poonch and other parts of the line of control. The Akali Dal chief says Pakistan attacked a Gurdwara in which 3 people were killed. A security review post-Operation Sindoor, the Home Minister has held a high-level meeting with border chief ministers. Nearly 20 airports across the country are now closed. Nationwide mock drills across 244 districts. India avenges Pahalgam and prepares citizens. Good evening and welcome. The big story that we continue to track, the aftermath of India's devastating strikes on terror targets in Pakistan. There have been several targets which have been hit. These are terror targets. The people trained over here have been involved in terror strikes, not just in Pahalgam, but elsewhere as well over a period of time. The strikes involved a variety of weaponry, including cruise missiles, loitering drones. It was carried out by the Army and the Indian Air Force. There has been substantial firing on the line of control. Post this, there have been several civilians, unfortunately, who have lost their lives as a result of that artillery shelling. The Indian Army has responded fiercely to that artillery shelling, and there is heavy casualties, it is believed, on the Pakistani side as well. India has subsequently been reaching out to all our foreign allies to let them know about what exactly India's position now is. And there is a sense now, on the basis of conversations that the National Security Advisor has had, that India is not keen on escalating any further. That said, that there is a new NOTAM, or Notice to Airmen, which has been announced, that covers a large part of our airspace, which is now a no-fly zone, at least for the next couple of days. That may further impact air travel across parts of India, all of Gujarat, in fact, going straight up close to Delhi, west of Delhi, Rajasthan, parts of Punjab as well. And that indicates that the Indian Air Force is on the alert and is potentially on alert for a potential Pakistani airstrike or a missile strike which may take place. That cannot be ruled out. Let's go across to NDTV's Ishika, who's been tracking government moves. Now, Ishika, as I understand it, several foreign envoys are being briefed on India's objectives and what we did. Is that right?
Well, yes, Vishnu, we are currently present at, just outside the Ministry of External Affairs, and here certainly the foreign envoys are now being briefed, by the government of India, because government of India has yet again reaffirmed that they have only, struck on the terror targets, and they have, in fact, no intent of escalating it anymore. In fact, we also just heard, the statement that has come from the Defense Minister, Rajnath Singh, and he has clearly stated this, that India has only attacked those who in fact, caused the terror in India, especially in Kashmir. So that is again and again making it very clear to the world especially that India, number one, has in fact no intent of escalating it any further, and whatever, action has been taken, retaliation that has been, been done by India was only on the terror camps in Pakistan and POK. So that is what is happening inside. In fact, we continue to show you the visuals from the South Block, and here, the foreign envoys who are still, currently present inside, they are being briefed by the government of India, because government of India wants to make it stand very clear to the nation, to the world regarding Pakistan, because, we heard a statement also that came from Pakistan saying, that if India does not escalate it anymore, they won't be doing, they won't be taking any action. And we have seen, countries like Japan, UK saying that, they are wanting peace between the two nations, and they are wanting, in fact, the conflict to be resolved. So over all of that issues, currently, the envoys are being briefed by the government of India. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks very much for sharing those details. Just a little while earlier on, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has lauded the operation. Here's what he said.
जैसे कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है, जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं। हमने केवल उन्हीं को मारा जिन्होंने हमारे मासूमों को मारा। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में हमारे भारत की सेना ने हम सभी भारतवासियों का मस्तक ऊंचा किया है।
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh there congratulating the armed forces on this operation. In case you're just tuning in, we've got the exact areas where the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army struck. These were primarily Indian Air Force strikes which took place. First up, the line of control is what is marked red over there. South of the line of control is the black line, which is the international boundary, the international border. The red parts are the line of control between India and Pakistan. This is India's boundary, right? That's what we claim. However, the line of control is inside. Therefore, we have struck west of the line of control. These are north of the Pir Panjal, and all of these are the names of terror camps which have been struck. I'm not going to go through all of them, but these are between 20 to 30 kilometers in terms of depth. There have been drones which have been used to hit these. There have been precision missiles which have been used to strike these targets. Some of them are small, some of them are larger. We'll show you video as well. The international border starts from here, and this is where it gets interesting in a sense that not only did we hit Muridke, which is near Lahore, we also hit Bahawalpur, way down south. So if the camera can pan down, then you can see Bahawalpur. Bahawalpur is located 100 kilometers from the international boundary. It is between Punjab and Rajasthan. So it's the entire front from Bahawalpur in the south, 100 kilometers west of the international border. That is the deepest India has ever struck since the 1971 war, going all the way up north. And what is now taking place is that there is a great deal of shelling which is taking place all along the line of control over here, going all the way into the international border part of Jammu and Kashmir, right? All of these areas over here is where there is a great deal of firing which is taking place north, obviously, of Punjab in the Jammu area. Let's move on now from here and take a look at the strikes actually going in. This is absolutely critical. This is, let's move to the visuals, please, the next image. What we'll show you. Now, it's important for India to prove to the entire world that we did do the strikes. Now, this is one of the areas, and you'll see actually footage of that. This is Kotli Gulpur, one of the areas in the map. What you see over here is the weapon moving in to strike. The video goes off shortly before it hits because after that it's struck the target. And this was, I believe, a drone which went and hit a suicide drone. Apart from this, there are other targets which have also been struck. We'll see some of those. This is Bhimbar, and this is the target that they were looking at. This is before the strikes took place. After the strikes took place, we'll actually see another drone dropping a bomblet over here as this video rolls out. That's that bomblet going, and you're going to see an explosion over there. Let's go out and roll one more image for one of these areas, Kotli Abbas. This is another critical point over here. We're going to see footage of this was what was being targeted, and this is the footage which has been released. And you can see over here this target, this strike over here, and that massive blast. This is all very important, and we're going to go across at this stage to our guests who can share with us their views on all of this. The footage is very important because It proves to the world what India has done, and it sends a very strong message to Pakistan. Wing Commander Gitanjali Singh joins us at this stage. Ma'am, thanks very much for being with us. The fact that we are now showing this video, and during the surgical strikes there was virtually no video. During Balakot there was virtually no video. Over here we've got this. It's being seen in Pakistan. What is the message that we are trying to send?
Good evening to everybody. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
So we woke up to what we have all been waiting from the last, I think, anticipating from the last cowardly attack that was there in Pahalgam. All these footages that have been seen after the press conference that has covered the whole of the incident and the operation in full and the briefing which was carried out. Over here, we have seen on the visuals how have we been successful to actually do precision strikes with precision guided weapons without entering and without violating airspaces and without violating any other treaties. Not, basically targeting what we were supposed to target. Such a carefully planned mission, such a strategically implemented mission and operation. So I guess kudos and everything, it's a matter of pride for the entire nation today that such a nicely executed precision to surgical precision it has been executed and planned operation it has been. With the visuals, of course, it becomes, whenever we deal with such situations, why such visuals are coming up, why are they being shared? The thing here is the morale of the civilian population. When such skirmishes happens, such operations and such cowardly attacks like Pahalgam targeting civilian populations, unarmed civilians, there is a lot of morale backing up which is required to the population. So when we go frontline, do these things, such operations are covered so that everyone is back to the morale, feels for the nation, is back again with the patriotism and knows that, yes, this is the power India holds, the nation holds. We all woke up to the uproar today, not just our nation, but worldwide, roaring and cheering for India, for the stances that we have taken against terrorism. It's not escalating, it's just a retaliation and hitting hard and giving an answer to what was well-deserved and what was waiting for the terrorists, for the cowardly attacks the nation has been facing from the last 3 decades.
All right, Wing Commander, thank you very much for sharing those views and coming in and talking to us. Well, there's a lot more which we are going to be reporting. India in the last little while has been calling up permanent and non-permanent members of the United Nations Security Council to brief them about the operation at this stage. There is a notice to airmen which has also been out in the last little while. It's a fresh one where almost all of Gujarat has been shut down in terms of its airspace. Flights coming from the west are going to have to extend further south. Let's go straight across now to NDTV's Vishal, my colleague Vishal, who joins us, Vishal Vivek, for more on how India is reaching out also to foreign diplomats and briefing them about what's happened today. Vishal, go ahead.
So just about an hour ago, MEA officials had briefed the permanent and non-permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. In the last 48 hours, the top body of UN has been quite critical of Pakistan's actions, and just about 24 hours ago, it had condemned Pakistan's actions, and they have gone on to say that there needs to be tough measures, and that needs to be executed to keep things in place, keep things in check. And the latest is that the permanent members and non-permanent members, as I mentioned, have been briefed by Indian officials, and also National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has spoken with his counterparts from various nations and assured that India is not looking for escalation, and these are all strikes that have been conducted as a retaliatory measure. So there's no need to be worried about actions from Indian side. So this is what has happened in the last 1 hour or so. So just for the benefit of our viewers, there are 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. This is China, United Nations, United Kingdom, US, France, and Russia. And the non-permanent members are chosen each year. So there are about 7 to 8. Slovenia, Greece, Guyana, and some 3-4 other countries are there. So these envoys of these countries were briefed by the MEA officials in the last 1 hour on the matters that are being discussed in the last few hours. So that is what has happened, and India has briefed almost all the countries about its actions, whatever has happened. We all know the details of the operations, so the discussions would have revolved around those topics. So that is what has happened.
All right, Vishal, thanks very much for joining us. We can also share that as a result of the strikes, Indian strikes going in, there's been extensive firing on the line of control, I should say, between India and Pakistan. Particular areas, for example, Poonch have been badly hit. Akali Dal chief, the Akali Dal chief, Shiromani Akali Dal chief has spoken on an attack on a Gurdwara in Poonch. He said that the Pakistani forces have attacked a Gurdwara. Mr. Badal says, Sukhbir Singh Badal says, Pakistani forces have killed 3 innocents in the area. We've now got some photographs also coming in of the attacks and injured people, including children, in the Poonch area. Our sources indicating to us that as many as more than 10 people may actually have lost their lives as a result of Pakistani retaliatory shooting of artillery shells in the Poonch area along the line of control, other areas as well. That is a cause of major concern at this juncture, but that's also an area which is particularly active right now. We've seen small arms fire over the last several days, but once these strikes went in, we've seen very heavy artillery shelling coming in on and hitting hamlets, people dying, several injuries taking place. But India has struck hard on Pakistan as well, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and targets on that side. So that line of control has clearly heated up in the last little while. My colleague Shiva Root has been just in the last couple of hours in some of those areas which have been worst hit by Pakistani shelling. He sent us this report.
At the line of control in Salamabad, it's one of the last outposts before the line of control. There are 2 houses here that were struck last night in Pakistan Army shelling here in the Uri sector. These 2 houses have been completely totaled, completely destroyed. There's still a fire burning, if you can see over there, smoke smoldering across this entire pair of houses. Miraculously, no deaths, but 4 people have been severely injured. 2 of them children. One of them has apparently lost a limb as well. They've been evacuated to the Baramulla hospital, which is about 40 kilometers to our rear from here. We're about 10 kilometers from the line of control. Complete damage over here, Vishnu. If you can see that these 2 houses, I'm surprised that anything is left everywhere else, because it looks like a stray shell may have come and landed here. It appears to suggest that the Pakistan Army, which has been aiming and firing directly, targeting civilian areas, has caused damage deeper inside, and one shell or a couple of shells has come and actually landed here. This has all the telltale signs of artillery damage. You can see shrapnel completely ripping through these metal sheets. These are very clear signs of artillery shrapnel that has ripped open these roof sheets. The walls completely broken, and everything is still burning in these houses. This is a place called Salamabad where there have been some casualties. The 4 people from just this small little settlement over here. We are taking due care, but we are told by villagers that there is further damage closer to the line of control. So that's where we will actually be headed next. But the images you're seeing here on NDTV are the first manifestations of what we've been reporting since the morning, that the Pakistan Army has directly targeted civilian areas. This has nothing to do with the military. There's no army over here. The army brigade is way many kilometers behind where we are. This is a civilian settlement. A rural folk live in this area, and this is what a couple of Pakistani shells has done in this place. These are live images, first on NDTV, that we're bringing to you of what targeting a civilian establishment, a civilian area, really looks like. And remember that, now it's midday here, but it is very likely that an escalation will begin again. We were told earlier by people who were fleeing from this village and others that the firing took place till as late as 11:30 in the morning. They heard the thuds of artillery fire and small arms fire till at least 11:30 in the morning. So we're wondering whether there might be firing now as well. So we want to quickly get this report done and move out of this place. I'm going to try and get a word in from, if you can just bear with me for a moment. I want to get a word in from one of these people. Sir, इधर आइए. कौन रहते हैं यहाँ पे? कितने लोग जख्मी हो गए इसमें?
इसमें 4 लोग.
इधर आ जाइए, इधर. हाँ जी.
4 लोग.
4 लोग.
4
कौन? बच्चे?
एक 13 साल की बच्ची, एक 4 साल का बच्चा, तो 2 घर के मालिक.
हाँ. और क्या ये पाकिस्तान के शेल?
हाँ, ये पाकिस्तान का है. रात के 2 बजे का मसला है. तो उससे ये घायल हो गए. तो यहाँ मकानों की बात ही नहीं. मकान
कितने बजे गिरे थे ये शेल?
2 बजे.
2
बजे सोए होते हैं.
आप कहाँ थे उस टाइम? आपने सुना ये?
हाँ, हमने ये भरोसी है यहाँ. हम तो रात को बाहर आ रहे. 2 बजे के बाद हमारे बच्चे भी बाहर आ गए. उधर इधर लगे भागने. क्या करते भाग?
सर इधर आइए एक सेकंड. सर, आप यहाँ रहते हैं? नजदीक में रहते?
इस्लामाबाद का.
कहाँ थे आप जब ये हुआ था?
हम तो घर में रात को 2 बजे.
आपने सुना ये जब ये
हुआ था? बहुत आवाज सुना.
क्या आवाज था?
वो आवाज था ये शेल की थी जी.
अच्छा.
पूरे शेल लग रहे थे. एक तो नहीं था ना, बहुत आ रहे थे.
कितने शेल?
इसको मेरे ख्याल 1-2 लगे हैं मेरे ख्याल में. इसमें 2 लगे.
जख्मी लोग बारामूला हॉस्पिटल में हैं.
पहले उड़ी लिए, उसके बाद उन्होंने उड़ी वालों ने बारामूला भेज दिए. बारामूला हॉस्पिटल में भी.
बुरा है जख्म?
वो जख्म तो सर में भी लगी. हमने उसको देखा नहीं है. सुबह हम खुद डरे थे. हम जंगलों में भाग रहे थे. इधर तो हमारे पास कोई है ही नहीं. सेफ्टी है ही नहीं. क्यों?
तो इस गांव में डर नहीं है अभी?
वो डर तो बहुत है. मालकम,
आप यहीं पे
क्या करेंगे? अपना कहाँ छोड़कर जाएंगे? किसके घर जाएंगे? गरीब शख्स कहाँ जाएगा? हमारे पास कोई बैंकर नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, तो कहाँ जाएंगे? अगर बैंकर होता फिर अपनी कुछ सेफ्टी होती. बैंकर ही नहीं है.
I want all of our viewers to hear what this gentleman has just said. For all of those people who say, why don't you get out of the village? Why are you still standing there? This gentleman and this elderly gentleman here have basically told a truth that needs to sink in. People don't have a choice to leave. They have their livelihoods here. This is their home. They've got their children. They've got their agriculture. They've got their jobs here. And this is what Pakistan has done. India targeted terror sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and this is how Pakistan has responded.
All right, there have been, let's just take a look at this stage and what the government had to say in an important press conference today where they announced the strikes and shared some details.
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt.
Through precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
सैयदना बिलाल कैंप, मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप, कोटली, यह LoC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर-ए-तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप, बिंबर, ये LoC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार, हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप, कोटली, यह LoC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर-ए-तोयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूँगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप, सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठुआ के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप, सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर IB से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा, मुरीद के, यह IB से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे। मरकज सुभान अल्लाह, भावलपुर, यह इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था।
All right, there have been several political reactions which have been coming in. I just want to give you an immediate reaction which has come in from Japan. Our Foreign Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, has said that he's had a teleconference with his Japanese counterpart, Takeshi Iwaya, and he said, Dr. Jaishankar says that he appreciates the strong condemnation of the April 22nd terror attack, and he's discussed India's action against the cross-border terrorist infrastructure this morning. But those are some foreign reactions coming in. There have been several reactions internally as well. Let's take a look.
I think Government of India, the Indian Defence Forces have gone out of their way to ensure that no military and civilian targets were hit in Pakistan. They have only hit terror bases and launch pads. Unfortunately, the response has been anything but proportionate. We are in this situation because of them. If they had not targeted our innocent civilians in Pahalgam, we wouldn't be here. This ceasefire had held along the line of control for a number of years now. We did not provoke this. We have responded to a provocation. Now it is for Pakistan to realize that our response was limited to what happened to us in Pahalgam. They must be careful not to escalate things beyond control.
As you know from my earlier statements and writings, this is exactly what I thought the government should do, and I'm glad they have done, which is that there is no question in my mind that we had to give some sort of fitting response to the terror attack. The terrorists had to be taught that there was a price to be paid. And sadly, this kind of impunity that they believe they enjoy would have only emboldened them to continue with further attacks. So it was important and essential to give them some sort of response that was a kinetic response. In addition to the diplomatic measures we all know about, the government announced various things, action on visas, all sorts of things. But today, what they have done is a fitting response.
We support this attack on behalf of the government of Karnataka. I welcome this attack. And we will be in a position to attack if the Pakistan counter-attack us. India will not hesitate to wage a war against Pakistan.
तो सरकार फैसला लेना चाहे, ठोस कदम उठाना चाहे, जहां से आतंकवाद शुरू हो रहा है, जहां से आतंकवाद की घटनाएं हो रही हैं, उन्हें खत्म करने के लिए और जड़ से समाप्त करने के लिए, आतंकवाद को जड़ से खत्म करने के लिए जो सरकार फैसला लेना चाहे, सरकार के साथ समाजवादी पार्टी है। हमें अपनी सेना पर, हमें अपनी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस पर पूरा भरोसा है। यही फोर्स है जो सीमा पर हमारे देश की रक्षा कर रही है।
Well, an emergency meeting of the Congress party has been underway after Op Sindoor. The Congress has been holding a key meet. This comes a day ahead of an all-party gathering which is being organized by the government, where members of the opposition will be taken into confidence about the Operation Sindoor strikes which have taken place.
Working committee में हमारा discussion हुआ, पूरा समर्थन, full support to our forces, best wishes to them, much love to them, complete support from the Congress party and the Congress